Vineyard Church in the next town over by the high school. I'd heard some bad things about the Vineyard Church, but that was a church in Montana, some crazy people that were going there. I don't know if it's a good church or not. He said they don't, says they use different Bibles. They don't just use the King James, which concerns me, but he's a nice guy, very nice guy. We talked a little bit about the Bible and crazy stuff going on. Okay, hello, YouTube. Today's April 9th, 2025. Got a skeleton crew today. Hey, Patty, I didn't even see you out there. Glad you got your internet fixed. How's it working? Well, it must be working or she wouldn't be here. So that's good. That's good. Okay, where am I? Wrong end. On the share. I went to bed. I was so tired yesterday. I don't know why. I wanted to go to bed at 9:30, but I was afraid if I did, I'd get up at 4. I had to do a show tonight. I didn't want to be falling asleep during my show. Yeah, I'm going to put the link to this because this will take you right to the page that has this link in case I have to jump out of here. And then you can read to your heart's content. Would somebody like to lead to prayer? We'll get the show going. Yeah. Son's not here. Son's not here, so we like to have to jump in. Maybe I'd like to.
Heavenly Father, who art in heaven, creator of heaven and the earth. Oh, it's such a privilege to come to you and pray. Thank you for all our blessings and your love poured out on us each day. Thank you for our wonderful nation. We pray for the salvation of our country. We pray for our president and vice president. Please keep a hedge around them, angels to protect them, and bless their families greatly.
Amen.
Heavenly Father, we have so many that are in need of healing and encouragement and wisdom. We ask, Father, that you bless them this day according to the graciousness which is wonderful beyond our understanding. Thank you, Father, that we have the privilege of prayer and studying your word. Be with us and give us understanding, wisdom, and may the Holy Spirit rest on us to be obedient. We ask all these blessings and we thank you for them. In the name of Yeshua HaMashiach, Amen.
Amen.
Amen. Thank you. Great prayer. Okay. Sounds like he's out there on his machine, so I won't have to talk to him for a few. But in case I do, he's have the link. Okay, today, 1 Samuel 1:9 through 4:11. I'll read the first one. I'll kick it off. Pull it around a little bit here. So Hannah rose up after they had eaten in Shiloh and after they had drunk. Now Eli the priest sat upon his feet by a post of the temple of the Lord. And she was in bitterness of soul and prayed unto the Lord and wept sore. And she vowed a vow and said, O Lord of hosts, if thou wilt indeed look on the affliction of thine handmaid and remember me and not forget thine handmaid, but wilt give unto thine handmaid a man-child, then I will give him unto the Lord all the days of his life, and there shall no razor come upon his head. Excuse me. And it came to pass, as she continued praying before the Lord, that Eli marked her mouth. Now Hannah, she spake her in her heart, only her lips moved. but her voice was not heard. Therefore Eli thought she had been drunken. And Eli said unto her, How long wilt thou be drunken? Put away thine wine from thee. And Hannah answered and said, No, my lord, I am a woman of sorrowful spirit. I have drunk neither wine nor strong drink, but have poured out my soul before the Lord. Count not thine handmaid for a daughter of Belial, for out of the abundance of my complaint and grief I have spoken hitherto. Then Eli answered and said, Go in peace, and the God of Israel grant thee thy petition that thou hast asked of him. And she said, Let thine handmaid find grace in thy sight. So the woman went her way and did eat, and her countenance was no more sad. And they rose up in the morning early, and worshipped before the Lord, and returned, and came to their house to Ramah. And Elkanah knew Hannah his wife, and the Lord remembered her. Wherefore it came to pass, when the time was come about after Hannah had conceived, that he bare a son, and called his name Samuel, saying, Because I have asked him of the Lord. And the man Elkanah and his house went up to offer unto the Lord the yearly sacrifice and his vow. But Hannah went not up, for she said unto her husband, I will not go up until the child be weaned, and then I will bring him, that he may appear before the Lord, and there abide forever. And Elkanah her husband said unto her, Do what seemeth thee good, tarry until you have weaned. Okay, there we go. Yes. Him. Only the Lord established his word. So the woman abode and gave her son suck until she weaned him. And when she had weaned him, she took him up with her with 3 bullocks and 1 ephah of flour and a bottle of wine, and she brought him unto the house of the Lord in Shiloh, and the child was young. And they slew a bullock and brought the child to Eli. And when she said, O my Lord, as thy soul liveth, my Lord, I am the woman that stood by thee here, praying unto the Lord. For this child I prayed, and the Lord hath given me my petition which I asked of him. Therefore I have also lent him to the Lord. As long as he liveth, he shall be lent to the Lord, and he worship the Lord there.
And Hannah prayed and said, My heart rejoiceth in the Lord. Mine horn is exalted in the Lord. My mouth is enlarged over mine enemies, because I rejoice in thy salvation. There is none holy as the Lord, for there is none beside thee, neither is there any rock like our God. Talk no more so exceedingly proudly. Let not arrogancy come out of your mouth, for the Lord is a God of knowledge, and by him actions are weighed. The bows of the mighty men are broken, and they that stumbled are girded with strength. They that were full have hired out themselves for bread, and they that were hungry ceased, so that the barren hath borne 7, and she hath many children, has waxed feeble. The Lord killeth and maketh alive, he bringeth down to the grave and bringeth up. The Lord maketh poor and maketh rich, he bringeth low and lifteth up. He raiseth up the poor out of the dust, and lifteth the beggar from the dunghill, to set them among princes, and to make them inherit the throne of glory. For the pillars of the earth that are the Lord's, and he hath set the world upon them. He will keep the feet of his saints, and the wicked shall be silent in darkness. For by strength shall no man prevail. The adversaries of the Lord shall be broken to pieces. Out of heaven shall be thunder upon them. The Lord shall judge the ends of the earth, and he shall give strength unto his king, and exalt the horn of his anointed. And Elkanah went up to Ramah to his house, and the child did minister unto the Lord before Eli the priest. Now the sons of Eli were sons of Belial, they knew not the Lord. And the priest's custom with the people was that when any man offered sacrifice, the priest's servant came, while the flesh was in seething, with a flesh hook of 3 teeth in his hand. And he struck it into the pan or kettle or cauldron or pot. All that the flesh cook brought up, the priest took for himself, So they did in Shiloh unto all the Israelites that came thither. Also before they burnt the fat, the priest's servant came and said to the man that sacrificeth, Give flesh to roast for the priest, for he will not be sodden flesh of thee, but raw. And if any man said unto him, let them not fail to burn the fat presently, and then take as much as thy soul desireth, then he would answer him, nay, but thou shalt give it me now, and if not, I will take it by force. Therefore the sin of the young men was very great before the Lord, for men abhorred the offering of the Lord. But Samuel ministered before the Lord, being a child, girded with a linen ephod. Moreover, his mother made him a little coat, and brought it to him from year to year, when she came up with her husband to offer the yearly sacrifice. And Eli blessed Elkanah and his wife, and said, The Lord gave thee seed of this woman for the loan that was lent to the Lord. And they went unto their own home. And the Lord visited Hannah so that she conceived and bare 3 sons and 2 daughters. And the child Samuel grew before the Lord. Now Eli was very old, and heard all his sons did unto Israel, and how they lay with the women that assembled at the door of the tabernacle of the congregation. And he said unto them, Why do ye these things? For I hear of your evil dealings with all this people. Nay, my sons, for it is not good report. It is not good report that I hear. Ye make the Lord's people to transgress. If one man sin against another, the judge shall judge him. But if a man sin against the Lord, who shall entreat for him? Notwithstanding, they hearkened not unto the voice of their father, because the Lord would slay them. And the child Samuel grew on, and was in favor both with the Lord and also with man. And there came a man of God unto Eli, and said unto him, Thus saith the Lord, Did I plainly appear unto the house of thy father when they were in Egypt in Pharaoh's house? And did I choose him out of all the tribes of Israel to be my priest, to offer unto mine altar, to burn incense, and to wear an ephod before me? And did I give unto the house of thy father all the offerings made by fire of the children of Israel? Wherefore kick ye at my sacrifice and at my offering that I have commanded in my habitation, and honor thy sons above me, to make yourselves fat with the chieftain of all the offerings of Israel my people. Wherefore the Lord God of Israel saith, I said indeed that thy house and the house of thy father should walk before me forever. But now the Lord saith, Be it far from me, for them that honor me I will honor, and they that despise me will be lightly esteemed. Behold, the days come that I will cut off thine arm and the arm of thy father's house, that there shall be not an old man in thine house, and thou shalt see an enemy in thy habitation, with all the wealth which God shall give Israel, and there shall not be an old man in thine house forever. And a man of thine, whom I shall not cut off from mine altar, shall he be to consume thine eyes, and grieve thine heart, and all the increase of thine house shall die in the flower of their age. And this shall be a sign unto thee, that shall come unto thy 2 sons, on Hophniah and Phinehas. In one day they shall die both of them. And I shall rise me up a faithful priest that shall do according to that which is in thine heart and in thine mind, and in my mind I will build him a sure house, and he shall walk before mine anointed forever. And it shall come to pass that every one that is left in thine house shall come and crouch to him for a piece of silver and a morsel of bread, and shall say, Put me, I pray thee, into one of the priest's offices, that I may eat a piece of bread.
Beautiful job. Thank you. If somebody wants to read the next one, you're welcome to, or if not, Teresa can carry on.
And the child Samuel ministered unto the Lord before Eli, and the word of the Lord was precious in those days. There was no open vision. And it came to pass at that time, when Eli was laid down in his place, and his eyes began to wax dim, that he could not see. And ere the lamp of God went out in the temple of the Lord, where the ark of God was, and Samuel was laid down to sleep, that the Lord called Samuel, and he answered, Here I am, or here am I. And he ran unto Eli and said, Here am I, for thou called me. And he said, I called not, lie down again. And he went and lay down. And the Lord called again yet, Samuel. And Samuel arose and went to Eli and said, Here am I, for thou didst call me. And he answered, I called not, my son, lie down again. Now Samuel did not yet know the Lord, neither was the word of the Lord yet revealed unto him. And the Lord called Samuel again the third time. And he arose and went to Eli and said, Here am I, for thou didst call me. And Eli perceived that the Lord had called the child. Therefore Eli said unto Samuel, Go, lie down, and it shall be, if he call thee, that thou shalt say, Speak, Lord, for thy servant heareth. So Samuel went and laid down in his place. And the Lord came and stood and called as at other times, Samuel, Samuel. And then Samuel answered, Speak, for thy servant heareth. And the Lord said to Samuel, Behold, I will do a thing in Israel at which both the ears of everyone that heareth shall tingle. In that day I will perform against Eli all things that I have spoken concerning his house. When I begin, I shall also make an end. For I have told him that I will judge his house forever for the iniquity which he knoweth, because his sons made themselves vile, and he restrained them not. And therefore I have sworn unto the house of Eli, that the iniquity of Eli's house shall not be purged with sacrifice nor offering forever. And Samuel lay until the morning, and opened the doors of the house of the Lord. And Samuel feared to shew Eli the vision. Then Eli called Samuel and said, Samuel, my son. And he answered, Here am I. And he said, What is the thing that the Lord hath said unto thee? I will pray thee, hide it not from me. God do so to thee, and more so, if thou hide anything from me of all the things that he said unto thee. And Samuel told him every whit, and hid nothing from him. And he said, It is the Lord. Let him do what seemeth him good. And Samuel grew, and the Lord was with him, and did let none of his words fall to the ground. And all Israel from Dan even to Beersheba knew that Samuel was established to be a prophet of the Lord. And the Lord appeared again in Shiloh, for the Lord revealed himself to Samuel in Shiloh by the word of the Lord. And the word of Samuel came to all Israel. Now Israel went out against the Philistines to battle, and pitched there beside Ebenezer, and the Philistines pitched at Aphek. And the Philistines put themselves in array against Israel, and when they joined battle, Israel was smitten before the Philistines, and they slew of the army in the field 4,000 men. And when the people were come into the camp, the elders of Israel said, Wherefore hath the Lord smiteth us today before the Philistines? Let us fetch the ark of the covenant of the Lord out of Shiloh unto us, that when it cometh among us, it may save us out of the hand of our enemies. Excuse me for a minute. All right. It's a minute. I got it. Okay. Now, where was I? Okay, here we go. So the people sent to Shiloh that they might bring from thence the ark of the covenant of the Lord of hosts, which dwelleth between the cherubims. And the two sons of Eli, Hophni and Phinehas, were there with the ark of the covenant of God. And when the ark of the covenant of the Lord came into the camp, all Israel shouted with a great shout, that the earth rang again. And when the Philistines heard the noise of the shout, they said, What meaneth the noise of this great shout in the camp of the Hebrews? And they understood that the ark of the Lord was come into the camp. And the Philistines were afraid, for they said, God is come unto the camp. And they said, Woe unto us, for there hath not been such a thing heretofore. Woe unto us! Who shall deliver us out of the hands of these mighty gods? These are the gods that smote the Egyptians with all the plagues in the wilderness. Be strong and quit yourselves like men, O ye Philistines, that ye be not servants unto the Hebrews, as they have been to you. Quit yourselves like men and fight. And the Philistines fought, and Israel was smitten, and they fled every man into his tent. And there was great slaughter, for there fell of Israel 30,000 footmen. And the ark of God was taken, and the two sons of Eli, Hophni and Phinehas, were slain.
Wow. Thank you so much. You did a great job. Hello there, Son of Liberty. Good to see you out there. Okay, so yeah, it'd be interesting to see what Chuck has to say about that. Ooh, look at we got that perfect. So we're gonna play session 1. It's 41 minutes. I don't know if it just covers the first. We'll try to cover all 4 chapters with the Chuck today, and put the link out there. And if you have to leave, God bless. See you tomorrow, God willing. And if you're sticking around, I put the link out in chat.
We're in the book of 1 Samuel. This is the first session. It deals, of course, with Samuel himself, who is Israel's last and greatest judge. The period of judges is going to be coming to a close, of course. He'll also be the first national prophet, and he's also a priest. And in his old age, he served as God's advisor to Israel's first king, King Saul. And he also is the one that anointed the greatest king of Israel, namely David. And together, the 2 books of Samuel will cover the history from about the 12th century BC through about the 10th century BC. It'll sort of cover this transition from these loosely affiliated tribes into a unified nation led by kings. We're going to be obviously focusing on 2 major men forthcoming, and namely Saul and David. It may help us to take an overview of history. This is the timeline on the screen that is taken from our 7th hour of Learn the Bible in 24 Hours. And we're, of course, going from the time of the judges to the time we're entering into the period of the monarchy forthcoming. Samuel is going to bridge that, in effect. The monarchy, of course, starts with Saul, then David, Solomon, then it has the civil war and breaks into the two northern and southern kingdoms. First Samuel covered through the end of Saul, death of Saul. Second Samuel will cover the period of David. And then the book of First Kings will carry it from Solomon. First and Second Kings will then cover it from there to the exile, in effect, the Babylonian exile. So that's a quick perspective. And Elijah and Elisha split between First and Second Kings. First and Second Chronicles covers the same history, but from the point of view of the southern kingdom, which is the one that survived and the one that God uses for his purposes. So that's just a quick perspective there. And I might mention, by the way, that in the Septuagint translation, the translation of the Old Testament into Greek, 3 centuries before Christ's ministry, they referred to 1st and 2nd Samuel as the 1st and 2nd kingdoms, and when that was translated into the Latin, they call it 1st and 2nd Kings. So some of your Bibles, if they lean on the Latin Vulgate, will call 1st and 2nd Samuel 1st and 2nd Kings. And as I say, 1st and 2nd Samuel will deal with Samuel, Saul, and David primarily. And then you get to what we call 1st and 2nd Kings. The Septuagint called it 3rd and 4th Kings. And the Latin Vulgate picks up on that. So some of your Bibles, instead of having 1st, 2nd Samuel, 1st, 2nd Kings, you may see it references to 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th Kings, which is reasonable enough. And of course, 1st and 2nd Kings go from David all the way through to Solomon's reign, and then to the civil war and the divided kingdom into exile. And now 1st, 2nd Chronicles, which we'll take subsequently, will recap all of this from the point of view of the southern kingdom, the kingdom of Judah. So that's a quick perspective. First 7 chapters, you can call it, is really focusing on Samuel. Tonight we'll be looking at the early age of that time, and how Samuel emerges, if you will. And then Saul will be from chapters 8 to 15. He's the first of the kings. His appointment, his promising beginning, but then his later folly and sin will be covered. And that leads to the last half of the book, which will deal with David, which of course is the greatest of all the kings in Israel. His anointing by Samuel, his service before Saul, and then his years as a fugitive, fleeing from Saul until Saul's death at the end of the book. So Samuel, interesting guy. Let's recognize that he is equaled in the Old Testament only by Moses in the sense of a prophet. He ends the period of the judges. He also is the guy that founded the school of the prophets. He's the first national prophet. We'll see all that tonight as that unfolds. He places Israel's first king on the throne, and he later will anoint David. And David, of course, will confront Goliath. I think most of you have heard that story, but there'll be some surprises in that story when we get there. And then David, of course, who flees Saul, spends a lot of time hiding, and so forth. So we're going to deal tonight with the first 3 chapters. We're going to talk about 3 people: Hannah, a godly mother; Eli, a failing father; and, of course, Samuel, called of God. So let's just jump in. 1 Samuel, chapter 1, verse 1. Now there was a certain man of Rephaim, Zophim, of Mount Ephraim, and his name was Elkanah, the son of Jerome, and the son of Elihu, son of Tohu, the son of Zuph, and Ephrathite. Now let's stop there. Anybody notice the problem there? See, Samuel's going to be the priest, right? We're going to get into the priesthood very quickly. See, what's misleading here, and many people stumble on this, by the way, this area, Ramathaim, means the height. It's the hill country, about 25 miles north of Jerusalem. It'll turn out to be Samuel's birthplace, his residence, and his burial place. In fact, Eusebius, one of the ancient writers, believes it's identified with Arimathea. Joseph of Arimathea, of course, famous in the Gospel period. Elkanah's description of an Ephraimite, could appear troublesome because Samuel will serve as a priest, which means he has to be a Levite. How can he be? I should leave that as a test question and answer it next week, huh? But it turns out that Elkanah was a descendant of Levi. We'll find that out in 1 Chronicles 6. And he's therefore qualified to function as priestly capacity. He's a Levite by lineage, but he's an Ephraimite by residence. Be careful about this. The scripture will talk about Ephraim and these tribal areas as geography, not necessarily lineage. And many people fall into strange errors by not being sensitive to that. Here, it's not a big deal perhaps to most of us, but recognize that Elkanah was a Levite. He happened to be living in the area called Ephraim, so he's an Ephraimite. You see, it's just like somebody in this audience might be a Spokaneite because he's over there from Washington and so forth. In other words, it's geography. I mention that because when we get to 2 Chronicles 11, you'll discover after when there's a civil war going on, by then Solomon will die and Jeroboam and Rehoboam have the big civil war. And Jeroboam to the north, because he doesn't want allegiance to Jerusalem, the priest system, he encourages idolatry, golden calves, the whole routine. So and the Levites that are in the north are obviously disenfranchised. What do? They pick up and move south, down to Jerusalem, down to the southern kingdom, where the temple system is honored, naturally. If you read that 2 Chronicles 11 carefully, and other places too, you'll discover that the faithful to the law of God left the northern kingdom and migrated south. It doesn't say this, but you can reasonably conjecture that if you were living in the south and you happen to like idol worship, you'd go up there north where it was politically correct. You follow me? So the point is this whole idea that there's 10 lost, and obviously the northern kingdom subsequently gets conquered by the Assyrians and wiped out as a national entity. And people say, well, there's the 10 lost tribes of Israel. That's a myth. There are no 10 lost tribes of Israel. All 12 tribes were represented by the people in the south. And you find that true in the Old Testament. There's all kinds of references. You'll find that true in the New Testament. Remember Anna, the prophetess, when Jesus was born, they knew what tribe they were from. When James writes his epistle, it's to the 12 tribes. There's this concept of the 10 lost tribes is a myth of literature, not of the Bible. It leads to all kinds of weird doctrines. So be on your guard. So, small point. But that's so much for verse 1. Let's move on to verse 2. And he had 2 wives. That's called double trouble, I suppose. But anyway, he had 2 wives. You know what the Arabs say about women, by the way? 1 is too many and 10 not enough, right? Something like that. Okay. Anyway, this guy had 2 wives. The name of one was Hannah, and the name of the other, Peninnah. And Peninnah had children, but Hannah had no children. And therein lies the problem here. See, God's perfect plan for the family from the very beginning was 1 husband and 1 wife. And in Matthew 19:8, it points out that God permitted some of this because of the hardness of men's hearts. But he permitted polygamy, he didn't encourage it. And if you want to look up this in your Bible, Deuteronomy 21, verses 15 and 17 deals with it. But let's move on to verse 3. And this man went up out of his city yearly to worship and to sacrifice unto the Lord of hosts in Shiloh. And Shiloh, by the way, is about 15 miles north of Ramah, which is about 25 miles. So we're now about 40 miles north of Jerusalem in this area. And Shiloh is where Joshua set up the tabernacle. So that's where, as you may recall, all able-bodied male Jews were it was obligatory to observe 3 of the Mosaic feasts if they possibly could. And the Feast of Unleavened Bread, the Feast of Shavuot, and the Feast of Trumpets. There's 7 feasts altogether, but there's those 3 that were obligatory. And so once a year, at least, or actually 3 times a year, really, but each year on the cycle, they would go and sacrifice there in Shiloh. And the 2 sons of Eli, Hophni and Phinehas, the priests of the Lord, were there. And these are not wholesome characters. We're going to hear about more of those and more about them in a few more verses. But they were officiating there. And when the time was that Elkanah offered, he gave to Peninnah his wife and to all her sons and her daughters portions. But unto Hannah he gave a worthy portion, for he loved Hannah. But the Lord had shut up her womb. So don't get the feeling that Hannah is slighted by her husband. He really loves her, takes care of her very specially. But she's really in a bad way because her womb, she's barren. And on top of that burden, her adversary, namely the other wife, provoked her sore to make her fret because the Lord had shut up her womb. Now, you see, according to Deuteronomy 7, verse 13 and 14, having children was a sign of God's blessing. Now, you have to think Jewish here. Well, if having children is God's blessing, then not having children must be God's curse. See, that's the logic, the typical rabbinical logic. And so the Israelites considered inability to bear children as a curse. And so it's a much heavier thing in that culture than it's tough today that people want children very badly. But nothing like the situation in that culture where that was her main role, it would seem. And so Elkanah is a godly man, but he has a divided home. and his favorite wife, Hannah, which by the way means grace, carried a constant burden of sorrow because of her barrenness and because of the persecution by her rival. And like many of us, Hannah was sure that she had the right to be bitter. To really understand, to get a lesson out of this, try to recognize Hannah's attitude. She felt she had a right to be bitter. Let me give you a clue. The most dangerous hurts that you have are the justified ones. They're the most dangerous. Those hurts that you have that you really feel justified in being bitter about are the dangerous ones because you won't let go of them. Other things you can shrug off and get on with it, but not the ones that you're justified. They dig in, and they're the most dangerous. So Hannah is in a really bad way. She was bitter. She was denied something she wanted desperately, and so it colored her whole outlook on life. She wept often. She would not eat. She was downhearted. In her prayer to God, we'll see that she spoke of her condition as misery. One of the tragic things about a mindset like this is that we can be so burdened that we're unable to experience the other joys that God has provided in life. Okay, let's go to verse 7. As he did so, going down year by year, when she went up to the house of the Lord, she provoked, his other wife, she provoked her. Therefore she wept and did not eat. And then said Elkanah, her husband, to her, Hannah, why weepest thou? Why eatest thou not? Why is thy heart grieved? Am I not better to thee than 10 sons? And so she had a husband that loved her, but she didn't really recognize that. And so her perspective is so totally colored by a personal tragedy that she could not sense the beauty or the good or the grace that God infuses in all our lives, all of our lives, no matter how many problems we have, there are good things. So anyway, let's look at verse 9. So Hannah rose up after they had eaten in Shiloh, and after they had drunk, and now Eli the priest sat upon a seat by a post of the temple of the Lord. Now, that word temple is a mistranslation, by the way. The temple isn't built yet. That's going to get built by Solomon hundreds of years later. The word temple there, the word there actually means a large public building, and what's intended to be alluding to the tabernacle, not the temple. Small point, but I don't want to get you confused. So Eli's there, he's the priest, the chief priest, sat upon a seat by the post of the temple, and here comes Hannah. She was in bitterness of soul and prayed unto the Lord and wept sore. She's really in a bad way. But she's a person of prayer. I want you to make note of that. So it's not going to be any surprise to discover that her son Samuel will end up being a man of prayer. So she took a couple of vital steps here. Let's try to understand Hannah. The first thing she did, she took her bitterness to the Lord. That's a great place to take your bitterness. There's no better place for it. Also, in her prayer, you'll begin to discover she's starting to reorder her priorities. She made a commitment to dedicate her son. She no longer wanted this child just for herself, but she began to look beyond her own needs and tried to envision what meeting her need might do for others. And the ultimate, of course, would be to commit her child, when it's born, to the Lord. So she vowed a vow and said, O Lord of hosts, if thou wilt indeed look on the affliction of thine handmaid and remember me, and not forget thine handmaid, but will give unto thine handmaid a man-child, then will I give him unto the Lord all the days of his life, and there shall no razor come upon his head. This is what we call a Nazirite vow. We encountered it in our previous study of Judges in the book with regards to Solomon. But you know, she's not bargaining really. She's willingly offering God her best, her firstborn son. And in verse 21, later in this chapter, we'll discover that her husband agreed with the vow. So this is a commitment of the Nazirite vow. You can find out the background of that to refresh yourself in Numbers chapter 6, the first 8 verses. And this is the same kind of vow, by the way, that the parents of Samson took when they dedicated to the Lord under nearly identical circumstances in Judges 13, you may recall. Now, Eli, the high priest, is going to be pretty hard on her. It came to pass as she continued praying before the Lord that Eli marked her mouth. She's praying by herself, but she's so intense that her lips are moving. And when Eli sees that, he assumes she's drunk. Okay? And this is after the dinner and the drinking, and so she thought that she'd overdone it. And Eli said unto her, How long wilt thou be drunken? Put away thy wine from thee. He's being pretty severe. Now, when you find out how his sons are, it makes it even less excusable for him to be so self-righteous here. We'll get into that later. Okay. And Hannah answered and said, No, my lord, I am a woman of a sorrowful spirit. I have drunk neither wine nor strong drink, but I have poured out my soul before the Lord. It says, Count not thine handmaid for a daughter of Belial, for out of the abundance of my complaint and grief have I spoken hitherto. Then Eli answered and said, Go in peace, and the God of Israel grant thee thy petition that thou hast asked of him. So that's a very strange assurance that she got from Eli. And we find out in the next verse that she's no longer downcast as we get into verse 18. She said, Let thine handmaid find grace in thy sight. So the woman went her way and did eat, and her countenance was no more sad. So she explained to Eli what the situation was. Eli gave her more. They gave her assurances. That's pretty strong encouragement. And they rose up the next morning early and worshipped before the Lord and returned and came to their house in Ramah. So they traveled their 15 miles back home. And Elkanah knew that Hannah, his wife, and the Lord remembered her. So her prayer is answered, and she's going to bear a child, and the child will, of course, be Samuel, who will turn out to be one of the most significant characters in the entire Bible, probably second only to Moses in the Old Testament perspective. Wherefore it came to pass, when the time was come about, after Hannah had conceived, that she bare a son, and called his name Samuel, and saying, Because I asked him of the Lord. The name technically means his name is God, or something similar. Hannah made by assonance have understood the name to mean asked of God. See, ask is Sa'el, and heard is Sama. So Samuel then could be associated with Samuel, which is a heard of God. In other words, because she asked for him. That's what some people assume. See, you're dealing with roots here. It's tricky. Anyway, the name is Samuel. And the man Elkanah and all his house went up to offer the Lord the yearly sacrifice and his vow. But Hannah went not up, for she said unto her husband, I will not go up until the child be weaned, and then I will bring him, that he may appear before the Lord, and there abide forever. And this was the standard tradition. They would wean at about the age of 3. Then at the age of 3, he'd be taken to Shiloh and presented to Eli. Elkanah, her husband, said unto her, Do what seemeth good, tarry thou until thou have weaned him. Only the Lord established his word. So the woman abode and gave her son suck until she weaned him. And when she had weaned him, she took him up with her with 3 bullocks and 1 ephah of flour and a bottle of wine, brought him unto the house of the Lord in Shiloh. And the child was, of course, young. They slew a bullock and brought the child to Eli. She said, O my Lord, as thy soul liveth, my Lord, I am the woman that stood by thee here praying unto the Lord. She's reminding what happened, virtually 4 years earlier. For this child I prayed, and the Lord hath given me my petition which I ask of him. Therefore also I have lent him to the Lord. As long as he liveth, he shall be lent to the Lord. And he worshipped the Lord there. Now, it's interesting. We're going to read, in fact, let me skip this, and I'm going to come back to that. I want to read her prayer. See, we're now getting into 1 Samuel chapter 2, and the first half a dozen verses of that deal with Hannah's prayer, and I want you to see the parallels with Mary's prayer in the New Testament. Chapter 2, verse 1, Hannah prayed and said, My heart rejoices in the Lord, mine horn is exalted in the Lord, my mouth is enlarged over mine enemies, because I rejoice in thy salvation. There is none holy as the Lord, for there is none beside thee, neither is there any rock, or strength, if you will, like our God. There's heavy theology all the way through here, but let's not break the stride. We'll keep going here. Talk no more so exceedingly proudly. Let not arrogancy come out of your mouth, for the Lord is a God of knowledge, and by him actions are weighed. The bows of the mighty men are broken, and they that stumble are girded with strength. They that were full have hired out themselves for bread, and they that were hungry ceased. So the barren hath borne 7, and she that hath many children is waxed feeble. The Lord killeth and maketh alive. He bringeth down to the grave, and he bringeth up. The Lord maketh poor and maketh rich. He bringeth low and lifteth up. He raiseth the poor out of the dust, and he lifteth up the beggar from the dunghill, to set them among princes, and to make them inherit the throne of glory. For the pillars of the earth are the Lord's, and he hath set the world upon him. what's significant here is Hannah is praying in terms that shows a deep awareness of knowing who God really is. This is really a form of adoration. She acknowledged God as holy in verse 2, one that weighs human needs in verse 3, one who satisfies the needy in verse 5, who is the master of life and death and poverty and wealth in verse 6. The whole sense of power and the glory of God is evident in here. He will keep the feet of his saints, and the wicked shall be silent in darkness, for by strength shall no man prevail. The adversaries of the Lord shall be broken to pieces. Out of the heaven shall he thunder upon them. The Lord shall judge the ends of the earth. He shall give strength unto his king and exalt the horn of his anointed. Do you notice something very strange there? What's this business about a king? They don't have a king. This is a pre-monarch prophecy from the mouths of Hannah. If you've done your homework in the book of Ruth, you know, hidden in that book is a prophecy of David being the king. And that was in the time of Judges. This is earlier than all this. But most people don't know that. In any case, here she's praying, and he shall give strength unto his king and exalt the horn or the authority of his Messiah. The word translated anointed is Mashiach. What a tremendous reorientation. So Hannah's gone from this bitter woman to one declaring the glory of God, because she can sense God's grace so clearly. So now you'd think that she'd get despair. She's going to lose the very child that she prayed for. No, she's giving it as an offering to the Lord. So she's able now to look beyond her own needs, and she can sense God's love now, and she trusts God. Huge, amazing transformation here. And that's the secret for ourselves when we get in despair. Let's look beyond our needs and ask ourselves, do you trust God? I think God finds a different way every day to ask each one of us, do you trust me? Now, by the way, we have many models of prayer in the Old Testament. I'll list them I won't go through them here. We'll list them in the notes for those of you that want to do a little extra homework. Okay, let's go to verse 11. And Elkanah went to Ramah his house, and the child did minister unto the Lord before Eli the priest. And now we get into this guy, Eli. The story of Hannah and Elkanah ends with a single paragraph. Each year they come to the tabernacle of worship and bringing Samuel new clothes, whatever. And he grows up, of course. And Hannah's womb, by the way, she has 3 additional sons and 2 more daughters. So her life is very rich and full. You can't outgive God. She gave God her son, and she got 3 additional sons and 2 daughters. And of course, the son is ministering before Eli. Now we're going to shift from that household to Eli, a rather careless father. And his sons, who are ministering as priests, are sons of Belial. His sons have no regard for the Lord. Remember now, they're coming out of this culture where, of the book of the Judges. Everyone did what was right in their own eyes. They weren't obeying the law of God. This is the whole form of graft. Verse 13, chapter 2 says, the priest's custom with the people was that when any man offered a sacrifice, the priest's servant came, and while the flesh was in seething, with a flesh hook, took 3 teeth in his hand. And he struck it into the pan, the kettle, the cauldron, the pot, and all that the flesh hook brought up, the priest took for himself. So they did in Shiloh unto all the priests that came hither. It's a form of kickback, if you will, a graft, if you like. Before they burnt the fat, the priest's servant came and said to the man that sacrificed, give flesh to the roast for the priest, for he will not have sodden flesh of thee, but raw. If any man said unto him, let them not fail to burn the fat presently, then take as much as thy soul desireth. Then he would answer him, nay, but thou shalt give it to me, and if not, I will take it by force. So the point is the priests are corrupt. Eli himself was apparently a dedicated person, but his sons had no regard for the Lord. You can catalog their sins both ritually and morally. Ritually, they violated the regulations of the law concerning the sacrifices that signified God's acceptance of sinners. In this, they treated the Lord's offering with contempt, which is a big sin in God's eyes. Morally, just as corrupt. They were quick to commit adultery and use violence, and they were supposed to serve the people, not themselves. So moving on, verse 17, wherefore the sin of the young men was very great before the Lord, for men abhorred the offering of the Lord. But during all this, by the way, Samuel ministered before the Lord, being a child, girded with a linen ephod. Moreover, his mother made him a little coat and brought it to him from year to year when she came up with her husband to offer the yearly sacrifice. And Eli blessed Elkanah and his wife and said, the Lord give thee seed of this woman for the loan which was lent to the Lord. And they went unto their own home. And the Lord visited Hannah so that she conceived and bare 3 sons. Now Eli was very old. and heard all that his sons did unto all Israel, and how they lay with the women that assembled at the door of the tabernacle of the congregation. And he said to them, Why do ye such things? For I hear of your evil dealings by all this people. Nay, my sons, for it is no good report that I hear ye make the Lord's people to transgress. He's scolding them, but he doesn't take any action. He doesn't discipline. He keeps them in office. It's tragic. It's just tragic. If one man sin against another, the judge shall judge him. But if a man sin against the Lord, who shall entreat for him? Notwithstanding, they hearkened not unto the voice of their father, because the Lord would slay them. And the child Samuel grew on and was in favor both with the Lord and also with men. That's quite a nice report. And there came a man of God. This is an unnamed prophet here. There came a man of God unto Eli and said to him, Thus saith the Lord, Did I plainly appear unto the house of thy father when they were in Egypt in Pharaoh's house? And did I choose him out of all the tribes of Israel to be my priest, to offer upon mine altar, to burn incense, to wear an ephod before me? And did I give unto the house of thy father, speaking Aaron here, of course, of thy father, all the offerings made by fire of the children of Israel? Wherefore kick ye at my sacrifice and at mine offering, which I have commanded in my habitation, and honorest my sons above me, to make yourselves fat with the chiefest of all the offerings of Israel, my people? Wherefore the Lord God of Israel saith, I said indeed, that thy house and the house of thy father should walk before me forever. But now the Lord saith, Be it far from me. For them that honor me I will honor, and they that despise me will be lightly esteemed. Behold, the days come that I will cut off thine arm and the arm of thy father's house, that there shall not be an old man in thine house. And thou shalt see an enemy in thy habitation, and all the wealth which God shall give Israel, and there shall not be an old man in thy house forever. Heavy stuff. See, Eli was not facing facts honestly. God indicates that Eli had refused to restrain his sons. He pampered them instead. His weak warning back there in verse 23 to 25 is no substitute for definite discipline. Eli, in effect, is honoring his sons before the Lord. So what happens in later years? Well, Saul later on is going to kill many of Eli's descendants at 1 Samuel 22. And later Solomon is going to replace Eli's family with the family of Zadok. They're both descendants from Aaron, but it's going to go from Eli to Zadok. Priesthood will be taken from Abiathar, a descendant of Aaron's son Ithamar, and given to Zadok, a descendant of Aaron's son Eleazar. That's going to occur in 1 Kings 2. And the man of thine, whom I shall not cut off from mine altar, shall be to consume thine eyes and to grieve thine heart, and all the increase of thine house shall die in the flower of their age. And this shall be a sign unto thee, that shall come upon thy two sons, on Hophni and Phinehas. In one day they shall die, both of them. And I will raise up a faithful priest, that shall do according to that which is in mine heart and in my mind, and I will build him a sure house, and he will walk before mine anointed forever. The faithful priest, of course, is alluding in an immediate sense to Samuel, but it's also in an ultimate sense alluding to Jesus Christ. It shall come to pass that every one that is left in thine house shall come and crouch to him for a piece of silver and a morsel of bread, and shall say, Put me, I pray thee, into one of the priest's offices, that I may eat a piece of bread. And so that destitution is a pretty grim prediction, and we can still get chapter 3. Let's keep moving. Okay. Chapter 3. And the child Samuel ministered unto the Lord before Eli. The word of the Lord was precious in those days. There was no open vision. It came to pass at that time that Eli was laid down in his place, and his eyes began to wax dim so that he could not see. He's getting pretty old. He was relying on this young kid more and more. And ere the lamp of God went out in the temple of the Lord, where the ark of the God was, Samuel was laid down to sleep. And the Lord called Samuel, and he answered, Here am I. He ran to Eli and said, Here am I, for thou callest me. Samuel heard the voice and took for granted it was Eli, his teacher, his boss, so to speak. It was that clear that he thought it was Eli's voice. He ran to Eli and said, Here am I, for thou callest me. And Eli said, I called not, lie down again. And he went and lay down. The Lord called yet again, Samuel. Samuel rose and went to Eli and said, Here am I, for thou didst call me. And he answered, I called not, my son, lie down again. See, Samuel did not know the Lord, neither was the word of the Lord yet revealed to him. This is his first experience with something like this. It's understandable the kid's confused. The Lord called Samuel again a third time. And he arose and went to Eli and said, Here am I, for thou didst call me. And then Eli began to, he connected the dots here. He finally said, wait a minute, what's going on? Eli perceived that the Lord had called the child. Therefore Eli said to Samuel, Go lie down, and it shall be, if he call thee, that thou shalt say, Speak, Lord, for thy servant heareth. So Samuel went and lay down in his place. And that's what Samuel's going to say. Years later, the Lord's going to say to Samuel, Speak, Samuel, for your Lord heareth. Because he's a man of prayer. You're going to be very interesting. Anyway, the Lord came and stood and called as at other times, Samuel, Samuel. And Samuel answered, Speak, for thy servant heareth. The Lord said to Samuel, Behold, I will do a thing in Israel at which both the ears of everyone that heareth it shall tingle. In that day I will perform against Eli all things which I have spoken concerning his house, and when I begin, I will also make an end. We need to remember that, by the way. When God starts, he finishes. Has he started a good work in you? Take joy in that. Because when he starts, he finishes. For I have told him that I will judge his house forever for the iniquity which he knoweth, because his sons made themselves vile, and he restrained them not. Therefore I have sworn unto the house of Eli that the iniquity of Eli's house shall not be purged with sacrifice nor offering forever. Samuel lay into the morning and then opened the doors of the house of the Lord, and Samuel feared to show Eli the vision. So the Lord has given Samuel his vision, but he's not excited about passing this along to his senior. Understandably. And Eli called Samuel and said, Samuel, my son. He answered, Here am I. He said, What is this thing that the Lord hath said unto thee? I pray thee, hide it not from me. God do so to thee, or more also, if thou hide anything from me of all the things that he said unto thee. And Samuel told him every whit, and hid nothing from him. And he, that's Eli, said, It is the Lord. Let him do what seemeth good. We can be very critical of Eli because of his very poor handling of his sons, lack of discipline, and so forth. But this is one of, in my mind, his better moments, because you recognize, no matter how grim the message is, he's reconciled. What the God's going to do, he's going to do. That's to his credit. It is the Lord. Let him do what seemeth good. And Samuel grew, and the Lord was with him, and he did none of his word, and he let none of his words fall to the ground. That's a way of expressing that his words were cherished. And all Israel, from Dan to Beersheba, knew that Samuel was established to be a prophet of the Lord. From Dan to Beersheba, Dan, remember, was way up in the north, Beersheba is to the south, and the Negev, the word Negev means to the south, the desert. It's what we would say in this country, from Maine to California kind of thing. That's sort of the equivalent kind of expression. And it's about 150 miles, but it's the whole nation in effect. And the Lord appeared again in Shiloh, for the Lord revealed himself to Samuel in Shiloh by the word of the Lord. Samuel was about 12 years old, apparently, by tradition at least, that all this call was taken on him. See, God could not speak to Eli because Eli had disobeyed the Lord. If you're in a position of disobedience, God can't speak to you. He has to have someone he can trust. So anyway, that's the close of chapter 3. There are lots of lessons here. One of these things, we should never underestimate the power of sin in the family. Here's the priesthood itself in Israel, inoperative because of Eli's unwillingness to discipline his sons. He scolded them, but he didn't discipline. He pampered them, really. And that cost him his life, and eventually cost his family the priesthood. It'll be some generations, actually I think it's something like over 100 years later that it all takes place, but it's all prophesied and does take place. Another thing we should recognize in these chapters is never underestimate the power of prayer in a home. Realize how much has been accomplished here by Hannah's prayer. They were people of, both Hannah and Elkanah were people of prayer. And you and I are in effect blessed by her dedication. God gave the world Samuel and the last of the judges, and he's the first of the national prophets. There's something else that's kind of interesting, and God does speak to young people. We should make it easy for our kids to hear God's word and respond in faith. It's interesting, even Eli, with all his failures, at least he was wise enough to recognize that God was calling Samuel. And the training of children in spiritual things is a responsibility that you and I need to take very seriously and put a higher priority on it. Now, something you can discuss as you drive home tonight is, do godly parents always produce godly children? It's clear that Eli was godly, and yet he failed with his sons. And it's going to turn out later that Samuel's going to have a similar kind of failure. In 1 Samuel 8, we'll discover that he appointed his own sons as judges, and they'll take bribes, and they turn out to be no goodniks. So here's Samuel, personally a godly person, dedicated to God from his childhood, and even he fails to have effective sons. Now, why does that happen? Is it that busy parents don't give enough time to their children? Is it possible that the godliness in the parents are not attractive to the children? Is it possible that godly parents expect too much from their kids and therefore turn them off? Is it possible that godly parents can be a good influence, but it's not determinate? And children, like parents, have to make their own commitments. There's all kinds of... You can kick that around as you drive home. For next time, read 1 Samuel 4, 5, 6, and 7, the next 4 chapters. And I'll tell you in advance that I think that the coming lesson has got to be the funniest, the most amusing episode in the entire Bible. It is a hoot if you really understand what's going on. This is the kickoff for 1 Samuel. This first session, next session will be the comic relief, in a sense. It's a very serious chapter, and yet there's some aspects to it that are crack up, in my opinion. So with that, let's close for a word of prayer. Let's stand for a closing word of prayer. Let's bow our hearts. Father, we thank you for your word. We thank you for the privilege of gathering together in your name. And Father, we do ask through your Holy Spirit that you'd help us appropriate to our own lives the lessons here of Hannah and Eli and Samuel. We thank you, Father, for those among us that are dedicated prayer warriors, wives and partners and other associates who are so faithful for our ministry, for our families. We thank you, Father, for the prayer warriors in our lives. And Father, we also come before your throne asking your forgiveness for our own presumptions, our ingratitude, our fixation on the minor hurts while we overlook the incredible blessings that we take for granted. Help us, Father, to leave all our hurts and bitternesses at the cross, Father, that they might not encumber us with a root of bitterness. Help us, Father, to look beyond our needs and our priorities to how we can be a blessing to others. Help us, Father, to discern your heart in these things, that we might be your servants, Father, and pleasing in your eyes. And Father, we do ask for more discernment and discipline as parents. Help us, Father, to be more effective for you, Father. Help us to be examples and not wardens, Father. Help us, Father, to be effective for you. And Father, we just do pray that through your Holy Spirit, you would reignite in each of us a new hunger and a passion for your word, that we each might grow in grace and in the knowledge of our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. Help us, Father, through your Holy Spirit and through your word to discern the times in which we live, that we might be more responsive to the opportunities before us, that we might work, for the night is coming, as we commit ourselves this night into your hands. In Jesus' name, amen. We're in 1 Samuel, session 2, and I'll call it the session of the lost ark, because the Ark of the Covenant gets captured with what has to be, at least in my opinion, one of the most amusing episodes in the entire Bible. You'll see what I'm getting at in a minute. Just again, to put it in context, as we look at a timeline between the creation in Genesis and so forth, Genesis covering it all the way up to the Exodus, then the nation Israel, of course, from Exodus, say, to Christ, the rest of the Old Testament covering that period. They say there's 400 silent years between the Testaments. That's sort of a misnomer because those years are written down in advance in Daniel 11. But then, of course, the New Testament occurs in one lifetime. What we're doing, of course, is we're focusing, after the book of Judges, on the beginning of the monarchy. And after this session, we'll be talking, of course, we've obviously introduced Samuel last time, and we're going to be dealing with Saul next time. So we're going to Saul, David, and the monarchy as we go. Another way to look at this is that the book of 1 Samuel takes us up through the life of Saul. 2 Samuel will give us the life of David. 1 Kings will take us from Solomon to well into the divided kingdom, and 2 Kings all the way to the exile. 1st and 2nd Samuel and 1st and 2nd Kings are called in the Septuagint 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th Kings, and some Bibles have that kind of nomenclature, but it's more common to speak of 1st, 2nd Samuel, 1st, 2nd Kings. 1st, 2nd Kings will split between Elijah and Elisha, so on. But 1st and 2nd Chronicles will parallel 2nd Samuel, 1st, and 2nd Kings, but from the point of view of the southern kingdom, the one that endures, the one through whom the Messiah will be coming. So that's a quick perspective. 1st and 2nd Samuel, of course, deals with three key people, Samuel, Saul, and David. 1st and 2nd Kings will carry us, through David, Solomon, the divided kingdom, all the way to the exile. Assyria for the northern kingdom, where it gets wiped out, and Babylon, where they're captive, but they come back from, and so on. So, okay, and the 1st, 2nd Chronicles, I say, recaps that from the point of view of the southern kingdom. First book of Samuel. And last time we talked about Samuel, his birth and youth, his call and his office. And we're going to talk this time and a little bit next time about some of the early years before Saul. But then we'll get to Saul in chapter 8 of Samuel and his appointment, his very promising beginning, but of course his later folly and sin. It's going to be kind of interesting since, we'll be moving towards October. One of the interesting things to focus on as we get to Halloween is to understand the story of the Saul and the witch at Endor, because it's one of those very, very interesting passages, but also lends itself to, among other things, a high school play or something around the Halloween season. It's a great project, actually. But anyway, then, of course, David, the greatest of the kings, will occupy the last half of this book, and on we go. So we're in 1 Samuel 4, 5, and 6 tonight. In 1 Samuel 4, the word of Samuel came to all Israel. Here's Samuel, last of the judges, but he's now established, he gives the word to the nation. This is the first of the judges. He's the last of the judges, but he's the first judge really to speak to the nation as a group. Most of what we saw in the book of Judges were regional deliverers that rose up for certain specialized occasions. But whereas in the book of Judges we dealt with the Ammonites to the east, we had a few of the chapters with Samson, so we talk about Philistines to the west, the south and the west, were an area called Philistia. And they're tough dudes, because they have the technology of iron in their weaponry. And that was a technological advantage of great significance. And that's why they prohibited any other metalworkers or smiths throughout the land to maintain that dominance. And so, but anyway, Israel went out against the Philistines to battle and pitched beside Ebenezer. That's a town. And we'll show you a map in a minute. And the Philistines pitched at Aphek. Aphek was just on the Philistia, on their side of the border, Ebenezer just on the Israeli side of the border. If you visualize a band along the coast, the seaward side being the Philistines, they actually came originally from Egypt, then to Crete, but they're very closely akin to the Phoenicians. They're seagoing people and with a technological skill, aptitude. But anyway, the Philistines, verse 2, put themselves in array against Israel. And when they joined battle, Israel was smitten before the Philistines, and they slew of the army in the field about 4,000 men. And that's a rough loss. It's not as large as some of the losses we're going to see, but it obviously was a huge setback. And when the people came into the camp, the elders of Israel said, "Wherefore hath the Lord smitten us today before the Philistines? Let us fetch the ark of the covenant of the Lord out of Shiloh unto us, that when it cometh among us, it may save us out of the hand of our enemies." Now here is one of the fundamental problems Israel had. They're treating the ark like the pagans might, that it's some kind of magical artifact, that it somehow is going to save them. They're looking to the ark, not to God. You'd think they could connect the dots and figure out that for some reason God is upset. Had they sought God's leading before they attacked the Philistines? No evidence of that in the text. They did it on their own, and they got clobbered. You'd think they'd figure out that it's time to seek the Lord. Not treat the Ark of the Covenant of some kind of talisman or fetish, it's almost an attitude towards the Ark that's analogous to pagan mysticism. The Ark is at this time at Shiloh, so they're going to bring it out. And so the people went to send to Shiloh, verse 4, that they might bring from thence the Ark of the Covenant of the Lord of hosts, which dwelleth between the cherubims. And the two sons of Eli, Hophni and Phinehas, were there with the Ark of the Covenant of God. You may recall, of course, from the previous session, that these two sons of Eli are bad news. They're hooligans. They're using the office of the priest to shake down people, to rob from them, to commit adultery with the women. And these are bad dudes. It's very ironic that Eli, who was a godly man, had sons that were such losers. Samuel, who's the hero of this section of the scripture, is a godly man. In fact, some people reckon him only second only to Moses in stature in the Old Testament, because he's going to anoint the first king, and he's also going to anoint David. He has a key role. So Samuel's a good guy. And yet his sons are losers. And one of the things you can kick around in your study groups is to kick around, why is it that godly parents can have children that are not godly? Where's their failing? And that should generate a lot of discussion. Now, you understand how discussion groups work, where two people agree, one is unnecessary. And so you want to have a little dialogue there. Okay. Anyway, getting to verse 5, and when the Ark of the Covenant of the Lord came into the camp, all Israel shouted with a great shout, so that the earth rang again. So they're feeling great. They've been clobbered badly, but now they got the Ark. Everything's going to be great. They're in for a very unpleasant surprise, of course. Think through the mistakes they're making. Why is Israel in error here? Well, because they're looking at some kind of mysticism rather than seeking God and His leading. And before we get too critical of them, let's examine our own lives. How often do we do that? How often do we indulge in some form of pagan mysticism ourselves, consciously or unconsciously? I'm not sure that you could say that the Israelis knew that they were, rejecting God by this. Quite the contrary. They probably had really good feelings. They're confusing form with substance here. But one other thing before I leave verse 4. It speaks of the Lord of hosts, which dwelleth between the cherubims. Now, this is out of the King James, and most of you know enough Hebrew to catch the error there. The word cherubim is plural without the S. Cherub is singular, cherub. Certain Hebrew words that have im endings, the im is the plural of it. Cherub, cherubim. When you say cherubims, it should have the same ring in your ears. When people come up to me or when they call in on radio things, they have a question about Revelations. See, if they've studied the book of Revelations, I know they haven't heard any of our commentaries or they've never studied seriously. It's the revelation of Jesus Christ, singular. Well, here also, in this case, again, it's a clumsy editorial issue, but I think you'll find it that way in your King James. But the main point, the reason I bring it up, God is over several dozen times referred to or designated as He that dwelleth between, or technically above, the cherubim. It's a preposition that can mean either. One of the things, if you haven't studied it, I encourage you to do a careful study of the mercy seat, the seat of mercy. You may recall we have the Ark of the Covenant. We have 7 pieces of furniture in the tabernacle. We have the brazen altar, that's where you start, with the altar of sacrifice. You have the laver where the priest washed. Then you enter this portable building called the tabernacle proper. And in there to the left you have the menorah, the 7-branch candlestick, and to the right you have the table of showbread. And in front of, associated with, but just outside of the Holy of Holies, you have the golden altar. Don't confuse it with the brazen altar. That's the altar of sacrifice. The golden altar is little thing about 3 feet high, a foot square. That's an incense altar. It's right in front of the veil that separates the holy place from the Holy of Holies. Inside the Holy of Holies, you have two things. Not one, two. See, up to now we've had the brazen altar, the laver, the menorah, the table of showbread, and the golden altar. You got 5 things. You got 2 more. The Ark of the Covenant and the mercy seat. All of us fall into the trap or presupposition. We treat the mercy seat like the lid of the ark. It's not. It's very different. It's always spoken of separately in the Scripture. Yes, it sits on top of the ark. It serves sort of a lid in a sense, but the ark is made of wood covered with gold. The ark speaks of Jesus Christ. The tabernacle itself was wood covered with gold, these planks, on silver sockets. That speaks of his humanity and yet his deity, and it rests on silver, which is a symbol of blood. It rests on the blood. When you go in the Holy of Holies, you see the Ark of the Covenant, which has the testimony, the tables of stone and so forth. But the mercy seat is different. It's solid gold. And it's adorned with these 2 cherubim. And God is always spoken of as sitting between or above those cherubim. At least idiomatically, they visualize God sitting now on the one hand. And the whole purpose of all of this was so that God could dwell among his people. And there was a cloud. The Shekinah glory was hovered over all of this. Out of that cloud, audibly, he spoke to Moses. Once a year, the high priest, after great ceremonial preparation, was the only time he could enter there, and again to sprinkle the blood. But when you study that carefully in the Old Testament, you notice that he sprinkles the blood on and in front of the mercy seat. And it's interesting, the picture that's being painted, if you put all those texts together, it's almost as it's painting a picture as if God is sitting there. Because in front, there's a reference to the soles of his feet. So I'm saying he's anthropomorphic sitting there, but that's the picture that's painted. Now, one of the things that is worth your consideration is that the mercy seat may have a prophetic role. The mercy seat may indeed be in Ethiopia, and we're going to go there in January and take a look if we can. If the mercy seat is in Ethiopia, they say the ark, but the ark's not the important part. The important part's the mercy seat, because it may be the seat from which he rules in the millennium. And that's probably what Acts 8 is all about, with the Ethiopian treasure who has gone to Jerusalem. See, the Ethiopians know what they have there to deliver to the Messiah in Zion. That's their whole belief system even today. The legends they have by which they got it are disprovable, but everybody overlooks the fact that there's another path in the Scripture by which it probably got there. But the point is that if the treasurer was there, he went there to check out, heard the Messiah is there, he gets there, he finds out he's been killed, he's going back home confused. And if you read Isaiah 52 and 53, that was what he was reading in his chariot, which says that someone's going to have to explain all this to you. Philip comes up, do you understand? No, how can I explain it? And Philip, of course, miraculously taken out of a revival in Samaria, brought down there for this guy to straighten him out, and he preaches to him. He explains that the Messiah had to be killed. He's going to come back. Can I be baptized? Absolutely. So they take care of him and so forth. And he heads back home. What's not in the Scripture, but it's my conjecture, I think he went back to the Queen Candace and says, not yet. Not yet. Yes, the Messiah's there, but he's going to return. And they're still waiting. So we'll see. And if you haven't gotten through this material, I encourage you to take a look at our briefing package called The Seat of Mercy, which has some interesting possibilities. But anyway, moving on. When the Ark of the Covenant of the Lord came into the camp, all Israel shouted with a great shout, so the earth rang again. And when the Philistines heard the noise of the shout, they said, what meaneth the noise of this great shout in the camp of the Hebrews? And they understood that the Ark of the Lord was come into the camp. I want you to picture yourself as these Philistines. They've heard about Egypt. They've heard about the disasters that fell upon Pharaoh, how these people were miraculously delivered from the Egyptians. They've heard about how Joshua, a generation ago, took them across the Jordan the same way, with the waters parting and so forth. They've heard the stories of Jericho and all the rest of it. Verse 7, the Philistines were afraid, for they said, God has come into the camp. And they said, woe unto us, for there hath not been such a thing heretofore. These guys are shook for good reason, because they knew the history. They may not know all the details, but they've heard enough to strike terror in their souls. And yet, they're interesting guys, because they go on, woe unto us, who shall deliver us out of the hand of these mighty gods? These are the gods that smote the Egyptians with all the plagues in the wilderness. But then listen to the pep rally here. Be strong, and quit yourselves like men, O ye Philistines, that ye be not servants unto the Hebrews, for they have been as they have been to you. Quit yourselves like men and fight. You know, you have to be impressed with the guts, the resolve of these Philistines. Yes, they had some technological advantages, and yes, they were professional warriors, but they had good reason to be terrified of what's going on here. Because for all they know, now that the ark's among them, they could be in for some very unpleasant surprises. And I have to admit that from verse 9, I'm intrigued. These guys have the guts even to keep going on here. But they do, and the Philistines fought, verse 10, and Israel was smitten, and they fled every man into his tent, and there was a very great slaughter, and there fell of Israel 30,000 footmen. Almost 10 times what they lost before. Lost 4,000 before, now they got 30,000. And here is the big blow. And the ark of God was taken, and the two sons of Eli, Hophni and Phinehas, were slain. Some bad news and some good news, in a sense, I suppose. The ark of God was taken. That has to be a huge blow for Israel. And God is making a point. Their hope should not be in the ark. Their hope should be in the God of the covenant. And not to confuse the form with the substance. The fact that Eli's sons were killed is something that probably, because what you know about him, we don't particularly grieve over him. Except it's too bad they didn't repent before they died. But there ran a man of Benjamin out of the army, and he came to Shiloh the same day with his clothes rent and with earth upon his head. Now, he's gone back to Shiloh, where the ark came from. And there in Shiloh, of course, is the tabernacle, and that's where Eli, the priest, was. And when he came, lo, Eli sat upon a seat by the wayside watching, for his heart was trembled for the ark of God. So Eli naturally was concerned, because the ark was out of the tabernacle, it's gone to war, he was concerned for the ark. It's interesting that this messenger out of the tribe of Benjamin doesn't go to Eli, he goes right by him to the city. That's kind of interesting. And when the man came into the city, he told it, and all the city cried out. Now when Eli heard the noise of the crying, see, he's out of town, he's on the wayside there, he hears the crying, he said, what meaneth the noise of this tumult? And the man came in hastily and told Eli. I think it's interesting that he told the people first and then the priest. You know, that sort of implies that Eli didn't have quite the swag or the clout that you'd think that he would deserve, being the key priest there. But now Eli was 98 years old, and his eyes were dim so that he could not see. So you can probably regard him as sort of in some form of semi-retirement, perhaps. And the man said unto Eli, I am he that came out of the army, and I fled today out of the army. And he said, what is there done, my son? He wants the news. The messenger answered and said, Israel is fled before the Philistines. And there hath been also a great slaughter among the people. And thy two sons, Hophni and Phinehas, are dead. And the ark of God is taken. Four main messages, probably in the order of significance to the messenger. That Israel's fled, there's been a great slaughter. Eli's two sons are killed. And that might have been the reason he passed Eli. He didn't want to face that right now. Came back and told him. And the ark of God is taken. It came to pass when he made mention of the ark of God that he, that's Eli, fell from off the seat backward by the side of the gate, and his neck was broken. And he died, for he was an old man and heavy. And he had judged Israel 40 years. Now his daughter-in-law, Phinehas' wife, was with child, near to be delivered. And when she heard the tidings that the ark of God was taken, and that her father-in-law and her husband were dead, she bowed herself and travailed, for her pains came upon her. And about the time of her death, the women that stood by her said unto her, Fear not, for thou hast borne a son. But she answered not, neither did she regard it. So the joy of having a son is more than clouded by the fact that she's lost her husband and her father-in-law, and Israel has lost the ark. So she says she named the child Ichabod. I don't think anybody named Ichabod in here? Your parents did not do that to you? Good for you. She named the child Ichabod, saying, The glory is departed from Israel, because the ark of God was taken because of her father-in-law and of her husband. She said, The glory is departed from Israel, the ark of God is taken. I don't know of any Ichabods. The only Ichabod I know is Washington Irving's colorful character in Sleepy Hollow, probably very aptly named. Let's move on to chapter 5. The Philistines took the ark of God, and their troubles are just beginning. Philistines took the ark of God and brought it from Ebenezer to Ashdod. Ebenezer is on the Israel side. They got it at Ebenezer, they went to Aphek, and then down, I'll show you the map in a minute, to Ashdod, which is one of the 5 Philistine cities. Understand, when you talk about the Philistines, there are 5 primary cities, and that's going to be prominent in the narrative here. Now, you remember Samson played all kinds of shenanigans on these guys. When Philistines took the ark of God, they brought it to the house of Dagon and set it by Dagon. I love this. And when they of Ashdod arose early in the morrow, behold, Dagon was fallen upon his face to the earth before the ark of the Lord. I don't think the symbolism was lost in these guys. You know, they're superstitious pagans, and it's not likely just attributed this to maybe an earth tremor or something. They understood this was not good news. They took Dagon and set him in his place again. Can you imagine worshiping a god that you have to help get on his feet again? I mean, really, you know. So Dagon has been worshipped before the 20th century BC, 2 millenniums, in other words, 3 millenniums ago. He's actually considered the storm god, and sometimes by some the sea god. He's also regarded as the grain or fertility god. The word dag means fish. Daga means to multiply or increase and grow. It's really the concept of fertility underlies this. He is regarded by them as the father of Baal. He's represented typically as half man, half fish by both the Phoenicians and the Philistines, which are closely akin, and also by Nineveh, by the way. We have various renderings of him. There are temples in Gaza, Ashdod have been found, Beth Shan, and Beth Dagon in Judah, in Joshua 15, in the tribe of Asher, Joshua 19, so they're around. And Nineveh. Let's remember that Nineveh worshipped Dagon. And that gives you a whole different perspective when you see Jonah come to town, probably bleached from having been in the stomach of a whale for 3 days. That gave an authority perhaps very unique to the Ninevites. But in any case, let's move on. When they arose early in the morrow morning, behold, Dagon was fallen on his face to the ground before the ark of the Lord, and the head of Dagon and both the palms of his hands were cut off from the threshold, and only the stump of Dagon was left to him. You know, you think they'd get the message. Something strange is going on here. The word threshold, by the way, can also mean pedestal. So there's debates as to what that really means. But the next verse 5 says, Therefore neither the priests of Dagon nor any that came into Dagon's house tread on the threshold of Dagon in Ashdod unto this day. So the echoes of this continued long after the event. But obviously, what they're beginning to realize is the hand of the Lord is heavy upon them of Ashdod. And the reason will become clear in the subsequent verses. But in addition to what you're seeing here with the Dagon falling on his face in front of the ark, and then the next day having not only fallen, but having himself dismembered, the Lord apparently also sent plagues of rats. It's translated mice, but it really should be rats in your text. They also had a plague of what your more polite modern translations may call tumors. But the original Hebrew is a little more explicit. It's what you and I would call hemorrhoids. Now, anyway, the men of Ashdod saw that it was so. They said, The ark of God of Israel shall not abide with us, for his hand is sore upon us and upon Dagon our God. They're beginning to realize that they're up against something greater than the God that they're worshiping. That's got to be a real blow, by the way. We can be glibly and we can be cute about it, but it must be shattering for someone who's put their trust and commitment in a false God. And in our culture, we don't see people worshiping Dagon particularly, but we see people worshiping just the same stupidity. We've invented in our culture the most insulting god of all. For the Philistines to attribute the creation or whatever else to Dagon is offensive, of course, to the living God, the creator of the universe. But you know what's even more offensive? Than to look at the creation and ascribe it to nothingness. It came from random accidents. That's the most insulting of all. To ascribe the creation's skill and engineering to somebody other than the living God is insulting, but to indicate that it's not even necessary is irrational to the extreme, provably so. And yet that is the foundational belief in our entire culture. Not just in our biological sciences, but in our laws, in our whole culture, this whole evolutionary hypothesis. It's tragic that we can't administer in our culture evidence-based education. We have to go to tradition-based education in our presumably enlightened culture. Anyway, the Philistines are shook up, and they sent therefore and gathered all the lords of the Philistines unto them, and said, what shall we do with the ark of the God of Israel? They want to get rid of this thing. They're not stupid. They answered, let the ark of God be carried about unto Gath. See, the first thing, that's great for Ashdod. Send it down to Gath, or Ekron, or Ashkelon. Get it out of our town. So they carried the ark of God of Israel about thither, that is to Gath. And it was so that after they had carried it about, the hand of the Lord was against the city with a very great destruction. And he smote the men of the city, both small and great, and they had, excuse the expression, hemorrhoids in their secret parts. Does that make it a little clearer? Now, by the way, in the Masoretic text, they often find what they think is an error. They'll call it a kathiv, and then marginally they'll put a kiri, the correction. The value of pi shows up in 2 Kings 7:23 as an example, by understanding that. We talked about that before. It's in our stuff. In this case here, what you'll find as a kiri, as a marginal correction, the Hebrew word pekor, which means tumors in general. But if you look at the Masoretic, the kathiv is ophel, and it's clearly, more specifically, hemorrhoids. The Masoretes were dealing here with a euphemism. They felt that was perhaps a little offensive to the sensitive readers. But they've got tumors then in their secret parts. Whatever, okay. 1 Samuel 5, verse 10. Therefore, they sent the ark of God to Ekron. Gath didn't want it either, see? So it came to pass, the ark of God came to Ekron. The Ekronites cried out, saying, they have brought about the ark of God to us, to slay us and our people. They don't want this thing. Get it out of town. So they sent and gathered together all the lords of the Philistines and said, send away the ark of God to Israel, and let it go again to its own place, that it slay us not and our people. For there was a deadly destruction throughout all the city. The hand of God was very heavy there. The men that died not, many apparently died, were smitten with the hemorrhoids, and the sky of the city went up to heaven. Some commentators notice that this may be the first recorded instance where rats are associated with disease, like the bubonic plague. Because there are two plagues that are on top of these guys. The rats and these hemorrhoids, or boils, whatever. They may not be hemorrhoids as we think of them, maybe far more widespread. I mean, we could be glib about it, but we don't really know. But they really want this thing taken care of. So to give you a feeling of the geography, here's a map of Israel that we use in the book of Judges. You recall, I put the outline of the current state to give you a flavor of this. I'll get rid of that. And the Philistines are all along the coast there. And so I'll take that up to keep the thing from getting too confused. And if you'll notice these 5 cities, Ashdod, Ashkelon, Gaza, Ekron, Gath, those are the 5 cities and the 5 lords, if you will, of the Philistines. The tabernacle starts at Shiloh and goes to Ebenezer, which is roughly on the boundary of Israel, facing the Philistines. But the Philistines succeed. They take it to Aphek, and then down to Ashdod. And that's where we have the first encounter with the rats and the hemorrhoids and so forth. And Ashdod guys want it out of town, so they move it to Gath. Gath wants it out of town, goes to Ekron. Now we can infer from the text, by the way, that does not mean that Ashkelon and Gaza were exempt, because all 5 lords are complaining about the rats and the hemorrhoids. We're now in 1 Samuel 6. The ark of the Lord was in the country of the Philistines 7 months. And the Philistines called for the priests and the diviners, saying, what shall we do to the ark of the Lord? Tell us wherewith we shall send it to its place. Okay, we're going to send it back. How do we go about it? Nobody wants to volunteer to do this thing. And they said, if we send away the ark of the God of Israel, send it not empty, but in any wise return him a trespass offering. Then ye shall be healed, and it shall be known to you why his hand is not removed from you. That's the advice of their priest. That's good advice. That turns out to be good advice. You know, one of the questions that you can't help but come up is, it's strange the Lord didn't just wipe them all out. He obviously had a lot of them die. But we do have a merciful God. We do have a merciful God. Then said they, what shall be the trespass offering which we shall return to him? They answered, well, we'll make 5 golden hemorrhoids and 5 golden mice, according to the number of the lords of the Philistines. Now, see, there's 5 lords, 5 major cities, 5 major lords. They're going to make 5 golden mice. I can visualize that. You know, if you've got a metalsmith, you can make a golden, 5 golden mice. That works. But how do you make 5 golden hemorrhoids? How do you find the guy that's going to pose as the model? I have a trouble with it. Every time I go through this, I crack up because you can read the text unless you stop and think about it and try to visualize what's going on. Anyway, let's move on. Wherefore you shall make images of your hemorrhoids and images of your mice that mar the land. And ye shall give glory unto the God of Israel. Ooh, there's the key point. And ye shall give glory unto the God of Israel. Peradventure he will lighten his hand from off of you, and from off your gods, and from off your land. This is coming, apparently, from the Philistine leadership. This is good advice. Wherefore then do ye harden your hearts as the Egyptians, the Pharaoh, hardened their hearts? When he had wrought wonderfully among them, did they not let the people go? And they departed. Now therefore make a new cart, take 2 milk kine, cows in other words, on which there hath come no yoke. These are unbroken, I guess, huh? And tie the kine to the heart and bring their calves home from them. In other words, take the calves from them. How are you going to deal with an unbroken cow that has had its calf removed? These are not going to be docile animals. They're going to be angry, you'd think, but they're not. Take the ark of the Lord, lay it upon the cart, put the jewels of gold, which ye return him for a trespass offering, in a coffer by the side thereof, and send it away that it may go. It's interesting, apparently, they didn't lift the lid and look in. Why do I say that? It's not in the text. You'll see why in a few verses. Take the ark of the Lord, lay it upon the cart, put the jewels of gold, the mice and the hemorrhoids in gold, put them in this coffer or box next to it, by the side thereof, and send it away that it may go. And if it goeth by the way of its own coast to Beth Shemesh, then he hath done us this great evil. Meaning God has done this. If not, then we shall know that it was not his hand that smote it, it was just chance that happened to us. See, what they're really asking for is what's in the form of a miracle. Will these unbroken cows take this to where it should go? That the nearest Israeli town, apparently, is Beth Shemesh. And if so, we know that it's God that has been doing all this to us. If somehow they do something else, they wander off aimlessly, then we know this was just, there was no connection between the ark and all their troubles. The men did so. They took 2 milk kine, tied them to the cart, shut up their calves at home. They laid the ark of the Lord upon the cart. I'm surprised the guys that handled it didn't get killed. But see, they're not in a covenant relationship. And the coffer with the mice of gold and the images of their emeralds. They put it all in the cart. And the kine took the straight way to the way of Beth Shemesh, and went along the highway, lowing as they went, and turned not aside to the right or the left. In other words, they went right where they're supposed to. And the lords of the Philistines went after them unto the border of Beth Shemesh. This will give you a rough feeling of we followed from Shiloh to Ebenezer to Aphek to Ashdod to Gath to Ekron. Now we're going to Beth Shemesh, where an incident occurs. They of Beth Shemesh were reaping their wheat harvest in the valley. They lifted up their eyes and saw the ark and rejoiced to see it. And the ark came into the field of Joshua, a Beth Shemite. Don't confuse this with the Joshua several generations ago. It just happens to be his name. But anyway, he's a Beth-Shemite. And he stood there, and there was a great stone. And they clave the wood of the cart, and they offered the kine a burnt offering to the Lord. So in other words, they used the cart for the wood, and they took the two cows and did a burnt offering. And the Levites took down the ark of the Lord and the coffer that was with it, wherein the jewels of gold were, and put them on the great stone. And the men of Beth-Shemesh offered burnt offerings and sacrificed the same day unto the Lord. And when the 5 lords of the Philistines had seen it, they returned to Ekron the same day. I can't help but wonder, when the Levites looked in this box with the offerings, the jewels, how they could figure out what was in there and why. The mice they could probably figure out, But I have no idea, what else they were looking at or what conclusions they might have been coming to. Anyway, move on. These are the golden hemorrhoids which the Philistines returned for a trespass offering to the Lord, for Ashdod 1, for Gaza 1, for Ashkelon 1, for Gath 1, and for Ekron 1. And the golden mice, according to the number of all the cities of the Philistines, belonging to the 5 lords, both of the fenced cities and of the country villages, even unto the great stone of Abel, whereon they set down the ark of the Lord, for which stone remaineth unto this day in the field of Joshua the Beth-Shemite. The great stone of Abel. Interesting thing to research. Every time I see his name, I'm always reminded, everybody always asks, where did Cain get his wife? I don't know why that, on a call-in show, there's always somebody, where did Cain get his wife? I don't understand the problem. He married his brother's sister because he was able. It's pretty straightforward. No? Okay, sorry, let's go on. See, there's no telling what you learn at these Bible studies. Verse 19, and he smote the men of Beth-Shemesh. He smote the men of Beth-Shemesh because they had looked into the ark of the Lord. Even he smote of the people 50,000 70 men. And the people lamented because the Lord had smitten many of the people with a great slaughter. Now let me quickly add, most scholars believe that there is a textual error here, because they use the letters in the Hebrew for numbers, and a few subtle changes can change the number. And many scholars think that this is a scribal error, because they can't visualize 50,000 guys looking into this box. So what you'll find in many commentaries, or the assumption at least, and I didn't dig into all the justifications, but it's widely held among some of the experts, that there's actually 70, not 50,000, 70. And so that's a view, and not a critical thing, but be aware that there are, in our translation, in the Masoretic text, there are a number of places where there are variants between the Masoretic and the Septuagint, and there's also some what they call autographical, original copyist problems. We believe that the Bible is inerrant in the original, but it obviously has suffered somewhat in the recopying and translations. The good news is you can go through all of those and find no doctrinal issues. There are things like this where there's a question of exactly what the number was, fine, but it's not a doctrinal point, you follow what I'm saying? But at least be aware of it. And the men of Beth-Shemesh said, who is able to stand before this holy Lord God? And to whom shall he go up from us? And they sent messengers to the inhabitants of Kiriath-Jearim, saying, the Philistines have brought again the ark of the Lord. Come ye down and fetch it up to you. So obviously the Levites will come down from Kiriath-Jearim, and they'll carry it on their shoulders, not on a cart, on their shoulders to Kiriath-Jearim. If we go to, and that of course is to the northeast of Beth-Shemesh. And it will stay there at least 20 years. And just to take a quick peek at chapter 7, we'll get into it next time, but just a quick glimpse. The men of Kiriath-Jearim came and fetched up the ark of the Lord, and they brought it to the house of Abinadab in the hill, and sanctified Eleazar his son to keep the ark of the Lord. And it came to pass, while the ark abode in Kiriath-Jearim, that time was long, for it was 20 years, and all the house of Israel lamented after the Lord. God's making a number of points in this lesson, just to wrap it up. We don't trifle with God. He gave them rules. The first mistake was to presume on their own plans without seeking the Lord or his counsel. And to compound that problem, to rely on a fetish or a form of mysticism as a justification, or they're putting their hope in an artifact, really, treating the ark as if it's an artifact. Now, the ark is not to be trifled with. The Philistines certainly found that out, and the men at Beth-Shemesh found that out to their pain. David is going to get a very painful lesson in that area when one of his early encounters. God means what he says and says what he means. God takes himself very seriously. We need to learn from this that we need to too. We may not be facing issues of the Ark of the Covenant, but we face the same issues every day. When you have a plan or a commitment or taking on a project, do you seek the Lord first? Do you look for his confirmation in his word? In godly counselors? Remember Psalm 1? Do we fall into the trap of looking upon artifacts with some kind of imputed mystical value? It's very difficult because we have memorabilia. There are things that remind us of the past and that we treasure for various nostalgic reasons. But let's be very, very careful that we don't make the same mistake the Israelis did, thinking that God would deliver a victory to them. It was their plan, not God's. We need to remember that when we pray. Our prayer is not a mechanism to manipulate God. See, the Israelis were trying to manipulate God. We're going to take the ark. He's going to have to give us victory. Oh, really? Prayer is not your opportunity to manipulate God. Prayer is God's way of enlisting you in what he wants to do. Your search is to find out what he wants to do. Now, indeed, you pray for the sick, and there's many. He has instructed us to bring a number of things to his feet. And we should remember, we have a 24-hour hotline to the throne room of the entire universe. It's open to every one of us, 24/7. And he's anxious to hear. We need to use it more often. Let's stand for a closing word of prayer. You might read the next few chapters because we're now going to get into a few other episodes, and then we're going to get introduced to Saul. Very promising beginning, quite an adventurous story starts to unfold. Let's bow our hearts for a word of prayer. Well, Father, we do thank you for your word. We thank you, Father, for these lessons. And Father, we seek your Holy Spirit to help us to apply this to our own lives. Help us, Father, not to make the same mistake, not to paganize the precious things that you've made available to us. Help us, Father, to be sensitive to your heart, to seek your will, and have your plans prioritize ours. We pray, Father, that you'd make us increasingly sensitive through your Holy Spirit and through your word. We pray, Father, too, that you would reignite in each of us a new hunger, a new passion for your word, that we each might grow in grace and the knowledge of our Lord and Savior, that we might be more responsive to your will, that we might be more fruitful stewards of the gifts that you've given us. Help us, Father, to really understand what you would have of each of us in the days that remain as we commit ourselves into your hands. In the name of Yeshua, our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. Amen.
I forgot I muted my mic. I've been flapping my jaws this whole time. Pink Panther said Democrats discriminate against coal and oil because they're black. See, Patty's out in Delight. Oh, really? Racing champs? Yeah, the birds get pretty noisy sometimes. If that guy came, and I was on the phone with my insurance company too. They said they might pay for this. They don't know. I've talked to the adjuster, see if it qualifies. The lady that helped me was just putting it in for a claim. Yes, what Trump is doing is he's getting the tariffs were leveraged like a threat almost used to get foreign nations to build in the United States, to build their factories and manufacture here. And I don't believe the land belongs to them. Yeah, I did. I hope they cover it. They should. It's what I pay insurance. I don't know why it never occurred to me to even call insurance till yesterday afternoon. But I don't think Trump is letting them own land here. There's an movement now within, I think, Congress to make it so foreign, because of China, keeping them from owning property here. Which is, I don't think any foreign nation should own property in the United States. So they'll build their factories. They'll pay to build their factories. They will pay for them, but we'll own the property. So if they pull out, we still own. It's like, it's all ours. Yay, it's all ours. So Trump's smart. They won't want to pull out because of the investment they made. So they'll continue to make things. But on the side, they won't dare buy anything from China or make any deals with China because they could lose all that money they've invested in the factories. No, they shouldn't be allowed to. It's the United States is sovereign soil. They shouldn't be owning anything here, as we see down there in the Panama Canal. And I think that's the first step to passing that legislation. But no, I think that it's brilliant what he's done, because they won't dare do anything with China, do any trade with China, because they could lose their billions of dollars of investment here. They don't want to do that, because if they do, the United States will step right in and take over and continue to manufacture whatever it was that they were making and be competition for them. So Trump's got this thing is just thought out so well. People don't even realize what's going on yet. And if you were going to buy crypto, yesterday was probably the time they should have done it, because it's starting to go back up again. Along with the Dow, up 2,000 points, and gold went up $100 too. Yeah, Trump put a 90-day pause of 10%. He didn't put a pause on the tariffs. He dropped the amount to 10% for 90 days, except for China. Yeah. Oh, the Dow's, let's see, as of what time was this? Oh, I can't see the time. Up 2,300 points. It's hovering right around up 2,300. Jones.
Okay, Carly had put a schedule on there that included everything that was going on in the Senate and well in Congress too. And okay, Carly had put a schedule on there that was going on in the Senate and well in Congress too. And okay, this happened at 12. Jayapal, Deluzio, Ryan, and Craig reps held a press conference to announce their new Monopoly Busters caucus. Then President Trump's going to have a photo opportunity with the racing champions. Then at 2:30 Eastern, he'll sign some more executive orders, whether it's private or whether it's public or pre-recorded. And the last one I see is a Congressional Black Caucus members will hold a press conference led by Chair Yvette Clarke, Democrat of New York, on cuts to veterans' benefits. Bless her heart. Excuse the coughing.
Hmm. Hmm. China, 9 hours ago imposed an 84% tariff on US goods amid trade war. They're not gonna win this one. Charlie Kirk was not. Can't get to him. Might be interesting. Huh. Oh, it's already been on. Hmm. 2 hours ago. Yeah, I'll play it. It's interesting. It's interesting. China put an 84% counter tariff on the US 9 hours ago, is when it was reported. So Trump's slapping him with 100. He's just going to keep jacking it up. They're not going to win this. And like I said, if these people who are building these huge plants here, billions of dollars, play footsies with China, they stand to lose that whole investment. Trump could take over those plants, auction them off, and keep the manufacturing here and be competition for them. They don't want to do that. They have a good reason to not do anything Trump tells them not to do. So Trump kind of owns them. They can't step out of line or they'll lose all that. They not only lose their investment, they lose they get a really fierce competition. They don't want to do that. Oh, Gunther, what's Gunther got to say? Texas and Panama has a huge announcement. Hey, let's listen. Let's listen. He's sure looking old. His job has aged him terribly. Okay, where's my Zoom? Wait, oh, there it is. Dodo Zoom.
First and free.
I'll make this bigger, not like that. Okay. You guys over here. And up here, his huge announcement.
That is why the United States and Panama have just signed a memorandum of understanding on cooperative security activities. And will be signing, just moments after this press conference, a joint declaration with the Minister of Canal Affairs on the security and operation of the Panama Canal, which is a framework for U.S. warship and auxiliary ships to sail first and free through the Panama Canal. That is why the United States and Panama
Take that. Oh, dude. What's this here? It says Elon. Insurrect from Barbie says during the recent Wisconsin Supreme Court race, Milwaukee election officials allegedly processed ballots in secretive back rooms, blocking observers from watching the action. According to the Federalist, windows were covered, mail bins were stacked to obscure views. Oh boy. And the elections director, Paulina Gutierrez, reportedly kept these areas off limits, even to folks like State Representative Dave Maxey. I don't think she could have done it. He should have just went in. Who got a stern talking to when he tried to peek inside. Really? Well, now, somebody needs to go to jail. One room supposedly held stacks of blank ballots. Gutierrez was seen hauling blue bags around, raising eyebrows about what was really going on. The city claims it's all legit, sorting ballots by word and such, but the lack of transparency is maddening. No, it's illegal. Wisconsin law says observers should have a clear view of that's illegal, see? So they need to redo this. They need to redo their elections with an entirely new election. Is my opinion what a lot of this has to happen. What has to happen? We have to hold special elections. Yeah, Heidi. Yep. Observers should have a clear view of the public parts of the process. Yet here we are with frosted glass and restricted access. Sources say it's a perception issue, which is putting it mildly. The problem with this, every time Democrats who are in charge of administering elections in blue counties pull stuff like this, it makes every single sane person question the results of the elections. I would like to understand who that benefits. We cannot continue to watch things like this and then see no action afterwards. I agree. I think we need to have entirely new elections. We do. That's a tough one. Yes. This is against Wisconsin state law. It's shady and it makes everyone question the legitimacy of the race. Of course it does, but they don't care. They'll just sit there and look at you like, well, the race is over and we won. What are you going to do about it? That's what they do. And nobody does anything about it, so they keep doing it. But I think those days are coming to a quick end. Isn't that something? So that's how the Wisconsin's probably not as left as everybody thinks. That's right. That's right. 100%. 100%. Oh, 100%. Miss Mickey. Who's Miss Mickey? I follow them. Mickey Molina, maybe? Kiddo Hay? Following no one has 13 followers. There it is. Oh, I want to watch this. See if it's any good. Might be interesting.
That 1.3 million aliens are now receiving Medicaid. Millions received driver's licenses, some registered to vote, and Doe says some actually did vote. Try and square that against Democrat claims that Musk is destroying Social Security and cutting Medicaid. He's not destroying, he's weeding out people who don't qualify.
For too long, financial policy has served large financial institutions at the expense of smaller ones. No more. No more. This administration aims to give all banks the chance to succeed whether it's JP Morgan or your local mortgage and loan. It aims to get capital to Americans who need it by getting bureaucracy out of the way. But for the next 4 years, the Trump agenda is focused on Main Street. It's Main Street's turn. It's Main Street's turn to hire workers. It's Main Street's turn to drive investment. And it's Main Street's turn to restore the American dream. Maria, I think it's unfortunate that the Chinese actually don't want to come and negotiate because they are the worst offenders in the international trading system. They have the most imbalanced economy in the history of the modern world. And I can tell you that this escalation is a loser for them. That they have some very smart, the economists, the academicians, technocrats within their bureaucracy, and they would be telling the leadership that we do not have the edge here. They are the surplus country, that their exports to the U.S. are 5 times our exports to China. So they can raise their tariffs, but so what?
104% tariffs in China are not enough. I'm advocating 400%. I do business in China. They don't play by the rules. They've been in the WTO for decades. They have never abided by any of the rules they agreed to when they came in for decades. They cheat, they steal IP. I can't litigate in their courts. They take product, technology, they steal it, they manufacture it and sell it back here. This is not about tariffs anymore. Nobody has taken on China yet, not the Europeans, no administration for decades. I have nothing against the Chinese people. They brought great literacy, art, and tech to the world. The government cheats and steals, and finally, an administration, you may not like Trump, you may not like his style or his rhetoric, finally, an administration that puts up and says enough. He'll tell you why. Xi can only stay the supreme leader if people are employed. If we wipe out any business there, because we are still 39% of all consumables on Earth and 25% of the world's GDP, America is the #1 economy on Earth with all the cards. We will not have that forever. It's time to squeeze Chinese heads into the wall now.
Well, hold on a second, Kevin. Well, I hear you, but hold on. If we're talking about people, the average consumer, not necessarily the head honchos of businesses all across the globe, can they withstand the pressure of that sort of tax on the goods?
It's short-lived. There will be.
But what's your timeline compared? You don't know the average American's timeline, what they can actually survive. There's people right now who can't survive.
400% tomorrow morning. Cheese on an airplane to Washington to cut a deal.
The Charlie Kirk Show.
Says stocks skyrocket, NASDAQ 100 up more than 10%, biggest gain since October 2008. Just hours before Trump told people to buy. So he's telling people, I mean, he would know is what he's doing. Told people to buy.
Every day, there's a battle for your mind raging. Information coming from every angle with the will to deceive. Fear not. You found the place for truth. The voice of a generation that still has the will to believe in the greatest country in the history of the world. This is the Charlie Kirk Show. Buckle up. Here we go.
Okay, everybody, radio stations across the country. Charlie Kirk here, back in the chair. Thank you, producer Andrew, for filling in. It has been an eventful couple days. We've had 3 campus events in the last 2 days. I'm sure we have some video and B-roll to show. We had thousands of people at Illinois State University, an unbelievable crowd in the storm in Columbia, South Carolina, and a packed house where we had to turn away over 600 people at the University of Illinois in Champaign-Urbana. So great to be back in the chair here. No campus events today, just us talking as we recap everything that's been going on. And the news is happening with such a velocity right now, and it's important that we slow down, analyze, and interpret everything that's going on. Tomorrow, however, I will be at Purdue University in West Lafayette, Indiana, and then we are wrapping up the week on Friday in East Lansing at Michigan State University. When President Donald Trump was merely a real estate developer, he was facing massive debt in the 1990s. He found himself owing billions of dollars to banks. In fact, some of his premier projects, the Trump Taj Mahal in Atlantic City, the Trump Plaza Hotel in New York City, and the Trump Castle in Atlantic City, they're almost all going under. In fact, they were not doing well. President Trump has gone through some valleys, and he's gone through some peaks. He's gone through some troughs, and he has gone through some pinnacles. This was certainly a valley in the story of real estate developer Donald Trump. Donald Trump owed so much money to these banks that seemingly it looked as if Donald Trump had no leverage. It looked as if Donald Trump did not have any cards. Donald Trump owed all of these banks money. It looked as if that the banks held all the cards. But President Donald Trump flipped the script. In a historic and legendary moment, President Donald Trump, at the time, real estate developer Donald Trump, brought in all the banks to his boardroom. And he made a counterintuitive, rather bold argument where he said, yes, I owe you a bunch of money. Billions, in fact. Taj Mahal filed for Chapter 11 bankruptcy protection. The Trump Plaza had a $407 million loan. That's back when that was a lot of money. The Trump Castle in Atlantic City faced declining revenues and had a prepackaged bankruptcy. All 3 properties were becoming an albatross on the Trump organization. But President Trump, at the time, real estate developer Trump, brought everyone in the room and said, I don't think you banks understand. You need me a lot more than I need you. The banks were perplexed by this argument. In this legendary meeting in Trump Tower, when Donald Trump brought everybody into the room, he said, listen, if I go down, you go down with me. He flipped the leverage. Donald Trump made these banks realize, holy Moses. Donald Trump would be fine. In one sense, he would just file Chapter 11. He would live to see another day. It would be embarrassing. But these banks have given out so much money to Donald Trump. They were so hyper-leveraged to Donald Trump that they needed to make a deal, that they needed to come to the table. This same logic that Donald Trump successfully used when he was a real estate developer in the 1990s and got him out of a major, major hole. This same logic is exactly what Donald Trump is doing on trade. In particular, his use of tariffs to address the chronic U.S. trade deficit. If America is the buyer in the global economy, then the world needs our market more than we need their products. Let me say that again. If America is the buyer in the global economy, then the world needs our market more than we need their products. In Trump's view, we actually hold all the leverage, not in spite of our trade deficit, but because of it. Similar to his negotiation with all the banks in the early 1990s, tariffs are now a tool to flip the imbalance, forcing trading partners to come to the table, not because they want to, but because they can't afford not to. Just as he told the banks, you need me, or else you are going to collapse. President Donald Trump is now saying to all of our trading partners, you need access to our market, so let's negotiate. Tariffs in this particular framework are not isolationist tantrums, but instead, you could argue they are strategic instruments designed not to destroy trade, but to rebalance it on terms that reflect America's centrality to the global economy. When you are in a trade deficit, It's not good. You have to import a bunch of stuff. But the secret hidden power switch behind all of it, the skeletal key, is that you actually hold all the cards. China is applying all of these tariffs on U.S. goods. Newsflash, we don't import that many goods into China, but we import an enormous amount of goods into America. So when we apply the tariffs on Chinese goods, it is a 100-to-1 imbalance of the cost associated. This is Scott Bessent, Treasury Secretary, who is employing President Trump's art of the deal, understanding and flipping the idea of leverage. Seemingly, you would think, okay, all these other cards they hold, all the other countries hold the cards because they're in a trade surplus. No, we actually hold the cards. Play cut 168.
Maria, I think it's unfortunate that the Chinese actually don't want to come and negotiate because they are the worst offenders in the international trading system. They have the most imbalanced economy in the history of the modern world. And I can tell you that this escalation is a loser for them. That they have some very smart, the economists, the academicians, technocrats within their bureaucracy, and they would be telling the leadership that we do not have the edge here. They are the surplus country, that their exports to the U.S. are 5 times our exports to China. So they can raise their tariffs, but so what?
So what? Now, China does hold some cards. Our trade deficit is remarkable. We are dependent on critical goods to be able to staff, to be able to have machinery for our military. Our Tomahawk missiles, our fighter jets, our tanks, they need parts and materials that are made in China. It's not that China makes our tanks, but they have the thousands of little individual parts that are necessary. There are minerals in China. And China is a producer of 90% of the rare earths. 90%. It's not because they're the only ones who have them. It's because they're the only ones mining them. This problem is fixable. We need to mine our own rare earths and put the environmentalists in a corner and be able to extract our own rare earths. We have rare earths all over the United States. We have them in Texas. We have them in Alaska. This is the one opportunity we have to use our leverage. If we allowed this to continue, if we did not strike at this moment, if we did not go into the window as we are seeing, then China would hold all the cards. And to go back to the 1990s, when Donald Trump used this mentality, Donald Trump would say, if I go down, we all go down. China could say in 5 years or 10 years, if we do not interrupt this imbalance, China could say, actually, that's not true. We're self-sufficient. Understand, China is in desperate need of energy, big time. They are in desperate need of continually exporting products. The Chinese international order is inherently mercantilist. It is inherently colonial. We are going to slowly take over third world nations, make a bunch of stuff, and flood the world with our products, and we make stuff. We are a lot different. We've embraced the brain economy. We are consumerist. We will trade you pieces of paper for stuff. And the future will belong to the nation that both is able to think through problems and have an information economy, but also have an infrastructure economy. And if we don't fix this, it would be a realignment that would forever put America in a power deficit. And right now, President Trump in America holds the cards because if we go down, they go down even worse. Let's go to Z-Factor right now. Z-Factor is amazing. Z-Factor is a great way to be able to go to sleep. You've heard about Relief Factor, the daily supplement that has helped so many people find natural relief from pain. Relief Factor also has a 100% drug-free product for sleep. So if you are ready for better sleep, give Z-Factor a try. Call 1-800-4RELIEF. That is the number 1-800-4RELIEF, or visit ReliefFactor.com. Sleep better, feel better, and do it with 100% drug-free with Z-Factor from Relief Factor. So check it out right now at ReliefFactor.com. That is ReliefFactor.com. Get better sleep. If you are ready for better sleep, give Z-Factor a try right now. Save 46% on your first order, only $19.95 for a 30-day supply. So call 1-800-4RELIEF. That is 1-800-4RELIEF, or visit relieffactor.com. That is relieffactor.com. Email us, freedom@charliekirk.com. We are live from the Bitcoin.com mobile studio. We'll be right back.
History, economics, the great works of literature. Did you study these things in school? Probably not. Or even if you did, maybe it's time for an enjoyable refresher. Hillsdale College is offering more than 40 free online courses, including their newest course on totalitarian novels. In this free 8-lecture course, you'll learn from Hillsdale College president Larry Arnn as he goes in depth on 4 novels: 1984, Brave New World, Darkness at Noon, and That Hideous Strength. I love all 4. Even though these novels, written in the 1930s and 40s, they're highly relevant today as they show what a tyrannical government does to human nature. More importantly, they can show us that faith, family, and friends are worth fighting for. Maybe you read these books a long time ago in school. Maybe you've heard others talk about them, and they seem a little intimidating. Let Hillsdale College, America's greatest college, help you make the most of them. Go right now to charlieforhillsdale.com to enroll. There's no cost, and it's easy to get started. That is charlieforhillsdale.com, CHARLIE for Hillsdale.com. America's greatest college, charlieforhillsdale.com.
Foe and friend alike, and we have to deal with it. And that's why our friends are coming to us and saying, why don't we talk about how to achieve reciprocal trade? They're not running away. They're not announcing retaliation.
So since I have just under a minute left, can we look forward to hearing about these big, beautiful trade deals over the next week, like with Canada? What exactly is going on? These countries that are clamoring, talking to us apparently right now, according to your words, do you have any hope that you can offer us that we're going to see one of these trade deals inked very soon?
Well, Congressman, I can't prejudge the timeline, but I'm spending all my time when, I'm not here with you all doing consultations, talking with them. So I'm hopeful that we can move quickly on a handful of countries.
And finally, just in the final 17 seconds, when will this end? What does success look like? Because a lot of people right now, whether Democrat, Republican, or Independent, are really trying to figure out what exactly the end game looks like here. Because right now we all see the chaos and not what the actual end result would look like.
The deficit needs to go in the right direction. Manufacturing as a share of GDP needs to go in the right direction. The non-tariff barriers and tariffs we face in other countries, they have to go down in the right direction. Those are the things that we're looking at. Those are the basis of the national emergency. That's what we're looking at.
Time's expired, so thank you. I yield back.
Mr. Stubbe. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you, Ambassador Greer, for appearing today. Under President Trump's leadership, we've seen a bold reassertion of American economic strength and leverage on the global stage. I'd like to walk through some of these wins and clear.
Stop watching the news and start making some. The Charlie Kirk Show.
Okay, everybody, welcome back. YREFI.com. That is YREFY.com. Private student loan debt is a major problem. It's incredible. We just had this remarkable campus tour. If you guys can show some of the images, it was just really something. Private student loan debt in America totals about $300 billion. YREFI is the sponsor of our wildly successful cultural phenomenon campus tour. Private student loan debt, so many Americans feel stuck and helpless, and they've even lost hope. YREFI gives you a light at the end of the tunnel. YREFI refinances distressed and defaulted private student loans, which are technically different than federal student loans. It may not be available in all 50 states. YREFI offers a 3-minute rate check without any credit impact. You can even skip a payment every 6 months up to 12 times without penalty. You don't have to ignore that mountain of student loan statements on your kitchen table anymore. Just call 888-YREFI34 or log on to YREFI.com. That is YREFY.com. YREFI.com. So take a look at it right now. YREFI, great supporters of this program. Go to YREFI.com. Email us freedom@charliekirk.com. We'll be right back. Okay, everybody, welcome back. Email us, freedom@charliekirk.com. We are live from the Bitcoin.com studio, who we trust here on the Charlie Kirk Show to take control of your financial future. That is Bitcoin.com. Email me, freedom@charliekirk.com. I want to play some pieces of tape here, but understand that this entire trade chapter, Liberation Day, is narrowing on China. If I were to guess, based on Secretary Besson's comments and also President Trump's comments, we're going to see a deal struck with Japan and South Korea, as we should. The Japanese and the South Koreans are great allies of us. We do not want to antagonize the Japanese and the South Koreans. Use tariffs as a negotiation, fine. Get more LNG there, allow us to sell our pork, allow us to sell our ag, terrific. Great. We need to keep on marching and narrowing in the emphasis on the Chinese Communist Party. There are minerals in China that you literally cannot find anywhere else in the world. Well, that's not true. Not find them. They actually extract them. America can make our parts and mine our minerals. Our leaders have chosen not to do so. And that is a theme we've talked about a lot here on this program. Why did we not have a border under Joe Biden? It was a choice. Why did we have hyperinflation? It was a choice. Why did we have crime on the streets? It's a choice. Why do we have massive homelessness? It's a choice. Why are kids failing to be able to read at 5th, 6th, and 7th grade? It's a choice. So many of our problems in our country are a consequence of our leaders choosing failure. Why? Because of ideology or political correctness, or they just don't care. But the solutions are so self-evident. And the promises that the corporate class and the entrenched political elite told us for the last 40 years, they said that if we trade with China, China would become a democracy. I would have to say this would be indictment number one. If I were a prosecutor trying to metaphorically indict the free trade absolutists and the zealots, charge number one would be that neoliberalism would democratize the totalitarian countries. I would hear this all the time. Well, China, they're going to become ambassadors of freedom of speech. The more we trade with China, the more they're going to liberalize. It's actually the opposite. China has become more Orwellian. They become more draconian. They do have some market principles. They have a stock market, for instance. But it's a bizarre balance of an oligarchy and cronyism that is closest to, honestly, fascism, not private property protected, bottom-up free market capitalism. 90% of the country are basically slaves to the Chinese Communist Party, effectively. We know they are not a Western nation. And there was so much naivete in the early 2000s and the late 1990s, early 2000s. And we would believe, we'd be led to believe by the experts, yet another failure from the expert class, that the more that we buy our Levi jeans and our iPhones and the toys for our kids and our strollers and our car seats from China, the more that we buy the plastic inventory, that all of a sudden China is going to be no different than Columbus, Ohio. They're going to say, oh, we don't like this communist thing. We thought that free trade would lead an evangelistic movement amongst the rank and file. Not only did we underestimate them, but we significantly miscalculated, because the blunder of the economic elite is they wanted it to be true more than they had any evidence that it was going to be true, because the money was so tempting and so attractive. The money flows that people got from unfettered free trade over the last 20 years was so tempting that they concocted appealing and alluring arguments that made us kind of say, oh, yeah, I can kind of see that. We trade pieces of paper. They make our stuff. They're going to liberalize. They're no longer going to be Mao Zedong or Xiao Zhoping. They're going to kind of just make themselves a mini America. And the opposite happened. The rise of China has been financed by our trade policies. Turns out that elites are really good at coming up with rationalizations for making a lot of money for themselves. You ever notice that? They're really good at creating these abstract, persuasive macro arguments. Meanwhile, they make more money than ever. You lose your job, and we have a new enemy that we financed. We made it happen. We'll be right back.
The world is waking up to the power of gold. National banks are scrambling to secure it. According to the World Gold Council, central banks added 1,000 tons of gold in 2024, the third straight year of net gold buying. They understand what many investors don't. Gold is real money. Unlike paper currency, gold's value doesn't disappear with inflation, reckless government spending, or market crashes. Now, Noble Gold Investments makes it easy for you to claim your share. As our new administration works to reverse the economic chaos of the past, market swings are inevitable. When uncertainty rises, you need something solid, something to keep you on the path to financial freedom. Gold can be that foundation. Right now, when you make a qualified investment, you'll get a free 10-ounce gold coin. Visit noblegoldinvestments.com. That's noblegoldinvestments.com. The world is turning to gold. Shouldn't you be looking into doing that too?
Ambassador Greer, the world is watching you. They're watching this hearing across the country. Global markets are in chaos. The U.S. economy and our most important alliances are in serious danger. I had met a couple of nights ago with a dozen ambassadors from Eastern Asia, and the conclusion of the discussion was that we are creating a unipolar Asia, an Asia led by China with America excluded. America first is America alone. And meanwhile, you're now serving as acting head of both the Office of Special Counsel and the Office of Government Ethics. These are both busy jobs and the best at times, but extremely demanding during one of the most ethically challenged presidential administrations in history. It's absurd to think that you're actually doing these jobs, but I think it's fair to ask if the many hats you're supposedly wearing are causing dangerous mistakes that damage our country in ways that's going to be difficult to recover from. You know, President Trump also imposed tariffs on China. China responded with tariffs on agriculture. European Union today announced $21 billion worth of new retaliatory tariffs on us. China's announced 84% retaliatory tariffs on us. The legal pretext, you said, is that this is a national emergency. You refer to the state of emergency as, quote, the largest and persistent trade deficit that's built up in recent years. The actual emergency is that markets are slumping, consumer confidence is crashing, and financial forecasts of recession are coming pretty quickly. And the Fed is projecting that these tariffs are driving prices up. We finally got inflation down. Now we're going to do exactly the opposite. Coming to the table, I don't know. Our trade balance has been in the negative for 50 years, and yet we have built the strongest economy in the history of mankind. This is a terrible way to fix the way of bringing back meaningful employment to our low-income Americans. This is not the way to do it. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Mr. Arrington.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate my friend's comments. Just to take off on treating low-income Americans, it's no way to treat our workers whose wages have been suppressed because of this unfair and unlevel playing field, who, by the way, because of the policies of the last 4 years, have paid a regressive 21% inflation tax. So our working families and our manufacturers and those who make the wheels turn in this economy have suffered a great deal. But other countries will flat put us out of the manufacturing business, out of the energy production business, out of the food making business if we let them. I thank God that for such a time as this, he raised up a leader with the political courage to take on the political and corporate establishment that is going to do everything in its power to stop you and the president from hitting reset before it's too late. Before we not only beg for our drug making and our chip making from other countries whom we are totally dependent on, but before we have to beg to feed our families and fuel our economy. I can't think of, other than the budget deficit, a greater threat to America's economic vitality, prosperity, and national security. I'm 100%, unwaveringly, unequivocally in support of President Trump's and your reciprocal trade policy. I can't imagine anyone along the spectrum from right to left politically who wouldn't want head-to-head competition for our...
This movement will not be silenced. You're listening to The Charlie Kirk Show.
Okay, everybody, welcome back to the Bitcoin.com mobile studio. You guys can email us freedom@charliekirk.com. I want to tell you about one of our partners here. Let me see what we have. That's right, My Patriot Supply. A lot of people are worried about what might be coming next, including an electromagnetic pulse. You've heard me talk about My Patriot Supply because I trust them when it comes to my family's well-being. And I just got word they're doing something they've never done before. Right now, you can get the best-selling Mega 3-month emergency food supply for the same price as the standard kit. That's more than $360 of real beef, real chicken, plus farm-fresh fruits and vegetables, included at no extra charge. Even better, this kit now gives you 2,500 calories a day, more than any other emergency food supply that I have seen. Let's be honest, when things go sideways, you're going to need more than just survival. You need strength, you need energy, and you need real food. This kit will be there when you need it. It stays fresh for up to 25 years, and it ships fast and discreetly. If you've been waiting for the right time, this is it. Just go to mypatriotsupply.com and claim your mega kit while this offer lasts. That's mypatriotsupply.com. Portions of the Charlie Kirk Show are brought to you in part by mypatriotsupply.com. That is mypatriotsupply.com. In Texas, there is some breaking news. You have John Cornyn, who's been around for quite a while. John Cornyn has had some very, let's just say, questionable votes in the last couple of years. And primarying him is Ken Paxton, the Attorney General of Texas. And he joins us right now. Ken, welcome to the program. It's a major announcement. People can support you at kenpaxton.com. Tell us why you are primarying the incumbent Republican Senator, John Cornyn, from the state of Texas.
First of all, thanks for having me on. It's nice that you get to sit in your seat. Usually I'm sitting in your seat when you interview me.
That's right.
So I've been watching John Cornyn, obviously very, very close to the situation in Texas. And it's been disappointing, not just to me, but to our primary voters. So 3 years ago, he went on stage at the Republican convention, and for 30 straight minutes, he got booed. He had just worked to pass this restrictive gun legislation, worked with Joe Biden. Joe Biden was congratulating him. President Trump was criticizing it, saying he was a rhino. And the people of Texas were furious that he limited our gun rights and that he inflicted damage to the Second Amendment, which then the ATF used to try to pass more regulations that I had to go sue on. So these are the types of things that have not endeared John Cornyn to the Republican voters of Texas. And it's really obvious that after 20, you said he's been there a while, he's working on 24 years in the Senate. When he finishes, and he wants to be there 30, the people of Texas have had enough at 24.
So talk more about what the case you are going to bring to the people of Texas. I know that a survey conducted by Tony Fabrizio found you winning by nearly 25 points. And Tony is the best. I mean, he is the gold standard. So it shows that Ken Paxton's chances of beating John Cornyn are quite good. But what do you have to say to some of the folks in Texas that have known, Senator Cornyn for a while? They consider him a friend. They donate to his campaign. And they would say, Ken, you're just being a rabble-rouser. You're causing a problem where it's not necessary. We shouldn't divide ourselves. We just should focus on Democrats. What is your response? Because I'm sure you're going to hear that quite a lot.
So I actually already have. I've talked to several of these people, and they've said, we're supporting John because he's our friend. And I've asked them the question, why is John Cornyn running again for his 5th term? And the answer from them usually is, well, and it's very, they pause and they're like, well, we don't know. We don't actually even think he should run. We've told him 5 terms is too many, but he's our friend, so we're sticking with him, and we're going to spend a lot of money to beat you. There is no good reason for him to run. And I don't know what it is. I haven't heard, what is he going to do different than what he's done in the past? And then how do we know he's going to be different? He doesn't have accomplishments that we're proud of. We do know of things that he's done, including lots of spending in the Ukraine versus spending on our own border that we're not happy with. And Texas voters really care about immigration. They really care about the Second Amendment. And those are 2 things that he's fought us on and gone the other way. Those are problems for us.
So Attorney General Paxton, what would you all also have to say to the objection, but you can't win a general election? Again, I'm sure you're going to hear this all the time, that you're just going to lose this seat and throw it to the Democrats. How would you respond?
So I've heard that in every general election I've run in, and yet when you look at my general election results, even statewide, that's never been true. I've always performed relative to Abbott and Patrick. So for instance, in the last election, I spent $6 million. They said the same thing after I went through a brutal primary with 3 people running against me who were all well-funded, including George P. Bush. And I went through a runoff, and I overwhelmingly won that by 38 points. Then they said, well, he can't win. We got to replace him because he can't win the general election, which is what they always say. And then I've always won it. So this time I spent $6 million in a general election. I won by 10. Dan Patrick, who's awesome, spent about 25 or so, and he won by about the same amount. And Abbott spent, 150 or more, and he won by 11. So it's just not true. My numbers come out very similar, and that's always the argument that people like Cornyn make because they can't come up with another reason why they should be elected.
So let's dive deeper into one of these elements here. What do you also have to say to Texans that are worried that you're leaving your attorney general position?
So I would say this, I've done this for 12 years and I love it. And I think it's time. I think holding on to offices too long, I think you lose some of your freshness. And I think it's time for a change. I think it's time for me to change. I think it's time for John Cornyn to change. I think that we have people coming up the ranks that could potentially win this. And look, I can't control who wins it, but I think there will be some very good people running. And I have lots of hope that they've seen the model that we've set up and that they have a pretty good idea of how to follow that. And certainly I would be happy to give, ideas of how to do that. Because I think we've done some amazing things. And I want an aggressive attorney general from Texas because I think it's not only good for Texas, I think it's good for the whole country.
Unfortunately, we've seen a pattern of people that go to the U.S. Senate and they just kind of lose their gusto and their spirit. I don't think we're going to see that from you. But what specifically would you want to see a U.S. Senator from Texas do, especially in this next year? What do you want to see the focus be? What do you want to see the agenda specifically if you were to become the U.S. Senator from Texas?
So I think it's pretty important right now to support President Trump. His agenda is something amazing. I mean, whether it's his tax cuts or whether it's what he's doing, even with tariffs, even with trying to reform what's going on with these crazy judges that are out of control. The agenda is one of the best I've ever seen, if not the best I've ever seen in my life. So there's lots of stuff to support. And I think it's very true that John Cornyn has not been that guy. I know he is suddenly. He's gotten religion, and he will have that religion until the election's over. But I will be there from the beginning and to the end because I actually believe this stuff. It's in my heart. It's in my soul. And I will be supportive of President Trump and everything he's doing.
So, Ken, I know a lot of our audience wants to support you. What does the campaign look like? When is the primary? What is the process? And how has Senator Cornyn responded?
Well, so I don't think he has much to respond to. He doesn't have a past that he can go out and talk about in the Republican primary. He can talk about it in a general election because he's reached out to Democrats and moderates, but he doesn't have initiatives or things he's worked on that are good Republican issues. On the other hand, he can't really talk about the bad things he's done on guns and border and criticizing President Trump. So his campaign guarantee will be negative attacks on me. It won't work. I've been through this many times, but that is where he is going with his money. On the other hand, I will be out for the next 11 months. Our primary is March of next year, first Tuesday of March. I have a lot of practice in talking to Republican voters. I will be out talking to Republican voters. I will be out raising money, and I can tell you I will raise a lot of money, and I will get my message across about what it is that I want to do that is different than what he's done and how I will oppose some of the very things that he pushed so hard.
So this is gonna escalate in a very significant and serious way. Kind of final question here. What would you have to say for those that say that this is going to thwart President Trump's Senate agenda, meaning it puts at risk his agenda in the United States Senate? Could John Cornyn go rogue like a John McCain?
John's not going to go rogue. He's going to be a good boy for the next year and a half, and then he'll go back to being what he is, which is a moderate to, somebody who is going to answer to D.C. as opposed to the citizens of Texas. In the end, it's the people of Texas that elect the senator from Texas. And we've elected a very good one, Senator Ted Cruz. They have a right to their choice. And they do not want John Cornyn. And I think the next 11 months are going to prove that. And I think the polling already shows strongly he should, as a Republican senator, there is no way that he should be down as an incumbent that served 4 terms by 25 points. And that is not my only poll. I have separate polls from different pollsters that are very similar to that are not worse, that are even a little better. So the people of Texas deserve, we're not in Vermont, we're not in Maine, we are in Texas. We deserve 2 very strong conservative senators who are going to go support President Trump.
Very good. Repeat the website and how people can support you, Attorney General Paxton.
Well, thank you for bringing that up. KenPaxton.com, and you can learn about my campaign as well as contribute. Obviously, they are going to have a lot of money from Washington, and we're going to have a lot of money from just the grassroots, and that's where my money comes from. So really appreciate you mentioning that.
KenPaxton.com. Attorney General Paxton, thanks so much.
Thank you. Have a great day.
I want to hear from you, the audience. Email me, freedom@charliekirk.com. Do you support this? Do you support Attorney General Paxton primarying John Cornyn? So far, the emails are overwhelmingly positive. So we want to hear from you guys. Email us, freedom@charliekirk.com. I can tell you there are multiple U.S. senators that are in need of primarying, and a little bit of chin music, a little bit of a warning shot is necessary to make sure the uniparty is put on defense. Make sure you guys subscribe to the Charlie Kirk Show podcast page. The podcast is doing very well right now. It's top 10 in all Apple News podcasts. By taking out your phone and typing in Charlie Kirk Show, you guys can get all of our conversations on demand, including many of our campus conversations. So open up the Charlie Kirk Show and hit subscribe. We deeply appreciate it. Email us, freedom@charliekirk.com, and subscribe to our podcast. Okay, let's go to roughgreens.com. ruffgreens.com/Kirk. Rough Greens is an amazing partner of this program. Every dog owner out there, listen carefully. If you ever see your dog slowing down or having health issues and wonder, what can I do to make them better? Well, I encourage you guys to add Rough Greens to your dog's food for 90 days, and you'll see changes that will amaze you, guaranteed. You see, it's invented by naturopathic Dr. Dennis Black. Rough Greens wants to invite you to give your puppy the Rough Greens 90-day challenge. In the first 30 days, you'll see shinier coats and increased energy. By day 60, your dog will have a stronger immune system, less shedding, and improved joint function, all due to the live nutrients that you've added to their diet. And at 90 days, they'll have better digestion, reduced inflammation, improved heart health, and you might have even reduced their cancer risk. Fetch a free Jumpstart trial bag for your dog today. Go to roughgreens.com and use promo code KIRK. That is ruffgreens.com, promo code Kirk. roughgreens.com, promo code Kirk. Improve your dog's health. Just add a scoop of Rough Greens to get a free Jumpstart trial bag. That is roughgreens.com, promo code Kirk. Email me, freedom@charliekirk.com. We want to hear from you. We'll be right back.
A message for qualified investors from Noble Gold Investments. If your portfolio is over $250,000 and you aren't hedged, you are sitting on a ticking time bomb. With markets at all-time highs, history tells us what comes next: volatile swings, slow growth, and increased risk. A 10% allocation to gold and silver can help diversify, hedge against uncertainty, and even unlock new growth opportunities. Experienced investors know that in times of economic uncertainty, real assets, not paper, promises offer true security. Noble Gold Investments makes it easy to add institutional-grade gold and silver to your portfolio so you can hedge like the world's smartest investors. For nearly a decade, Noble Gold has helped thousands of Americans protect their future, turning numbers on a screen into real, tangible assets. And right now, when you make a qualified investment, Noble Gold will add a free 1/10 of an ounce gold coin to your order. Disciplined investors protect what they built. That is noblegoldinvestments.com.
Issue. It's not my jurisdiction, but I think some of the things you've talked about, the loss of revenue, tariff evasion through use of de minimis, counterfeits coming through the de minimis program, illicit substances coming through the de minimis program. These are all the types of things that need to be captured, whether it's from China or elsewhere. I think it's a real problem, and I think Customs and Border Protection should look into that.
And finally, very briefly, sir, on the USMCA, recognizing that the agreement is facing a sunset review process that needs to be completed by July of 2026, can you share any details about how you anticipate that review will be conducted?
Certainly, there are a few parts.
Waking up the woke.
You should get over that quickly.
One brainwashed radical at a time.
That's enough.
It's the Charlie Kirk Show.
Okay, everybody, welcome back. Email us, as always, freedom@charliekirk.com, and subscribe to our podcast. Let's show some of these images from Illinois State University and University of South Carolina. Let's put them up on screen. We are currently on tour, so if you want to join us, look at that. That, I think, is that. Yeah, that's University of South Carolina. What was so notable about that one is it was torrentially raining. I mean, right, Brian? I mean, it was like unbelievable. It was like a hurricane. And we had thousands of people with umbrellas, and they sat through the entire thing. It was remarkable. And then lightning came, so we couldn't last the entire time. And then we had a even bigger one at Illinois State University. Look at that. Thousands of people showing up. Just remarkable. And I'll tell you, there'll be some very, very viral clips. The first question I got was a Satanist with a goat head on. So that was something. And then we went to Champaign-Urbana at the University of Illinois for a packed group, a packed room, and I told the great Turning Point USA field team, guys, we got to find bigger spaces. We had to turn around 600 students that wanted to attend our event. We had to turn away 600 students. So if you want to join us on the ground, that's tpusa.com. Make sure you subscribe to our podcast to hear all the latest. Welcome back, everybody. Charlie Kirk here. Are you rethinking your kids' educational path? Wondering if their current school truly supports your family's values? Well, you are not alone, and the Herzog Foundation is here to help. With the Trump administration working to abolish the federal Department of Education and return control to the states where it belongs, there's never been a better time to explore Christian holistic education. For too long, federal overreach has dictated how children learn, but now parents have a greater say in their kids' futures. This shift could make Christian education more attainable than ever. The Herzog Foundation is your trusted guide to navigating these changes, whether families are considering a Christian school, a hybrid model, or homeschooling. They provide the resources families need to make informed decisions. And to stay updated on the latest developments from the Trump administration and how they impact education, turn to The Lion, the Herzog Foundation's award-winning publication. The Lion offers real-time news and insights to keep you informed and empowered. Visit readlion.com to access these must-read articles, and don't forget to sign up for The Lion's daily and weekly newsletters. That's readlion.com. Stay informed, stay equipped, and shape your child's future. Go to the Herzog Foundation, The Lion. Go to readlion.com. That is readlion.com. Email us as always, freedom@charliekirk.com, and subscribe to the Charlie Kirk Show podcast page. Okay, I want to play some more pieces of tape here and really dive into this. All eyes are on China. The entire trade situation ends and begins with China. The whole conversation. It is a narrowed zero-in focus on the dominance of the Chinese Communist Party. We created this problem, and now it's time for us to fix this problem. The Chinese Communist Party would not be a emerging global superpower if it was not for us letting them into the World Trade Organization. Thank you, Bill Clinton. For us allowing their superpower status, and for us to come under the perplexing fascination that the more plastic that we import into our country, the richer we get. Paper for plastic, paper for plastic. And they used that money, the Chinese Communist Party used those dollars to build an empire. Mr. Wonderful from Shark Tank has been excellent on this. He's been terrific. We should have him on the show. He's been terrific. Let's play cut 170.
4% tariffs in China are not enough. I'm advocating 400%. I do business in China. They don't play by the rules. They've been in the WTO for decades. They have never abided by any of the rules they agreed to when they came in for decades. They cheat, they steal IP. I can't litigate in their courts. They take product, technology, they steal it, they manufacture it and sell it back here.
This is exactly right. The Chinese Communist Party has forced information sharing agreements. They have a state-directed industrial policy. Through the coordinated use of state subsidies and forced technology transfers and intellectual property appropriation, China has fused industrial policy with their national strategy. There's a program that is called Made in China 2025. And when you read it, it is not merely economic in its intent. It's about creating massive instruments of global influence, all designed to displace Western dominance. In what? Advanced manufacturing, robotics, aerospace, and biotech. So they flood global markets with artificially cheap goods, often produced under terrible environmental and labor standards. And then China has decimated domestic manufacturing abroad. It is flood the zone, you buy the stuff, and then all of a sudden you're dependent on them. It is a long-term enveloping strategy. Play cut 171.
It's just not about tariffs anymore. Nobody has taken on China yet, not the Europeans, no administration for decades. I have nothing against the Chinese people. They brought great literacy, art, and tech to the world. The government cheats and steals, and finally, an administration, you may not like Trump, you may not like his style or his rhetoric, finally, an administration that puts up and says enough.
The Chinese Communist Party is running out of cards. There's still a lot they can do. They hold cards with rare earth minerals. But when you have a trade deficit with the other country, you actually have more leverage. The Chinese stock market is down significantly. Our stock market is up, and I can't even keep track. I don't even want to do the stock market thing. It's way too frenetic. It's way too volatile. This is the first time anyone has stood up to the Chinese Communist Party. Why? Because our elites have made so much money, and it is the untouchable third rail. Well, guess what? President Donald Trump is a class traitor. He's a defector from the elites, brought to you by the American people, commissioned by the working class to finally stand up to the great menace that we made possible. And you're seeing it unfold in real time. Second hour coming up.
The battle between good and evil seems to be escalating. It is easy to blame politicians, government, or poor leadership, but behind all of that is a spiritual battle. Pastor Alan Jackson's new book, Angels, Demons, and You, talk about the reality of this battle and the spiritual realm that exists around us. It has a real impact on us every day. As you read, you will discover that angels and demons are not imaginary, they actually exist. You can find them playing a variety of roles throughout the Bible, and they're still influencing the world today. We don't need to be afraid, but we do need to be aware and prepared. Angels and Demons and You is a phenomenal book. Angels, Demons, and You provides valuable insight, practical tools, and biblical truth to help you recognize the spiritual battle around us and become a difference maker in our generation. Find more from Pastor Alan, sermons, podcasts, and other thought-provoking teachings on his YouTube channel at Alan Jackson Ministries.
Laying off employees. Large companies in my district are preparing their next earnings report for investors and telling me that the impacts of these tariffs are material. That's business speak. For the tariffs are going to have a real adverse effect on their operations and likely adverse effect on their cash flows. Make no mistake, President Trump's trade agenda is slowing economic growth and job creation, weakening U.S. global leadership, and increasing the cost of doing business in the United States. These tariffs make life for Americans more expensive, make our nation less secure, and our citizens less prosperous. Congress must take back its constitutional authority to stop the chaos and the pain President Trump is inflicting on American families and dig us out of what could be a self-inflicted recession. Before I ask a question with my limited time, I ask unanimous consent to submit into the record the CIA World Factbook entry for Heard Island and McDonald Island.
Without objection.
I also ask unanimous consent to submit for the record an article from Scientific American, The Heard and McDonald Islands Are a Pristine Biological Wonderland. The subtitle of the article is, Trump's Tariffs Put a Spotlight on the Uninhabited Heard and McDonald Islands, which comprise a remote volcanic refuge for penguins and seals and a UNESCO World Heritage Site. This just once again illustrates that these tariffs are not strategic, they are not targeted, they are arbitrary and capricious and hurting our economy and our American citizens. I yield back.
Thank you. I now recognize Mr. Moore from Utah for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ambassador, thanks for being here. And as I've said to you before, I can't tell you how much I appreciate the communication and the ability to dialogue. This hearing's, in my opinion, one of the most important hearings that we've had, and it's been very important for folks to be able to hear this out. And thank you for providing details and responses. We've talked a lot about trade deficits today in this hearing, and I have concerns about how we went about some of the calculations with just focusing on imbalance. But that completely aside, what I wanted to actually bring was the other side of this equation. So we run massive trade surpluses in services with just about every major economy in the world, especially in high value and high employment technology software industries. And recognizing that there's digital service taxes that we don't like, and we try to address some of that on the tax side, and we're going to work on retaliatory tax side with that in this committee, actually. The Europeans, Koreans, Japanese, they're all allowing us our U.S. tech firms to run surpluses in their markets for a reason. We have the best talent and the most skilled innovators in the world. My question here is, what are the consequences for American power and national security if they were able to retaliate and restrict access to American services in their market because we've chosen to restrict goods in their market? In response to that.
So the good news on this is all of these countries, most of them have said that they are not going to retaliate and they want to talk to us. And they're mindful that even though we have surpluses in many of these areas, they still have a lot of barriers against our folks, right? And this giant book that we put out, that I hope one day we never have to put out again, a lot of this are about the services barriers we have, including in our friendly partners. So my expectation is that they will bring those barriers down. That's my expectation. And
this is where I draw some optimism. But we're really early in this. If this is prolonged, does their position on no retaliatory commitment, does that wane? And that's something we have to be hyper focused on, and we've got to be vigilant. I have a big concern, and I would, to what extent would you have a concern Are we at the risk of losing the AI race to China if we lose our innovative edge and our exporting advantage over China?
So I think that we benefit from having huge innovation here in the United States. We have an economy that cultivates innovation. We prioritize it. We have an intellectual property system that protects it. You don't have those kinds of things in China, right? You don't have that level of protection. You don't have that level of attractiveness. Now, we can't be complacent by any means. I think it's incumbent on us to continue to have, domestic laws and incentives to make sure that we're innovating here. And it's important to have manufacturing, because manufacturing and innovation go along with each other.
I'm going to add to that. So really what this boils down to, and I'll try to make it a little personal here. You and I went to rival universities. We're still working through some of those challenges.
For now.
Yeah, we may never see eye to eye on it, but we were both probably 40 minutes away from some world-class ski resorts on the Wasatch Back during those college years. During college, I always went to the Sports Den. It's a local sporting goods store, and I've known the owner, Mark, for over 30 years. I took my, every banner at every Little League thing has his banner there. He's committed to the neighborhood, to the community. He's weathered the e-commerce revolution. He's weathered COVID. He's been able to sustain this business through some of the toughest times. I took my son's bike in there on Saturday to get fixed, and I've never seen him like this. I've never seen him so anxious, so nervous about what's going on. He pointed to everything in his shop. I buy ski equipment from him. We rent stuff from him, all the gear. I've never seen him like this. And I would ask you, what do I say to him? He's really nervous right now, and I know it's impacting. I know it's just a lot of concern. What do I say to him?
Well, I wish there was a silver bullet for this, Congressman, because I'm sensitive to this, and you all have constituents, whatever side of the aisle you're on, who are talking to you about this. The challenge is that we've seen 90,000 factories leave the United States, and we can have either the status quo and continue to lose that and continue to be dependent on other countries, in many cases foreign adversaries, for our businesses. I mean, to me, that's very fragile. To me, that's very high risk that we have to be so import dependent for our well-being. We're always going to trade. We have to have this reset. We need to move quickly. We have countries in right now trying to negotiate their way to more reciprocal trade. A country like China, they're always going to have their own agency and make their own decisions, and they've never been a reliable trading partner in a lot of ways. We've always kind of been at the mercy of that. So, it's hard to go into your constituent and say that, because they'll say, well, Ambassador Greer said this kind of macro thing. I understand that. Please keep in touch. I mean, as we hear these, the effects of this, it's good for me to know about it, so I can tell the president, and I can continue to communicate this. We've heard stories about this, and we are concerned.
So that's what I said to him. I said to him, because of our communication, he's still just as nervous, and that's just why I wanted to share with you and your team how important and crucial your job is over the next little bit. Because if this is looming, you have an incredible opportunity to do some of the good we did in the first Trump administration to get us to there. We're not there. I'm scared that we're not going to get there. I don't see the strategy to get there, but I know we can, and I really have a lot of confidence in you and your team to be able to get us there, and I yield back.
I now recognize Mr. Panetta from California for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate that. And Ambassador Greer, thanks for being here. I admit, before this week, talked to a lot of my colleagues about you. They actually said a lot of good things about you. You had a good reputation until this week, I have to say, because I actually wanted to work with you on solutions when it comes to free trade agreements. I think we still can once we get past this, and I hope that's the case. But unfortunately, you're defending a policy here from President Trump that's absolutely incoherent and inchoate.
Okay, everybody, welcome back to the Bitcoin.com mobile studio. As always, you can email us, freedom@charliekirk.com, and subscribe to our podcast. That is the Charlie Kirk Show podcast page. Joining us now is Mark Krikorian, Executive Director for the Center for Immigration Studies and columnist for Compact Magazine. Mark, I want to just first start, can you explain to our audience how profound the changes that we've seen at the southern border in just the last couple months under President Trump's leadership? What have we seen? What do the numbers show? And compare that to Joe Biden.
What we've seen is a 90+% drop in the number of people coming across. And, you know, the Biden administration kept saying, this is seasonal, this is because of climate change, this is because of poverty, blah, blah, blah. There's nothing we can do about it until Congress gives us new tools, what have you. Well, we didn't need new legislation, we didn't need new tools, we just needed a new president. And the numbers have not just gone down, you know, right at the beginning, but we're in April now and the numbers are the lowest ever recorded. I mean, I talked to some Border Patrol people, and there are days, there are stretches on the border where there are whole days where literally not a single person tries, even in the middle of the night with smugglers, to cross. So this is a complete 180-degree turn from what we saw under Biden. It shows that the border can be controlled. Doesn't mean everything's fixed, because you've still got all kinds of illegal aliens that Biden let in. You've got visa overstayers. That's going to be the main source of new illegal immigration in the future. But at the border, you know, they've shut it down. And the important point is that they need to keep it up so it doesn't creep back up again, because the smugglers are always looking for another way to come in. So, you know, eternal vigilance is the price of border security. But so far, it's a sea change.
So you mentioned something I think that's important. These are all approximations. I asked expert after expert, how many people did come across the southern border when Joe Biden was president?
Our estimate, and this is, you know, some people say it's too low, but I think you're getting something like 10 million people, most of whom the administration consciously let into the country, plus another couple million who were so-called gotaways. In other words, they got past the Border Patrol because there were whole stretches of the border that nobody was able to patrol because the agents were there, you know, on diaper duty with all the illegal immigrants Biden invited in, who came and turned themselves in. So I think, you know, 10 million is not a lowball number, but it's also not exaggerated. On the other hand, you know, isn't that enough? I mean, how many millions does a Democratic administration have to illegally let into the country before we decide we have to do something about it?
So one of the problems that I think is going to arise is the left suddenly caring about constitutional rights and due process. An objection that I've been receiving on college campuses is, Charlie, you're not allowed to deport any individual unless they get a full court hearing, they get months and months of attorneys, briefing them. Is that correct? Does every person that has waltzed into this country, all 10 million of them, do they get attorney representation? Do they get 9-month waiting periods? If so, we would deport a couple thousand people at that rate. What does the law say?
The law says you can make an asylum claim, and everybody gets to say that when they're captured or when they're in deportation proceedings, to say, no, don't deport me because I'm claiming asylum. And ultimately, that is the core of the problem we're in, because Congress created something called expedited removal, which means, obviously, to expedite deportation of people, so you don't end up going into the court system. The thing is, if you say asylum or I fear return or I've been persecuted, what have you, then you get taken out of that and put into the pipeline that is now 3+ million, almost 4 million backlog in the immigration courts. That has to be fixed. There are things the administration can do to limit that, but ultimately this is something Congress has to fix. Asylum law is a relic of the Cold War, and it needs to be fundamentally changed. I've written about this. The Heritage Foundation just had a report last week laying out some of the ways to restrict asylum and therefore make it easier to remove people, to eliminate asylum as a gimmick, to do just what you're saying, tie up the courts and stay here for years at a time. And like I said, the administration can do some things. Ultimately, Congress needs to revisit asylum. And the first step is the president can take. And what he needs to do is withdraw from the UN Refugee Treaty, which is where all of this asylum rigmarole comes from originally.
So I've several questions on that. Just to be clear, though, do we have to give every single illegal alien a court date then? We are not allowed to just pick them up and expel them from our country?
If they say that, they fear persecution or want asylum, then yes, yeah, absolutely. Now, they don't, even if they say that, they don't automatically go to court. There is a screening interview, what's called a credible fear interview. The problem is the standard is so low, even in the statute, that basically it's just screening out people who say that Mickey Mouse is talking to them through their dental work, rather than actually a hard standard where you just flush out the people who are not likely to get asylum. So the answer is, not necessarily, not everybody has to get a court date, but you can game the system, and the system is gameable enough that if you're smart and if you have a smuggler who gives you the right instructions, you can in fact gum up the system successfully if you want to.
Yeah, if you say the magic words, if you say open sesame or hocus pocus, you're allowed to stay in the country. Mark, I don't want to zero in on this too much, but what you are painting is a rather urgent and, dare I say, somewhat depressing picture that we're not going to be able to get mass deportations unless Congress fixes the asylum statute. All it's going to take is for millions of these people just to say the magic words, and they're going to gum up the works of the judiciary and throw sand in the gears, and we won't get mass deportations. Is that the case?
There's a real danger of that, I'm afraid. And that's the goal of the anti-borders people, both on the left and the libertarians, is to have a kind of one-way border where you can come in, but we can't get you out. The one aspect that gives me a little more hope is that, and the way you can increase numbers, is if the administration steps up worksite enforcement more, because those people are likely, they're not likely to be criminals. Some of them will be, but most of them are just working stiffs. And they're also not going to have credible asylum claims, probably. It depends. Some of them, some ACLU lawyer may come up with something, but you can actually get higher numbers of deportations when you start doing worksite enforcement. And they have started, but they need to step it up. What they've been focusing on at first, and correctly so, is criminals. But most illegal immigrants aren't, violent criminals. They're just they've broken the law, but they're just working stiffs. And if we're going to enforce the law, we've got to enforce worksite enforcement in a big way if you're going to get higher numbers than we're seeing now.
Yeah, I hope everyone understands that. Mark, I'm going to keep you for another segment. Phenomenal analysis. It's like the talking points all went out. I've done 5 campus events. At every single one, a kid comes up saying, well, Charlie, every single one of these illegals needs due process and they need a multi-year waiting period. And I thought to myself, well, I want to know what the law actually says. We're not going to deport anybody under this at all. I mean, the left has figured out how to gamify and entrench the entire judiciary. And, of course, there is no scrutiny on their way in, but there's scrutiny on the way out. I hope everyone understands how insane this is. No scrutiny on the way in, but there's scrutiny on the way out. That is the current configuration. Joe Biden's parting gift to us is, oh, yeah, I know you got 10 million new people. Good luck getting them out. We got to fix this, everybody. Congress has to act. They got to act quickly. I don't know if it can go in a reconciliation bill or if it takes 60 votes. But the key really is self-deportation, which Mitt Romney was made fun of back in 2012. But we have to emphasize that. We'll talk more with Mark Krikorian from the Center for Immigration Studies in a second. What do we have, guys? ReliefFactor.com, 100% drug-free Relief Factor can be the best solution for you. Relief Factor doesn't simply just mask your pain for a short time. Instead, it helps your body eliminate it for good. Give Relief Factor a try with their 3-week quick starts, only $19.95 and less than $1 a day. Try it and see how it can help turn back your clock on pain. Visit ReliefFactor.com or call 1-800-4RELIEF. That is 1-800-4RELIEF. ReliefFactor.com. That is ReliefFactor.com. Email us, freedom@charliekirk.com. Subscribe to our podcast. We'll be right back.
The battle between good and evil seems to be escalating. It is easy to blame politicians, government, or poor leadership, but behind all of that is a spiritual battle. Pastor Alan Jackson's new book, Angels, Demons, and You, talk about the reality of this battle and the spiritual realm that exists around us. It has a real impact on us every day. As you read, you will discover that angels and demons are not imaginary, they actually exist. You can find them playing a variety of roles throughout the Bible, and they're still influencing the world today. We don't need to be afraid, but we do need to be aware and prepared. Angels, Demons, and You provides valuable insight, practical tools, and biblical truth to help you recognize the spiritual battle around us and become a difference maker in our generation. Get your copy today at alanjackson.com/angels. Serious pro-life advocate. So I love JD. I can't wait to introduce you to JD. I want Jack to lay hands over JD and pray for him. I think he's going to make a great 48th president. I really think JD's going to do a great job. I really do. So let me, but then also Kash Patel running the FBI with hold on, his deputy Dan Bongino. I mean, come on. And Marco Rubio as Secretary of State. I mean,
Wow, isn't he?
And-
Man, he came on great.
and how about Tom Homan securing the southern border? I mean, I want all of you, and there's a lot that we can express tonight, but we should just be in a constant state of gratitude. It says in the scriptures to pray without ceasing, and I want that prayer for you to be one of gratitude. Look, there'll be ups and there'll be downs. There'll be cringe moments. There'll be things, I could have said it better. But like, hold on, guys. We have never seen a team of such capable all-stars assembled to save this country that we love. And glory be to God for this moment that we are living through.
Absolutely. Absolutely. One of the things that was mentioned recently in news is that this is not only the most competent cabinet in American history, but that they are profoundly unified in the vision. And I think that's a testimony to Trump's leadership. There's no gray area. They know what they're doing. They know.
You know, Charlie Kirk is a terrific person. He's mainstream, conservative, but solid as a rock.
The Charlie Kirk Show.
Welcome back, everybody. Email us, as always, freedom@charliekirk.com, and subscribe to our podcast. That is the Charlie Kirk Show podcast page. Our campus tour is more popular than ever, and it's thanks to YRefi that helps make it happen. Really great partners of our program. It makes sense because our campus tour, a lot of these kids have student loan debt, and they are the premier refinancer of private student loan debt. When the payment on your distressed or defaulted private student loan is so big that you can't ever get ahead in your finances, YRefi is surely your best option. You can finally take control of your student loan situation with a plan that works for your monthly budget. Go to YRefi.com. YRefi refinances distressed and defaulted private student loans, which are different from federal loans. Can you imagine being debt-free and not living under this burden anymore? Be unburdened by what has been. The Patriots at YRefi do a great job. That's YRefi.com. It may not be available in all 50 states. Go to YRefi.com. That is YREFY.com. So take a look at it right now. That is YRefi.com. YRefi.com. If you know anybody with private student loan debt, anybody at all, think about it. son, daughter, niece, nephew, friend, uncle, neighbor, yrefy.com. I think that is Layla. Is that right? By Eric Clapton? I think so. Email us as always. There we go. I get 1 out of 10. I have a 10% success rate. Email us, freedom@charliekirk.com. Mark Krikorian does great work from the Center for Immigration Studies. Mark, how can we intensify self-deportations? Can we up the pressure on employers so illegals don't get jobs? You mentioned that a little bit. Or clamp down on illegals getting benefits. It seems as if, and the New York Times has an article on this, the self-deporters, our immigration correspondent has found a surprising trend. It seems as if this can only happen with an acceleration of people self-deporting. What is your comments or thoughts on this, Mark?
Yeah, absolutely. The administration is doing some stuff in that regard. I mean, the IRS is now providing information to ICE, and they're making clear everybody knows that. In fact, the acting head of the IRS quit because of that, which is, good riddance. The DHS has now reinstituted something that was in the law, but the Biden people undid, which is if you've been ordered deported and just are still here, haven't left, and there's 1.4 million people like that, you now have an almost $1,000 a day fine, and they can seize your home and your property, in lieu of the fine. So the administration's doing some of this. The next big step, as you suggested, is making it as hard as possible to get a job if you're illegally here. And that requires worksite enforcement. They've got to step it up. They've got to go after employers where they have, evidence that can stand up in court to make it clear to employers that they need to avoid hiring illegal immigrants. You got to make it as hard as possible to be here illegally. That's what spurs self-deportation. The administration is doing some smart steps in that direction. They need to step up, especially worksite enforcement, to make that work better.
Here's the other really important and good thing. The border is sealed, and so we're not adding to the problem. We just have to deal with the incumbent, I don't want to say occupying force, but the incumbent entrenched problem here domestically. Where else can we choke point this? What other NGOs can we doge or be defunding? And how do we crush sanctuary cities once and for all?
Well, the first point is, yes, the land border is mostly sealed. That's done. But there's lots of people coming in on visas legally and then just not leaving. So the illegal population isn't just, in other words, it's not just a matter of trying to get people here to leave. It is still going to be growing. And so that's a problem that DHS had to deal with. As far as other choke points, the driver's licenses, we've got to get this Real ID deadline passed so that illegal immigrants can't get regular driver's licenses. Only in certain states can they get basically illegal alien driver's licenses, what amounts to. Sanctuary cities is a hard nut to crack because the 10th Amendment, according to the Supreme Court, says the feds can't cut off money for purposes that aren't related to that grant money. In other words, you can't say you're a sanctuary city, so no more highway funds or education funds for you. All they can do is cut off Justice Department, grants. And they're trying to do that. Most of these big cities couldn't care less. They're like, keep the money. We're going to keep protecting illegal immigrant criminals. So sanctuary cities are a tough nut to crack. I'm not really sure without Congress acting, the administration can really, rein them in and end this outrageous nullification, really, of federal law that sanctuary cities represent.
It's really well said. Mark, tell the audience about the work you guys do at the Center for Immigration Studies and the top projects you're working on.
We're a think tank in DC, CIS.org. We're the only think tank on this. There's a couple of other good organizations on, low immigration and controlling the borders, but they're more citizen action advocacy groups. We're the only research group on this. And we've got all kinds of stuff coming. We have a report coming out probably next week on how immigration is not a solution to the birth rate issue. Is that if you're going to have, if you're going to get birth rates to come back up, immigration is not a solution. In fact, it probably hurts it. And to see, everything we do, you can sign up for our email. We don't bother you too much. And if you have a taste for snark and sarcasm, I'm on Twitter myself with my account, Mark S. as in Stephen, Mark S. Krikorian.
Very good. Thank you, Mark. Thank you.
Thanks.
Very good. Talk to you soon. Mark Krikorian from the Center for Immigration Studies. Breaking news, everybody. President Donald Trump has now announced a 90-day pause on all tariffs except China. My prediction is right. He's narrowing in on China. This is exactly right. China is not exempt. All of our partners, honestly, we should negotiate with, get deals, but all eyes on China. We are decoupling from China. This is exactly right. The market is up 2,200 points. Woo! I'm glad I was long.
Deals. I just want to bring up some of the concerns I've heard from manufacturers, importers from New York that I've spoken to, and they want to make sure that you're considering the impact that tariffs could have on materials, on parts, on supplies that are needed to manufacture here in the United States. Because obviously the goal is to bring those jobs home, to reshore as much as possible. But if there's tariffs on plastics, lumber, metals, it obviously makes it very difficult to manufacture here at home. And also, some of the importers that I've been speaking with have invested a lot of money to divest out of China and move into other friendlier nations, Cambodia, for example, Vietnam. And they're concerned that the across-the-board tariffs in Asia are impacting, their supply chain and ultimately their businesses. And they're hopeful that deals will come forward very quickly. But they've made it also very clear that they can't wait 90 days for a deal to be made, and that it would literally close their business. And so I just want to hear from you on where you think you're making inroads there, on making deals with some of these countries to avoid that type of scenario, and if you could just answer those two, comment on those 2 points first.
Certainly, I'm happy to do that. And again, just to reiterate, we've had these, this enormous trade deficit that developed under President Biden. These things are supposed to be self-correcting under normal economic theory. When they're not, it shows that there's something structural at risk here. So that's what's being addressed. We now have so many countries saying, we're not going to retaliate against you. We're going to work with you. We're going to try to figure out a way forward, that the president is looking forward to trying to find a way forward to make deals with these folks. China is on its own path. It's chosen retaliation for many years. It's chosen uncertainty. I won't comment much further on the U.S.-China relationship, but I think what you're talking about, Congresswoman, with respect to these other countries, I think we could count on having some deals with them within the next few weeks or months.
Yeah, I hope it's more the few weeks, because I think, again, too many months may hurt the ability for these companies to survive there. At least if you're able to do some business in Vietnam or Cambodia, you don't have to rely on communist China, which they're already starting to move out. But I feel like that's a real issue, because even if we want to bring the supply chain home, this brings me to my second point about pharmaceuticals. We've all said it here today. 4 years that Joe Biden was there, he did nothing to reduce our dependency on communist China for our medical supply. In fact, from 2020 to last year, we saw $213 billion worth of medicine imported from China. That's a 2.5 time increase than the decade before. And so we are relying more today, post-COVID, on communist China for our pharmaceuticals, and that is a very dangerous thing. But my question is, with your goal of trying to bring facilities back home, I mean, it does take about 7 years to get one of these manufacturing plants up and running. How do you close the gap? If the president's going to do tariffs on pharmaceuticals, which I would really caution against that, but if that is the goal, to try to get them to come back home, we know it takes about 7 years for those plants to get up and running. How are we going to close that gap so we're not hurting ourselves in the process. But we are doing what we need to do, which is bring that supply chain home.
Well, I think there's a role for Congress in bringing home the supply chains. The president can act with the authorities he's been given, and we found that a tariff in the first term. We found a tariff is a way to become less dependent on China, for example. We know it works. It's just math. The data's there. That's how it is. To the extent that Congress is interested in helping reshore and creating tax structures that incentivize manufacturing, I think that's just really important. I think we have to have that.
Well, and I'm glad you mentioned that because I actually have legislation to do just that, to incentivize our sensitive supply chain, particularly pharmaceuticals, back here, and also to utilize Puerto Rico, which has had historically the infrastructure to do it. I agree with my friend Dr. Murphy, who pointed that out earlier, and I have 2 pieces of legislation that I hope the committee will take up, or perhaps we'll put a piece in the tax package. But I do look forward to working with you. I think it does take more than that. We also have to reduce some of the regulatory framework and some of the permitting process that takes too long. But we can get there, but we need to make sure we don't hurt ourselves in the interim. Appreciate your time. Thank you.
Mr. Kerry.
Mr. Ambassador, a pleasure to be with you today. Thank you for your testimony. I also want to compliment you. I think anybody that has had a successful career on the private sector, who's willing to come back into the public sector, says a lot about the character of the person. So I appreciate your service to the country, sir. I was pleased to see the administration's decision to exclude oil and natural gas from these new reciprocal tariffs on countries with unfair trade practices.
Where tyranny dies and wisdom lives. The Charlie Kirk Show.
Okay, everybody, welcome back. We got some super breaking news here. 90-day pause on tariffs for every nation except China. It's exactly where we want to be. We want to be narrowing our focus on the Chinese Communist Party. And now China stands alone. It's exactly right. We want to unite the entire world against the Chinese Communist Party. And we hold a lot of other little tricks up our sleeve. 90-day pause. The market is going parabolic right now. It is up 2003. The Dow is up 2,300 points, nearly 6% in a matter of minutes. It's just whoop, straight up. Email us freedom@charliekirk.com. In a second, we have Eric Metaxas. We're live here in the Bitcoin.com mobile studio. What do we have, guys? Let me see here. PatriotMobile.com/Charlie. Think about it. Every dollar you spend is either supporting your values or working against them. In today's economy, where you spend your money matters, and that's how we take back our country. Patriot Mobile is leading the way as America's only Christian conservative wireless provider. Switch today without sacrificing quality or service. You'll get exceptional nationwide coverage because unlike most budget wireless providers, Patriot Mobile has access to all 3 major U.S. networks. Stay connected with flexible, unlimited data plans to fit your lifestyle. These plans offer high-speed data, mobile hotspots, international roaming, device protection, and even internet backup. Here's the best part. When you switch to Patriot Mobile, you're supporting faith, family, and freedom. Go to patriotmobile.com/Charlie or call 972-PATRIOT to get a free month of service. That is patriotmobile.com/Charlie, patriotmobile.com/Charlie. Email us, as always, freedom@charliekirk.com, and subscribe to the Charlie Kirk Show podcast page. Joining us now is Eric Metaxas, great friend, Salem radio host, author, Bonhoeffer, pastor, martyr, prophet, spy. Before we get into Bonhoeffer, Eric, your reaction to President Donald Trump's tariffs against the Chinese Communist Party and uniting the free world against our greatest enemy, the Chinese.
You know what? I'm not Charlie Kirk. I'll just keep it real simple and emotional. How much do I love this president? I love this president. He has just been so extraordinary. He gets it. And you know, Charlie, what's at the heart of this, and it's not like I was thinking to link to Bonhoeffer, but of course it is. This is a man of courage. This president stands up to bullies. The Chinese have gotten away with literally murder and with cheating and lying. And on some level, Trump respects this. Like, okay, if you can get away with it, why not take advantage? But guess what? We're not going to let you, sorry, we can't let you get away with it anymore. He is brilliant. President Xi must understand this. Kevin O'Leary, Mr. Wonderful, yesterday was saying that we should slap 400% tariffs on China, and then Xi would be on a plane to DC to make a deal yesterday. It is about time we confronted the bully in the schoolyard, and it is only President Trump who has the courage to do it. We need men and women of courage, and this president is a gift from God, not just to this nation, but to the world. I think many around the world are just applauding him, and it's exciting. Praise God.
Amen. Speaking of men of courage, Eric, I know you have a passion project that you want to talk about with our audience, which is very important, which is Bonhoeffer. Dietrich Bonhoeffer is one of the most important men to live in the 20th century. Most Americans do not know enough about him. Tell us about your incredible movie. We could play the trailer, but tell us about it.
I'll tell you, Charlie, the real headline here, first of all, today, literally today, April 9th, is the 80th anniversary today of the death of Dietrich Bonhoeffer, one of the greatest heroes of the 20th century. He stood against the bullies and the monsters and the evil figures of his time fearlessly in the way that President Trump and others are standing up today. Of course, Bonhoeffer way ahead of everybody. Why? Because he did it to the point of death. He was killed by the Nazis. So he's the ultimate model of courage. And we're living at a time right now where you have a lot of Christians out there, sort of Christians, who don't understand that if you do not live with heroic courage in the face of evil, if you don't stand up to bullies, if you don't say the thing that everybody's afraid to say, you're a coward and you're not serving God. You can't fake it and say, well, I have faith, if you're not behaving like you have faith. So Bonhoeffer is the ultimate hero. But the reason I wanted to come on your show today, Charlie, is because a lot of folks in the MAGA movement don't know this. The Bonhoeffer film that came out in November, an amazing film, not officially tied to my book, but it is an amazing film about this amazing hero killed today, 80 years ago. That film was targeted by the left, mostly by the pro-Hamas lunatic left, and they did everything they could to crush the film in the box office, and they were pretty successful. It's insane. I don't want to give you the details, but I was stunned because this is a film made by people that are not pro-Trump people. They just said, we want to make a great film about Bonhoeffer. They made a great film of partnering with, Hollywood royalty to make a great film about this hero. And the radical left did everything they could, pulled out all the stops to destroy the film. So what I'm saying, folks, if you believe in standing up for Israel, I'm not saying you have to agree with everything Netanyahu does, but if you believe in standing up for the Jews, this guy is the ultimate hero. And the left, which we now know is insane, in case you haven't covered that subject, they did everything they could to crush the film. So the film is now on Amazon Prime. It's on Apple TV. You can find it almost everywhere, but it's a genuinely great film. And it kind of takes my breath away, Charlie, that the left is so crazy that they would try to harm a film like this about a man who gave his life for the Jews of Europe because of his Christian faith. That's where we are, but that's what they did.
Why do you think, Eric, out of all of the 20th century quote-unquote heroes that we teach our kids, Bonhoeffer is de-emphasized in academia? It is de-emphasized in our media. Why is Bonhoeffer not as much of a household name as some of the other great titans and heroes of Western civilization? What do you attribute that to?
Well, there are a couple of reasons. The first one, and this is, of course, what attracted me to his story, because my mother grew up in Nazi Germany. So when I heard about the story of a pastor who, because of his faith in Jesus, spoke up for the Jews, a pastor and a theologian who, because of his Christian faith, spoke out against Adolf Hitler, I thought, whoa, courage, amazing courage. But that is kind of why most people don't know about Bonhoeffer, because he was explicitly Christian. And in fact, people on the left who do praise him, they kind of make it sound like, well, he was sort of an agnostic at the end of his life. Complete baloney. And the reason the left hates me is because in my biography on him, I make it clear that his Christian faith was deepened, if anything, at the end of his life. Just the opposite. They kind of act like he slid into this like ethical humanism I was watching Charlie Rose, 15 years ago, and Christopher Hitchens was debating, and somebody said, well, what about Bonhoeffer's faith? And he goes, oh, Bonhoeffer's not a Christian, he was a humanist. Complete lie. So the left has tried to make him out to be sort of a Christian, not a Christian. his Christianity makes them uncomfortable. So in my book, of course, his Christianity is front and center, not because it's my book, but because that's who Bonhoeffer was. So that's one of the reasons that his heroism makes some people uncomfortable. But right now, the reason the left try to crush the film is because they no longer feel comfortable even standing up for Jews. They think, well, that's kind of too close to, worshiping Netanyahu or standing up for Israel. We stand with the Palestinians. We're in an insane world. And I can't overstate it, Charlie. They worked overtime to crush this film in November. I mean, it was really shocking to me that a film that your average liberal would love the film. This is not some MAGA version of Bonhoeffer's life. It's a film for everybody. They just pulled out all the stops to destroy it. And that's how sick they are. I mean, they are sawing off the limb that they're sitting on. And we see them doing that on other issues, just happy to destroy the country, to destroy the economy because they hate Trump. And they have attacked me. And they even attacked the film as somehow being a dog whistle for Christian nationalism and political violence, which is so insane. I can't even believe I'm saying it. So the left worked hard to crush the film, which is why I want to get the word out to patriots in America. This is a great film. Everybody should see it. And literally today is the 80th anniversary of this great man's death. So obviously it's available. I think I mentioned Amazon Prime, Apple TV. It's out there, but he is such a hero. And Charlie, you and I were talking several years ago, and you said, through TPUSA Faith, you want to raise up an army of Bonhoeffers, real Christians who are not just talking about faith, but who are living out their faith. He, to me, is the ultimate model of that. He's a man of action. He puts his faith in action. And whenever I talk about Bonhoeffer, it's about putting your faith in action, not just talking, but doing the kind of stuff that you do and I try to do, talking truth to people, waking them up. That's what real faith looks like. And I can hardly think of anybody who embodies it more than Dietrich Bonhoeffer.
Absolutely. So really quick, Eric, how do people find this film? Because there's a lot of Bonhoeffer content out there. Just crisply, URL.
And there's a lot of there's a lot of bad stuff out there. The film that just came out in November, it's a brand new film. It's called Bonhoeffer. I think it's called Pastor, Spy, Assassin, whatever. I never remember the subtitle, but it just came out a couple of months ago. It's brand new. It is absolutely awesome. Anybody who sees it, they rave about it. They weep at the end. It's powerful. It's beautiful. And obviously my book, I would recommend as the definitive book on Bonhoeffer, because there's a lot of bad stuff on Bonhoeffer, a lot of kind of liberal, weird stuff that has come out. So that's one of the reasons they hate me, is because I told the truth about him in his own words, but I'm proud to have done so.
Well done, Eric. And we need a whole new generation of Bonhoeffers. I want to play the trailer here. I think we actually, I want to make sure we have the right trailer. So instead, Eric, as we look at the threat of totalitarianism across the West, we have a little bit of a reprieve right now. What is your message to the pastor or the church leader that refuses to stand for the civilizational struggle that we are in? 1 minute remaining, Eric.
That's exactly what it is, Charlie. We're in the proverbial Bonhoeffer moment. I mean, when I saw the tyranny under Biden, all of this kind of stuff, I thought, this is why God led me to write this book on Dietrich Bonhoeffer. This is a man who understood he had a profound duty before God to get political, to stand up against political satanic bullies who hate freedom, who hate human beings, who hate the Jews, who hate Christians. If you don't live heroically like Bonhoeffer, you are not being the kind of Christian God called you to be. And that's why the movie is important. That's why the story of Bonhoeffer is important. And on this 80th anniversary, literally today, everybody needs to know about him and needs to know that the left tried to destroy this film. So if you can see it, check it out. It is genuinely a great film. Believe me, you'll thank me. It's an amazing film.
Very good. Eric, God bless you, my friend. Talk to you soon. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, email us as always, freedom@charliekirk.com, and subscribe to our podcast. Let me tell you guys about Patriot Mobile. Patriot Mobile is amazing. Patriot Mobile is a great way that you can transition and shift away from sending your money to woke wireless providers and instead go to those that share your values. Go to patriotmobile.com/Charlie. That is patriotmobile.com/Charlie. So take a look at it right now, patriotmobile.com/Charlie. I want you guys to take a look at it because all of you guys are likely paying for a cell phone bill of some sort. You can stay connected with flexible, unlimited data plans to fit your lifestyle. And the best part is when you switch to Patriot Mobile, you're supporting faith, family, and freedom. Switching is quite simple. Keep your number, keep your phone, or upgrade. Patriot Mobile's 100% US-based service team will get you activated in minutes. Right now, go to patriotmobile.com/Charlie or call 972-PATRIOT to get a free month of service with promo code Charlie. Make the switch and defend freedom with every call and text message that you make. That is patriotmobile.com/CHARLIE, patriotmobile.com/Charlie. Call 972-PATRIOT, patriotmobile.com/Charlie. Email us, charliekirk.com. We go through the breaking news next.
Maggie, go ahead. Mr. Secretary, why do people assume this is the last word? The president began this morning saying, be cool, 5 hours later, he announces a new policy. Why will investors in the market assume that this is it?
Because, again, as I said, we've given 90 days, and the only certainty we can provide is that the U.S. is going to negotiate in good faith, and we assume that our allies will too. And in terms of certainty, we will see what China does, but what I'm certain of is that what China is doing will affect their economy much more than it will ours, because they have an export-driven, flood the world with cheap export models, and the rest of the world now understands, because when we put up our tariff wall, those exports were already flowing to the rest of the G7 and to the global south.
Mr. Secretary, how much of this decision was driven by the bond market cratering overnight? What is happening with bonds? Is China selling their bonds?
I have nothing that says that, and we actually had quite a good 10-year auction today, and all this was, again, this was driven by the president's strategy. He and I had a long talk on Sunday, and this was his strategy all along, and that, you might even say that he goaded China into a bad position. They responded. They have shown themselves to the world to be the bad actors, and we are willing to cooperate with our allies and with our trading partners who did not retaliate. It wasn't a hard message. Don't retaliate. Things will turn out well.
And then following up on that, there's a Politico article saying that the countries weren't getting calls back.
These negotiations with these 75 countries, how long will that take? Will it be a matter of weeks? Will it be a matter of months? Do you expect financial markets to be stable during that time period?
Well, we've started with a 90-day pause, and we will see if more countries turn up, what will happen. But we have a meeting with Vietnam today, and we have one of the largest trade deficits with them. So I'm hoping it will move in a good direction. I was at the Japanese ambassador's house last night for the Cherry Blossom Festival, which is quite festive, and he and I had a good chat. They are going to send a deal team over. So we'll see. These are complicated negotiations. These are imbalances that have taken decades to create. But I think having seen the maximum level that Donald Trump is willing to go to, President Trump has created this negotiating leverage.
Excuse me, everybody. Excuse me. The secretary is obviously a very busy man. As he has said, he's had more than 75 countries that the trade team has to respond to. I'd just like to end with this. For decades, Republicans and Democrats have said that these unfair trade practices are ripping off the American people, are ripping off our country, but nobody has ever done anything to address it. We finally have a president here at the White House who is playing the long game, who is doing what is right for the American worker.
Okay, everybody, welcome back. Email us freedom@charliekirk.com. Scott Besson is doing a news conference live right now. Just so we understand, what President Trump is doing is bringing the entire world, uniting them against China. It was a means to the end. We need to bring Canada. We need to bring the European Union. We need to bring Japan and South Korea, Vietnam to unite against the Chinese Communist Party. The CCP is the problem. The CCP is the enemy. Unite the entire free world as a coalition. We could deal with these trade partners. By the way, as Treasury Secretary Bessent clearly said, he's sitting down with Vietnam this afternoon. I expect a really good deal with Vietnam, saying they're going to buy more LNG, or they're going to buy more of our cattle, or exported beef, I should say. President Trump has been calm and cool, and China retaliated. They made a bad move. He goaded and baited the CCP. This was the plan all along. Trump goaded China into showing their cards. And might I say, it's rather brilliant. And I know some people are still down on the market, but the market's now up 200 points. I bet it's going to recover all of it. Plus, you got tax cuts, you got drill, baby, drill, no tax on overtime, no tax on tips. We boxed in the Chinese Communist Party. They got nowhere to go. You got Japan and South Korea flying into America to go make deals. So what now President Trump has done, he says, okay, here are the tariffs. I mean business. We'll do a 90-day pause to negotiate, except on China. China's surrounded. Where's China going to turn? The South Koreans and the Japanese and the Vietnamese are not going to pick up the calls from China. Where's China going to turn? They're going to turn to Namibia or the Central African Republic, one of their small little colonies in Africa. Understand this. This is great leverage now going into the Iranian negotiations as well. The timing when it comes to Iran is perfect. And now Russia is still trying to cozy up to the United States regarding Ukraine. And President Trump, brilliant deal maker, brilliant, not putting any extra sanctions or tariffs on Russia, saying, that's a carve out. We got to work on this diplomatically. So Russia is very careful right now. Russia says, oh boy, we don't want to rush into China. So Russia is saying, I don't know. He's uniting the world against the true enemy. Exactly what our foreign policy position should have been all along. We subsidized the rise of the Red Menace. You see, everyone thinks that Trump was a madman and all this. Turns out that this was chess moves and not checkers. The entire world has been scrambling. All it took was 1 week of courage. And now the markets are up so high, people are scrambling to buy stuff 5%, 6%. Look, markets go up and markets go down. Very rarely, and Blake would agree, do you see a parabolic increase on the NASDAQ of 9% in a moment of 5 minutes. Understand. This is a game of brinksmanship. Now, what cards do the Chinese Communist Party have? Every day that 104% tariff remains on China, every single day that it remains, their market is going to collapse. They need us way more than we need them. And look, China still has treasury bills. Bessent had the perfect answer, by the way, on bonds. We had a great year. We had a great 10-year auction. Phenomenal. If we can sustain the dumping of American treasury bills by the Chinese Communist Party, they want to try to push up our 10-year note. That's what they're trying to do. They're going to try to keep on dumping bonds as leverage. If we can sustain that, I'm telling you right now, it's theoretical. I don't want to say it's likely. The Chinese Communist Party could be in collapse. Governments collapse all the time, especially totalitarian ones. The media portrayed Donald Trump as if he had a pair of twos. Turned out he had pocket aces. President Trump held the cards the entire time. And now you got the Japanese, the South Koreans, the Vietnamese, the EU. In my opinion, we got to stop this whole 51st state talk with Canada. I get it. It's funny. It's lighthearted. No. We need to bring in the partners closer to us. We need to bring in our strategic allies. This is big league stuff right now. The Chinese are freaking out. And anyone that is leveraged, that has ties to the Chinese Communist Party, they are wondering, are these capital markets going to be joined out? Are they going to get choked out? Bessent has said, quote, we've had more than 75 countries contact us. I'd imagine after today there will be more. It's going to take some time, and President Trump wants to be personally involved. Deal by deal by deal by deal. Saying that each one will have a bespoke, unique negotiation. No one size fit all. It's a line around the block. It's like landing planes at LaGuardia on a Friday night. You look up in the sky and you got like 15 planes and you're lining them up. Boom, 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 boom. One after the other. Lunch, you got Vietnam. 2 p.m. you got Laos. 4 p.m. you got Cambodia. 6 p.m. you got Madagascar. For dinner, you got the Japanese. For breakfast, you got the South Koreans. You line them all up and you just start breaking out these deals. You got to buy more of our LNG. You got to buy more of our manufacturing. You got to buy more of our exported beef. You got to buy more of our corn. You got to buy more of our ag. You just line it up. You have your demands. And these deals will take time to iron out, but now the 90-day pause shows that we mean business. And I'll tell you, the Chinese Communist Party, where are they turning to right now? Russia is not returning their calls, and Iran says, oh my goodness, I don't know, because they got to sit down with President Trump this weekend. Great day. President Trump knows what he's doing. See you guys tomorrow.
He's in the driveway getting ready to peel out of here. Oh. This guy.
So, I'm getting a bad echo. Or what? I think it's gone now. I just had sat down and was looked like Trump has put a 90-day pause on the tariffs.
I saw it said it was a 90-day pause, but it wasn't a complete pause. It dropped the tariffs down to 10% instead of 17 or 25 or whatever he was doing. So I don't know if that was a mistake somebody put out.
No, I've seen it several places that he put in a 90-day pause, but all the tariffs was going to stay at 10%, except for China's. It's jacked up high. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what it was.
Yeah, they're going to. China's going to have the whopping big tariff, but all the rest of them are only going to have 10%, even though they're being little weenies too.
Well, China's the big dog he's trying to bring down, trying to get them to wait, because once they do it, everybody's going to follow suit. They're all going to want to do it.
Yeah.
So, he knows what he's doing. He knows what he's doing.
I'm just watching everybody have, or as I say, that we have heard the miniature cattle roaming the United States now.
Oh.
Everybody's having cows, you know.
Yes, they are.
Well, according to Caroline Leavitt, they're under negotiation.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, all of them are under negotiation. He ain't letting them off the hook.
I reckon we'll see what happens.
Yep.
It's supposed to start raining for the next 3 days.
Oh,
really?
goody.
Yeah,
I definitely need to get out and mow my yard then.
Yep, do it while you can.
Well,
Yeah.
mine been needing cut for the last couple of weeks, and it's just been so wet. It's still a little wet, but I just can't keep waiting. It's about 8 or 10 inches high.
Yeah, at some point you have to do it.
Yeah.
I've waited before. It's like, oh, that wasn't a good idea, because now we get more rain and the sun comes out and it'll grow 2 inches in a day.
Yeah. That's what
Yeah.
I went and cut mine. I went and cut mine right in time because it was a little high, not real high. If I hadn't have cut it, I could have got the goats to come in here and chow down.
Yeah.
I thought about that.
Yeah.
Well, I had a man that cut mine. I paid him to cut it. And about 3 years ago, he hadn't showed up. It was about May, and last of May, and he hadn't been here for 5 weeks. And I'm telling you, it was just getting out of hand. So I cut it. Well, it wasn't but a few days later, I had to go get some gas, and I ran into him at the gas station. He said, "Oh, I come by your house and I seen you done cut it." He said, "You want me to come back?" And I said, "No, I'll just cut it myself. I'm retired now. I'll just cut it." So
No, couldn't rely on him. Did he say why he never made it sooner?
he had trouble keeping help.
Oh, yeah, that's a hard thing nowadays. I've heard that from a lot of people. Kooky people out there. Unreliable. And they don't want to work. They think just because they showed up, they should get paid.
They done good when they showed up, and if I needed them to trim my hedges, they'd do that. Or I got them one time to remulch, trim and remulch everything, and always a reasonable price too. I didn't mind paying, but I'm not working now. But I don't know. It just takes me forever to do anything anymore. Going in slow motion.
Do it as it's not gonna, I mean, nothing's gonna have a freak out if you don't get it done when you think you have to. Do it in your own time. So I look around, I got lots of stuff I have to do. It's like, you know what? Whose schedule am I on? Why am I making these demands of myself? It's gonna be there tomorrow. If I can't get to it today, I'll just do it as I can. It'll get there. Although grass does not seem to wait for any man.
Well, I'm like you. I got so much to do. If I'm gonna plant a garden, I'm gonna have to get my ground worked here pretty soon.
Yeah.
And I still need to. I got a new pressure washer. I need to get out of the box and put together and do some pressure washing. Need
Once
to
you
trim
do,
my hedges, all kind of
Hey.
stuff.
pressure washing's kind of fun. I enjoy doing that. I like getting things cleaned up. When I can see a result when I'm working, that's kind of like the carrot in front of my nose. And I do enjoy pressure washing. Trimming hedges, I can give or take that. But my sister is selling me her rototiller. It's electric, and I'm gonna get out and till some stuff up while the ground's still. You're not supposed to till up wet grounds. They said it makes hard clumps, but if I don't do it when it's damp, it is so hard you can't put a shovel into it. So I'm gonna have to get out there when it's spring, when it's rainy.
You might need to get you a big tiller. Something
I
that'll
have
dig
one.
down. Something that'll dig down. Get that.
I have. It's so heavy I can't run it.
Well, I mean, I've never done the no-till. I know people talk about that stuff, but I wasn't raised that way, and I've always tilled, and have always been taught, it helps aerate the soil.
Yeah.
I've heard people say, "Oh, you can over-till." Listen, I've been doing this a long time, since I was a young boy, and I mean, that's how to get the weeds down between the rows. That's how I've always done it, and I ain't never had no problem. Everything grows well.
I've never heard of overtilling before. Interesting. Now I just put that black plastic down, so it's very low maintenance. I only have to till like a narrow row because that's where I'm planting things, and then in between the rows it's all plastic, so I don't have to worry about doing the whole garden. As long as I keep it fertilized, it grows like crazy.
Everything I plant is 36 inches apart. The rows are 36 inches apart.
I think mine are 30. They might be farther. I think I put mine a little bit farther than that because I grow like squash and stuff like that takes up so stinking much room, and I don't want to be tripping over it to pick my tomatoes.
Well, I haven't grown nothing but zucchini for the last several years. I mean, it's just kind of bushes out. Don't take a whole lot of room up, but
yeah,
this year I don't know that I'm gonna plant any squash. I love it, but it just starts coming in so fast. I gotta either eat it or give it away or freeze it. But I'm gonna start I bought me some National Pickling Cucumber seeds.
Oh, nice.
At the farm store last week, I think. But I'm gonna have to start them in trays here pretty soon. Probably the next couple weeks anyway. I'll go ahead and start them. And
I'll pick them just like they are. I love pickling cucumbers. They're so crunchy.
Well, yeah, I don't have any put away, and I'd like to get, maybe at least 24 quarts put away. But I don't know. I might raise a few half runner beans and some tomatoes, but I don't know if I'm gonna plant any corn or not.
Oh, I know you like it.
Well, I still have about 14 cords
Well,
from
yeah, you
last
can,
year. I
if
think
you
for
got
the,
that, yeah, that'd be good.
so, and I got a pile of beans and tomatoes still yet. But I want to, I probably can some more tomatoes, but I really would like to put up, I don't know, maybe 35, 40 quarts of tomato juice.
I haven't had tomato juice in decades. I love tomato juice. I just never think to buy it or make it.
And if I can find, if I can get some sweet potato slips, I'll probably put in a row of sweet potatoes.
Yeah.
And that's gonna be about it. I don't know. I'll be lucky to be able to take care of that if I get that planted.
Maybe you need to go fallow for a year, huh?
Well, I thought about it. I mean, that was a good excuse being Jubilee.
That's a good excuse as you're gonna get.
But I do want to plant some pickling cucumbers. Hopefully they'll make and do all right. Maybe I can put some up.
Yeah. Yeehaw. Yeah, that'd be good. And you'll be glad you did. Once you plant it, you might think, oh, I don't know if I want to do this, but this summer you'll be really glad you did. It's always so much better than what you buy in the store, whatever you plant. I know one summer I just ate almost everything out of the garden except for the meat. I sat down one day, and you know what? Everything I'm eating is out of my garden. That's cool.
Yeah, that's what I normally do every year. My grocery bill goes way down in the summer.
That's so good for you.
I mean, a couple ears of corn, slice up tomato, fix a pot of green beans with some potatoes in it, maybe fried zucchini. I mean, that's a meal.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, I was frying up.
Slice up cucumber, pepper.
Nice. Yeah, peppers. I need to plant some peppers. I need to get them started right now because they didn't grow very well last year. I might have to cover them. I think the contrails were messing with them.
Could be. I mean, I don't know. But as warm as you said it gets there, I mean, it's bound to be pretty warm at night too. So
yeah, black cover covers up the roots of the grounds. Most plants when they grow, they'll grow good. But the peppers, I planted them from plants. I bought the plants that were 6 inches high.
did. Yeah.
And it stayed 6 inches high all summer. It put a few peppers on it, but they never got fully grown. It was weird. They just didn't want to grow. They were, I don't know.
That sounds like a nutrient issue.
It might be. Yeah, I'm going to put the vitamins on it. I found that everything responds to that vitamin mix. I buy it at Walmart. It smells like vitamin, and they really like that.
You can use just get you a bag of Triple 10 and use synthetic. And that's what I've always used, except the last couple of years I went away from synthetic and went with organic. But I've used the Garden Tone fertilizer on my pepper. Well, everything except tomatoes, and they've done real well. Done real well with it. I've been pleased.
I use the fish fertilizer. Yeah.
I was a little bit, of course, last year I used compost too, but I was a little concerned with my corn because it's only got 3% nitrogen, the Garden Tone. And I heard a man say, look, you don't need as much nitrogen as you think. And I was skeptical, but now I don't have no way of knowing how much nitrogen was in the compost, but it's 3% in the Garden Tone. But my corn did well, did real well. Every stalk had 2 ears on it.
Wow, good. Huh. Yeah, I've got dandelions all over, and somebody said if you got dandelions, you have either too much or too little calcium in the ground. I can't remember what they said.
I
Or
ain't
the
never
other.
heard that. I
Well, that's
got
what they.
I got a yard full of dandelions. I hadn't put nothing down on the ground for it's been 3 years. I started to put some turf builder down last year, but I didn't do it. I got plenty.
And I've got my neighbors hate me because I've tried to. I've sprayed them, and it seems like it made them worse. And I've got 2.5 acres, so it took quite a bit. I've used the weed killer specifically for dandelions, and I went out there and used one of those spreaders, and literally they curled a little bit, and then they bounced right out of it and went crazy.
Huh. Well, one reason I haven't put anything down is because I've been having in the back of my mind to make some of that dandelion jelly. I just haven't done it.
Yeah, dandelions are good for you.
Yeah, they are. Sometimes the when they're young, I pick the leaves and put them in salad.
Aren't they bitter? Excuse me. Aren't they bitter?
Tastes just
You
like
have to get
lettuce
them
to
real
me.
young.
Okay.
Yeah, they taste just, yeah,
older
don't
they
let them
are-
get real big. Don't wait till they big. Get them while they small. But they taste just like lettuce to me.
Oh, do they really?
Yeah, and there's, like Teresa said, there's a lot of nutritional benefits to dandelion.
I'll have to do that. I'll try them because I've got probably 1,000 salad bowls full out there in the springtime. Then they get a second wind. I can try and do it again.
I cut all mine down today.
Yeah. Now what you do, you pick them before they start blooming. That's when they're best. If you're going to eat them in a salad or even cook them, like a wilted lettuce salad.
Oh, really?
Yeah. And you can eat the roots. What you use the roots for tea, but I think you can eat them too. And the flowers make great jelly and our wine.
Interesting. I'd mind trying to make something like that just to see.
I've heard of people making dandelion wine, but I don't drink, so I don't fool with it. But I've been thinking the last couple of years making dandelion jelly really ain't no whole lot to it.
You can even bake it in bread.
Oh, really?
The flowers, you can bake it in bread, makes a nice yellow. I've seen pictures of it. I hadn't tried it yet, but it makes a nice yellow bread, light yellow.
Probably got lots of good things in it.
Teresa, I fixed orange cornbread last week.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a meal, but a local meal, and they've gotten into, I don't know where they're getting this exotic grains. They grinding up and putting in bags and selling. And they had Argentinian orange Creole cornmeal.
Oh, really?
Bag of it. It was pretty good, but I've never made cornbread with that exact recipe. It was, what was it? A cup of meal, a cup of, I used einkorn flour, a cup of flour, 2/3 cup buttermilk, 2/3 cup sweet milk, and then a little salt and baking soda and baking powder. But
was it yellow cornbread or orange cornbread?
It was orange.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. They had another one too called Bloody Butcher, and I bought a baguette. I think I might fix a paint it tomorrow, but it's not orange. It's white, but it's got some black specks in it. But I don't know. They mill everything there. I don't know where they get it.
They get. I mean, there's I know there's all kinds of colors of corn when you grow it. Is it? I haven't even seen the purple ones. You know.
That's Jimmy Red is
Oh.
purple. Jimmy Red
Yeah.
is purple.
Oh, okay. Cause that's heirloom. Cause I mean, cause
is.
most
Yeah.
everybody got to where they just had white or yeller.
Yeah, I can eat any of it. I really, well, I kind of favor the yellow, but I like it all. But I was telling Chris a few years ago, when I was looking at them meals, they were kind of expensive, and I just kind of shied away. But I told Chris I got room to plant, plenty of Jimmy Red corn, and I could dry it, and then just that way, when I need cornmeal, just grind it myself. But I just ain't fooled with it. That's what everybody done years ago.
Yeah.
But I noticed they was grinding the bread flour too. But like I told Chris, I don't know where that. I haven't talked to them. I don't know where the wheat's coming from. Has it been sprayed, or if it's been sprayed with Roundup? I don't want any.
Yeah, you need to know. I made some rice water. It's to make a type of bacteria that helps with your skin, and it's supposed to help cut down bad things. So I made some, and I hated throwing the rice away, so I had a little bit of it, and oh boy, did I ever get a gut ache. That stuff must be covered in glyphosate, because what you do with it is you rinse it really good. You put a bunch of water in with the rice and you massage it really, really good and get all the starch out of it. And then you drain it all out. You put a couple of cups of water. There's 2 cups of rice, 2 cups of water after you've rinsed it all out and drained it. And even after washing it off, I still got the acid reflux from eating it. Well, I guess I'm gonna have to, I don't know if I want to use it on my skin. I might have to buy some organic stuff. But what it does is it makes little microbes that are supposed to be really good for your skin, but not if it's got that crud in it. What I know about Roundup is it kills the good bugs and doesn't kill the bad ones.
Yeah, I was going to tell you, Chris, that OsteoFX, it only lasts about, one can only lasts about 3 weeks.
It'd last you a month unless you're using heaping scoops of it.
No, I've been using Level.
Really? I wonder if they shorted you on the amount in
That's
there. You
what
might have
I'm
got
wondering.
I'd write them and tell them, write to Longevity, and they might send you a can out for nothing.
Because I started the Tangy and the Osteo at the same time, and I still get, plenty of the Tangerine, but I had to order some yesterday. It's supposed to be here tomorrow.
Yeah, I would say that's what happened is they weigh it when you get it, maybe. All you have to know with your empty container, if you still have it, weigh that, and then weigh your new container, make sure it's got the amount in it that it claims before you even open it, so you can holler at them, because they get big trouble selling. Get big trouble for selling stuff not the right way. Yeah, good deal. Yeah, because I know that stuff lasts. It should last a little bit longer than a month. I usually have 3 or 4 days after the month's up that I've got extra.
Well, I've been taking it, both of them, every day.
Doing any good yet?
I don't know, but it's only been Friday. It'll be 3 weeks, I think.
Yeah, a little early to find out. I'll give you another 3 or 4 weeks. You should start nosing some things.
Well, that's why I want to
Depends how much you need. Yeah, depends how much your body needs.
keep taking it to give it time and see.
Yep, gotta give her time. Like I tell people, you don't get in that condition overnight. It's gonna take a little while to heal you up sometimes. It's like with the keto stuff, it took me 4 months before I noticed anything. Most people that do keto notice within a couple of weeks, 3 weeks, and they're losing weight like crazy. And it took me 4 months, but then I've been really sick most of my life. I've been healthy in a weird way, but I think it's the stress.
Probably
Like the
is.
stress things. Yeah.
Stress do a whole lot of things, and the thing about it, you can have stress and really not know it.
Yeah. Food is a big stress. If you're eating things like Roundup, that's a huge stress on your body because you're poisoning yourself. It's like taking strychnine every day. And if you do that, your body's going to be in distress. All those crazy goofballs. Amazon, I'll tell you.
What'd you have going on at your house? I heard you say something about sewer.
Oh my goodness. I noticed last summer I could smell a little bit of sewer under the crawl space when when the plumber came by, he had to go under there and shut off the water. And I had the door open on the crawl space and I could smell a little bit of sewer, but I didn't think much of it. I thought, well, he didn't say anything, so it must not be anything. So I went on my merry way. And then a few weeks ago, I noticed that I was hearing the drain in the bathroom, and that when I was taking a shower, it would make kind of odd noises. And I thought, well, I never did that before. And I thought, well, I better look up because I wasn't sure about the septic tank. I thought, how do you tell if a septic tank's full? I don't know how to tell. So I looked it up online. I thought, well, I kind of have those symptoms, but not all of them. So I asked my sister, and she said that the executor was supposed to have, she said she saw the receipt, that it was supposed to have been emptied out when they sold the house to me, or before, because they didn't know who they were selling it to. I don't think she wanted to sell it to me, but she said that she saw that it had been cleaned out. And when I called up the septic place, the Roto-Rooter, he says it should last. He says if you're by yourself, it should be at least 8 to 10 years, even longer, before it needs cleaned out. And I thought, okay, because what happened was I was downstairs and I saw water on the floor in the same place it was before when the pipes failed. And I'm looking up, I can't find any water anywhere. And I'm like, what the heck's going on? I looked several different times. I went down there. I took a flashlight, spotlight, and was looking, and it was clear water. And so it didn't even occur to me it could be sewer. And I'm looking around, and then the next day I went down and it was brownish water, brackish looking water. I thought, oh crap. So, and I noticed that there was a trail coming from underneath my rolling rack, and I looked, it was coming out of the toilet flange where it was plumbed for a toilet that never got put in. I was like, oh no, the sewer's coming in. That's not good. So I called up the Roto-Rooter guy. He came over and he took a camera and ran it through the line. He said it stopped whole. He says that is jammed up tight. And he said it was plugged. And he said, you're going to have to dig that out and find out what's going on. So the guy, he didn't look in the sewer to see, because I had to dig the sewer cap out, right? Because it's 2.5 feet underground. And so the guy came over and dug it out. And he's done sewer stuff before, and he's looking at it, and he said, let me get my camera. He says, this is really weird. So he took his camera and ran it through the other end. He says, let's get the hose and run a hose in there and see if we can break that loose. So he ran a hose into it from the septic tank. And he said a whole bunch of like black stuff came out. So it's been old. It's been sitting there for quite a while, been building up. And he got it unplugged. So he took his camera and looked in there, and he said, next to the house at the foundation, it was crushed. It was like oval shaped. And he said, that is stopping things up. And he said, it'll start piling up at the other end. Well, it turns out the other end where the cistern's at, it had shifted because this ground here is sand. And over 50 years, the cistern has gone down as the water, as rainwater and whatever hits it. And the pipe had bent down and kind of broke there, I guess. So it was all piling up there, trying to get over the edge to get into the sewer. So anyway, he had to dig up. I had blacktop from the house to the edge of where the sewer cap was at, and he had to tear it all up, unfortunately, and dig it all out. And he showed me the pipe today. It was a thin black pipe that had cracked Oh my God, I don't know why they put that down there, but there was heavy white stuff coming out of the house, heavy white stuff. But the black thing, it had bad connections. The connections were catching up on things. Basically the pipes were put on backwards. So the lip of it was on the inside, not the outside. And it was catching up things, hanging up on. I was like, oh my gosh. So he had to dig it all out. He replaced it. He's a young guy, did a good job. He put everything back. He's a Christian guy, which I was happy to know.
Yeah.
And but it's going to cost around $3,500, might even be a little bit more. And I haven't even got the guy to come over and look at my sewer to see if it needs dumped yet. Let's get their bill if it happens. But I did call my insurance company to see if they would pay for it, since I do have insurance, and it does, if it covers all that. If it covers it, I'll be using that. But otherwise, it's out of pocket, which is a bummer.
Yeah. Well,
Such is
they get everything done pretty much.
Oh yeah, he put a riser in over the top of the sewer outlet, so that the guy, when he has to dump the sewer out, I don't have to hire somebody to dig it out. It's just, it costs a lot of money. It was $500 just for that piece of pipe to put over it. It's like 1.5 feet, 2 feet around. And so now the sewer guy, when he wants to dump the septic out, he just has to take the lid off and lift the concrete lid off, and then put the hose down there. But yeah, otherwise I'd have to keep digging it out every time the septic needed. So every 10 years, 8 to 10 years, would have to be dug out. I thought, why would I? And it's going to cost a lot of money to do that. I might as well just do it and get it done now. Get it done right, like my dad didn't do. Yeah, the pipe that he showed me was just cracked and splintered. As a matter of fact, you could take a shovel and just tap on it and it would break apart. It would just splinter. It looked like it was sun damaged. It was the weirdest thing. And it was a really thin wall. It was probably 1/8 of an inch thick, if even that. It was all black. And he said, I've never seen black pipe used. And I thought, you know what they probably thought? They probably thought it's not going to be in the sun. It's going to, it's going to be underground. It'll be fine. It's under enough dirt. It's going to be just fine. But the weight of the dirt over time, he said it was just crushed. He said there's actually a dip in the line, so it was gathering water just before it got to the septic tank. It had to be done. It's a good thing. I'd rather do that than have the whole basement flood with sewage.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't blame you.
Yeah, there's sewage down there. It needs cleaned up. I'll probably, if the insurance will pay for it, I'll have them clean that too. So I saw that and I thought, oh my gosh, how am I going to clean that? That's so gross. I didn't, the basement's not finished, thank goodness, because that would have messed up the floor, but it's just concrete floor. So I'll just have them come in and clean it and sanitize it. But what a mess. I just wanted my septic tank checked to see if it needed dumped. It'll be like $4,100 later, because he said it was $600 to dump the tank.
Huh.
Yeah, crazy. I don't know. It might not need dumped though. It might have just been that. Hopefully it doesn't need dumped. He'll be here today to find out.
Always something comes up.
It is. It's an older house now. It's 50 years old. So, I mean, you have to expect stuff like that. Maintenance is a thing. But I got it painted last year, so that's good.
Years ago, they used to use clay pipes.
He said they still do.
Oh,
Clay
really?
with and tar paper and something else. He says, yeah, they still use it.
I thought
Obviously.
they just used all plastic nowadays.
Well, I think if they're building a lot of stuff, it's easier to transport and it's a lot lighter weight. Probably a lot cheaper too. Yeah, anyway, a big surprise. It's like every time I went outside, he was saying, well, we got to do this. And but he was nice about it. He says, you can do this. Do you want the riser put in? He says, there might be 2 of them. And I asked him how much they were. And he told me, he's like, if we have to do it, we're just doing 1. I can't afford 2. Okay, no problem. Then he said something about, I have to do this or that. It's like, so every time I turned around, it was more and more money. It's like, no, but it had to be done. I looked at him, I said, if I do it now or I do it later when it might be more expensive or when it causes more damage, I'm just going to do it now. Just get it. That way I don't have to worry about it. I don't have it hanging over my head as something I might have to do in the future. It's all done. It'll outlive me. It'll be here long after I'm gone. And it'll be working. Yeah, you did a good job. Very good job. was impressed. So,
You gonna
Yeah,
fix your driveway back?
what's that?
You gonna fix your driveway back?
My driveway?
You said he had to dig up the
Oh,
asphalt.
yeah, it was at the edge of the house. My dad had put the blacktop in. It goes in front of the house, wraps around, and goes around the east side of the house and back to the back patio, which at the time was the edge of the house. They didn't used to have a patio back there. So he had to take out about 10 feet by 15 feet of that. Because that, wouldn't you know it, that's right where the sewer pipe was. It was right underneath there. But if the insurance will pay for it to get repaved, it shouldn't, I mean, it's not gonna cost a whole bunch for that small area, but I'm just gonna see if I can pay them a little bit more to run it to the end of the patio so it doesn't look so stupid. And they'll keep the patio clean too, because otherwise there's mud and stuff that gets tracked on it. We'll see, we'll see. I'm gonna have to get a job or marry a billionaire. Or win the lottery. Maybe I'll win the lottery. I heard that.
Yeah, it's win.
I just I will take care of it.
I don't fool with the lottery.
Yeah, sometimes I will just for the fun of it. You never know. You never know. I don't know what I'd do if I know I would. There are things I'd do to my house to get a different car that's reliable and all that stuff and help a bunch of people out, but I
Well,
don't expect to around that much longer to worry about it.
if you hit one of them real gigantic lotteries, you know, way up in the millions, you'd almost have to not tell nobody for a while until you done hired a lawyer and
Yeah.
done found another place to live and everything else, because you'd have and change your phone number. You'd have people relatives you didn't even know you had.
I have heard that. Yes. Excuse me, I've heard that. They'll come out of the woodwork. Yeah. Long lost relative.
If somebody try to blackmail you, I don't know if I'd want all that money.
Oh, they not much they can blackmail me for. You have to care first.
Well, they just nowadays all they had to do is make something up.
True. That's true. It seems like it. We need some good judges. Oh, my tree flowered. I'll be darned. I just looked over and saw this big orange thing by my wall, and it's a big hibiscus flower. Never even noticed it. They're pretty outside. I love spring. A little bit cool, but it's pretty. All the grass is green just overnight. The trees are starting to bud out. Went out in the orchard to see what died. I got a few trees that pooped out on me, but most of them are still alive. I got 2 apple trees that I bought at Costco, and they're still in the bag. I need to get those planted while the ground's soft, but I noticed one of them's already putting on flowers, and it just budded last week. But I gotta get those in the ground.
There's all kind of stuff blooming here.
Is there? I love when the orchards bloom, they're so pretty.
A lot of them coming out. Them pink, I don't know what Teresa said what they were. Them things, they come out, they've been coming out, bloom. And then a lot of the trees got, you know, little leaves on them.
Well, they got enough water. They should be happy.
Yeah. It's gonna be a mess out there where my sister lives. She sent me a video the other day, and 2 houses down from them, the water was up to the windows on the house.
Oh, are you kidding? Oh, those poor people. That's a shame. Good grief. I can't imagine. That'd be so sad. I know when I lived in Florida and a hurricane was coming, I didn't know what to expect. I kind of lived on a hillside, so it's like, well, I don't know if it floods, how high. So I took the furniture that I did not want to lose, and I put hooks in the ceiling and suspended them from the ceiling. I had a bunch of chairs. And they're not old, but they look old. You can probably see them when I'm on camera. But I really like them, and I didn't want to lose them, so I actually hung them from the ceiling in case we got flooded, they wouldn't get ruined. But I didn't have to worry about it. Turns out it was okay. But we did end up with a bent up trampoline somebody lost. Bent up trampoline and a few other things that blew into the yard.
Neighbor had a trampoline blow on your place.
It wasn't a neighbor. I don't know where it came from. Nobody around me had kids. It came from somewhere, maybe 10 miles away.
Yeah, I got sucked up in the air and went a long way.
Yeah, it could be. It's like a big umbrella. Excuse me. Newsmax is saying that Kash Patel got removed from his position, but Marcia said she hadn't heard anything about it.
What, ATF?
Yeah, I think it was.
Because he was kind of temporary over the ATF, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was ATF, I think.
Maybe they hired somebody.
I don't know. I thought it was FBI, but I think that was Bongino. Can't remember. I can't keep him straight. He was kicking some butt and taking some names, though. Oh, wow. I just looked over and saw the down number on here is 2,800, almost 3,000 here. It's going up, up, up. Up, up, up.
You're talking about that trampoline. I just got old patio furniture with the crank up umbrella. And last year or year before, apparently, I reckon I left the umbrella up. I normally don't leave it up unless I'm sitting out there. Well, it come a thunderstorm that night. Next morning, I looked out and I said, daggone, somebody done stole my umbrella. What happened was there was a big thunderstorm because the screw in the bottom where it goes down into that weight, and there's a screw, it's stripped out, so you can't tighten it. You can just pull it out. But that thing went over top of the house. I found it. But the wind sucked that thing up, blew it over top of the house.
The wind stole your umbrella. That'll happen. That updraft. Well, you've seen people packing an umbrella around that turned inside out because of the wind. That wind it likes that.
Well, luckily it didn't damage it.
Oh, awesome. Really? Well, I guess like that, if it was like closed, oh my goodness. What's Gretchen Whitmer doing in the White House? Oh, I look very happy.
I thought about getting somebody to build a roof over top of my patio and put some real nice cushiony patio furniture out there, but I don't know.
You can get some nice patio furniture from Walmart now. I bought a set of it 4 years ago. It's got a sofa with cushions that are built for outside. It's got a table that has two little square seats that fit under it that you can use. The seats can be used for like foot cushions. That's really nice. Can't remember what I paid for it, but it was on sale, and it's held up really well. But it's comfortable. It's not like and I bought an old patio set, like for the table with the chairs, but it was like an antique type thing it wasn't antique, but it was from the 70s. But the actual furniture part patio furniture is very comfortable. It looks nice too. And you can spray it off with a hose if it gets dusty or anything. You just take a hose to it and spray it off.
Yeah.
I found an article from Reuters Sorry. I found an article from Reuters about Kash Patel.
Did you?
Yeah. FBI Director Kash Patel was removed from his role as acting director of the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms and Explosives and replaced by Army Secretary Daniel Driscoll, U.S. officials confirmed on Wednesday. Reuters was the first to,
I was going to say that was probably planned.
It could have been. Reuters was the first to report the leadership change, which the U.S. Justice Department had not disclosed publicly. As of Wednesday afternoon, Patel's photo and title as acting director is still listed on the ATF's website. Patel was sworn in as an acting ATF leader on February the 24th, so he was an acting leader. 3 days after he was sworn in as FBI director, a role he continues to hold. It was unusual for one person to be tapped to lead major well, I don't know why they put two in there twice. Major Justice Department units at the same time. Somebody screwed up on their proofreading.
They do that a lot.
A Justice Department official confirmed Patel's removal and said it had nothing to do with his job performance. The official did not say why Patel was removed. U.S. Army Secretary Daniel Driscoll is now serving as acting ATF director. The Justice Department official said 3 other sources familiar with the decision said Driscoll will continue to hold both roles. It was unclear when Patel was removed from his post or when Driscoll was notified of his new responsibility. Driscoll was traveling on Wednesday and was in the Middle East earlier this week. Yeah. Anyway, there's a whole there's a big article.
I'm saying more than likely that Kash just did not have the time to look after that ATF.
Yeah, that could probably be it. Anyway, it was let's see, the article is from, because I'm on the computer and reading on the phone. I'm reading to y'all on phone. But it was from the MSM website, but it's reported by Reuters. And I know Reuters is usually fairly
accurate.
Reliable.
Not, they put things out. Yeah. Look at Gretchen Whitmer in the Oval Office.
You
ought to see what her face did on her face, and she looked. Okay, where'd it go? I want to go here.
What she wants.
Look at her.
She don't look happy.
She looks rough.
She might have got beat up.
Her hair's all sticking out.
I wonder, I don't know if I heard anything about Michigan on that DEI stuff and all that, if they got their money cut off.
I don't know, but she doesn't look like she wants to be there.
Yeah, she don't
Trump's talking and she's not even looking at him. She's looking down and she's in deep thought about something and she looks disturbed. Maybe she knows she's going to jail finally. Right now, if she pops up in the news at all, in the news cycle, Pam and Radix need to take that documentary, even if it's not finished, and shove it out there, because otherwise they're going to lose it all. Just shove it out there, put it up on YouTube and let her rip, because as it's going, they're never going to get it done.
It just
I think
seems
they've
like
lost
it's dead in the water to me.
Yeah, I think they've lost interest in it. There's 50 grand sitting there in an account for them to finish it. Or there was. I don't know if it's still there. Yeah, she looks very anxious, scared. So scared. She better be. She's not gonna look good in orange.
Yeah, that is kind of a worried look.
Very much so. So I think about if I had that look on my face, what would I feeling or thinking? And I'd be like, "Ooh, that's not good." Her day is coming. She was gonna do horrible things to people, and now she's getting it back in spades. So I don't feel sorry for her.
And I don't feel sorry for none of them.
No, either. They got what's coming to them, or they're going to get what's coming to them. He's getting everything he wanted. He said he was gonna, he had years to plan. I do think he's got an exceptionally high IQ, and he's good at planning, like The Art of the Deal. A 9.5 hour narration on that book. That's pretty interesting. But yeah, I wouldn't mess with him. Anybody that messes with him is not too smart. As they're finding out, I think they thought they were going to get away with it because he didn't fight back when they stole the election in 2020, but that was all part of his plan because people had to see how bad they were, and he wanted to flush out the people who were guilty, and he did a good job of that. He did. Is that new? Yes, it's 220.
I thought I seen something earlier. President Trump's supposed to speak about something this afternoon. Maybe
Yeah,
not.
I had it up on the screen. He was doing, did I move it? Where'd it go?
Must already.
Here, right here. I rewound it. This is agenda free, but he had a clip here. I don't know how long it is. It's fairly long. I'll play it though. So I think this is it.
At some point, they'll just go into the Oval Office.
We've got 5,000 people watching right now, so something else must be going on. He needs a new keyboard.
The Dow now up almost 8%. S&P 500 up over 9%. NASDAQ is up over 12%. NASDAQ is up over 12%. Russell 2000 up almost 9% right now, guys.
Trump told people to buy. He told them that hours before this stuff started climbing. Go buy. Go buy. Yeah, even XRP's up by quite a bit, actually. It was $1.74 this morning.
As we wait for President Trump to sign executive orders and maybe take some questions.
Well, they have different S&P 500s. There's different ones.
Really? I didn't know that.
I didn't either, but my financial advisor, he had called me and said, I want to talk to you about something. And I went over and met with him, and that lady works under him. Well, he's got several people, but I don't never fool with nobody but the main man and that woman under him. But
yeah.
She told me, she said, look, this particular S&P, and it was called S&P, I can't remember now, weekly or monthly or something different. But they had a bunch of different ones. I never knew they had all that in. She said, look, this particular fund potentially has the potential to have a 30% return this year.
Oh, are you kidding?
And Yeah, they was pushing me on it real hard, and I said, well, look, I don't want to dump a whole lot of money in that. I said, but I will put some in it, and
Good.
I don't know if the thing does anything or not.
Well, he said to invest this time last year, he said, you guys, he talked about buying crypto and something else. I think it was into investing in the stock market. He says, you'll be rich. He said that. But you watch things go up and down. People get kind of nervous. I decided, you know what? He said it. Oh, see, I put some money in it. And I thought I got nothing to lose. I've never done it before. I don't have any in the stock market, and I wish I could have, because there were things I wanted to buy into, but I just didn't know how to do it, so I didn't do it. But the XRP stuff, I was listening to Amy one night. I thought, well, she seems to make a lot of sense. She's done her research. Well, like Bitcoin today has gone up $7,000, $8,000, I think.
I'll be right back. Let me see what Granny's up to.
I'm gonna go get something to eat real quick. This should be coming on pretty soon.
Former Treasury Secretary during the Clinton administration said, for a country with our scale of deficits and debt, aversion to our government debt, our bonds, is a potentially grave thing. This kind of pattern is quite normal for emerging markets, not for superpowers. We should be very concerned. Something else worth pointing out also is President Trump, and the Washington Post mentioned this, remember, President Trump has said these tariffs are going to make all this money for the U.S. government. Now, if you pause the tariffs, you're not going to have that money coming in that he said was going to come in. The Post said that although the pause could compromise the president's other trade promises, the White House had said the tariffs could raise more than $6 trillion in new revenue to fund tax cuts and other priorities, an impossibility with most of the tariffs being paused or rolled back. Also remember that President Trump had talked about these tariffs staying in place and making companies in other countries build factories over here and do manufacturing over here. But with the tariffs paused, there's not going to be that pressure on other countries' companies to start moving manufacturing over here. That's me talking, but it's another thing, another reason that's been given for the tariffs. We are looking at the White House because President Trump is going to be signing executive orders, and I believe the reporters are waiting to go inside the Oval Office. And I assume he will take some questions. Maybe we'll get one of his impromptu press conferences. We already sort of had one today. Oh, I might even have that video to finish downloading. If we want to, after this, we can watch what he said about the tariffs in the appearance a short while ago. But he might say new things about the tariffs as soon as this event starts. Oh, I see that they're on the move. The press is on the move. Now, the volume is off, I believe, on this. Here, the press is on the move. Look, they're walking to the Oval Office right now. Live. They're going to walk into the Oval Office. They're walking in the Oval Office. Look at this. All right, we're going to hear President Trump. Let's see what happens. Now they're in the Oval Office. There he is. He's going to sign executive orders. Maybe he'll take questions. Wow, look at this. Live from the Oval Office.
You all set? Yes, sir. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. We just had a wonderful meeting with the greatest race car drivers in the world and some really spectacular people that won the Indy 500 for the last, for the last 4 years, or last 2 years. and Roger Penske is so incredible. And the Daytona winners and the Daytona 24-hour champions. So it was really great to see them and to see those cars. Those cars are incredible. So there's a lot of winning out there, and we're having a good day in the stock market, as you can see, an all-time record day, and hopefully it continues. I think it should. Our country's stronger than it's ever been, and somebody had to do that with, we had to take the medicine. We had to go through the operation, and that's what we've been through, and a lot of presidents would not have done it. No president would have done it, I think, but it had to be done, and I just want to thank my team, this team here, and lots of others, and Scott and Howard have been incredible, and for energy, there's nobody like this man, and for the roads and highways, boy, you've done well, Sean, so we appreciate it, very much appreciate it, and if we could, well, let's see, we're starting a lot of executive orders, and some ambassadors have been approved, yes, and we're going to start that process right now. We're honored to have Gretchen Whitmer from Michigan, great state of Michigan, and she's really done an excellent job, and a very good person. And we're working on the Selfridge, as you know, the air base. We're trying to get the air base open, keep it open. And I think Gretchen, if you're there, and Matt Hall, the Speaker of the House of Michigan, and he's been fantastic as the Speaker. I appreciate it. We won the state, Matt, and we did. You helped me a lot.
I did, and you made me Speaker, so thank you, Mr. President.
That's good, too. And Gretchen, I think everybody knows. So we're working on that very hard, and I think we'll come home with a winner for Michigan, okay? I just spoke with the Secretary of Defense. Sometimes we call him the Secretary of War. It used to be called the Secretary of War. They changed it when we became a little bit politically correct. But I think we're in great shape. We're going to be in great shape. So thank you very much for being here. Thank you very much, Matt. Congratulations. Great job. So we'll start with the first orders. And I think we have one for a man named Mike Huckabee. Does anyone know Mike Huckabee?
Yes, sir.
He's going to be a great ambassador to Israel. And they're thrilled to have him, that I can tell you. Go ahead.
Yes, sir. So the Senate confirmed Governor Huckabee to be your next ambassador to Israel earlier today. That's his commission as ambassador. And then we also have a transmittal letter to the President of Israel requesting that he accept Ambassador Huckabee's credentials.
He's going to be fantastic. He's going to bring home the bacon. And even though bacon isn't too big in Israel.
That's just the third letter.
I had to clear that up.
Well said.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Congratulations to Mike
Huckabee. Next, sir, this is a big one. As you've consistently identified, restoring our maritime dominance as a nation is very important. From shipbuilding to having a merchant marine that's capable of supporting American military efforts, really up and down the line, restoring maritime dominance has been a priority of this administration. This executive order, which was prepared primarily by your National Security Council staff and National Security Advisor Waltz, has a number of very significant policy steps, all aimed at restoring American maritime dominance and ensuring that we have the shipbuilding capacity and ability to compete globally, both militarily and in the civilian space as well.
And that could be a good one for Michigan, too, because we're going to be spending a lot of money on shipbuilding. We're way, way, way behind. We used to build a ship a day, and now we don't do a ship a year practically, and we have the capacity to do it. So we'll talk to you about that. Okay, Matt? Think about that. That's a natural. Okay, shipbuilding. That's a good one. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir. The next executive order relates to defense procurement. Our current defense procurement process has been criticized by many folks on both sides of the aisle as being too slow to adapt to new and changing technologies, not delivering the sorts of weapons and systems that our warfighters need in order to compete on the battlefields of the future. So with this executive order, we're going to be modernizing the procurement structure the Department of Defense uses to allow it to more quickly adapt to changing circumstances around the world. And we're also going to be launching a review of existing procurement programs to ensure that we're getting value for the money and to ensure that we're getting the best possible systems in the field.
And which are currently horrible. I tell you, they're horrible. That process is ridiculous, what they do. They get the highest price and not even good-looking equipment, and we're changing it. We're going to change it to the best. So this is very, very important. I want to say hello to Brooke. Well, look at Brooke. She got the cost of eggs down 87%. 87%, Governor. We have somebody that's done a great job at Department of Agriculture, and Kristi Noem, who perhaps a few of you have heard of. She has done the most unbelievable job as somebody that's watching over our country at the border, and with Tom Homan and your whole staff of tremendous people. So thank you. Who would think that she is like meant for that job, huh? She's meant for it. So I just saw you there both. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good. We'll do it later, please.
Thank you, sir. Lastly, in the defense space, one persistent issue that we've had in terms of the issue of foreign defense sales, that we're unable to provide weapon systems in a reliable, effective way to key allies of ours, and a key driver of that is inefficiencies and inconsistencies with the process by which we approve foreign military sales. So this executive order is going to direct your Department of Defense, Department of State, other relevant departments and agencies to rework our system of foreign defense sales to ensure that we can provide equipment, creating American jobs and providing obviously revenue to American defense manufacturers, but provide key military equipment to our key allies in a reliable, effective way.
Okay, that's good. All very important. Okay. Because our budget is just about approved, and it's a big budget, and we want to spend the money properly, get the best equipment in the world. We rebuilt our military during my first term, rebuilt it entirely, beautiful. And then some was given away to Afghanistan so stupidly, the most embarrassing day in the history of our country, I think. But it's still, we have to fix it up a little bit, and that's what we're going to do. We're going to do a good job of it, too. Thank you.
Next up, sir, we have a series of executive orders and a memorandum all relating to deregulation, which has obviously been a major priority of your administration. The first of these is an executive order. The Biden administration launched what you've called a war on showers. They had certain regulations that basically killed the water pressure of showers and other water appliances.
You can say it. Go ahead. What are the appliances?
I mean, it's everything, sir. Dishwashers, toilets, sinks. But the shower heads are a huge deal.
There's no water. You don't get water. It's ridiculous.
So with this executive order, we're effectively going to be reversing that set of regulations to ensure that Americans have choice in the consumer market. If they want a low-flow shower head, they can buy one. If they want a real-deal shower head, they should have the ability to get one. That's true.
You buy a new house, you pay a lot of money, and the developers, you're not allowed to do anything more. They put restrictors on. They used to have a restrictor where you could take it out, but now they weld it in. And you take a shower or wash your hands, whatever you do, including dishwashers where no water comes out. But you wash your hands, and in my case, I like to take a nice shower to take care of my beautiful hair. And I have to stand under the shower for 15 minutes till it gets wet. It comes out drip, drip, drip. It's ridiculous. And what you do is you end up washing your hands 5 times longer. It's the same water. And we're going to open it up so that people can live, and we're going to hopefully have Congress approve it so it's memorialized. We're going to try and get all of these things, including straws, a little thing like straws. We did straws a month ago where the paper straws were melting. They were dissolving. They weren't working well. And we went back to the plastic straws. We're going to get Congress to memorialize just about everything we've done here because most of it's common sense. But the water is horrible. When you go into anytime you see a new faucet, You know, it's going to be a long wash of the hands. And so we're changing. It's a big deal. I did it in the first administration. Biden came in his first week, and he had no idea what he was doing, but somebody told him to do it. In his first week, he put the restrictions on all the bathroom utilities, even in areas that have so much water they don't know what to do with it. You see those areas all the time with the flooding. So we're doing that, and we're going to get all of the things that you've seen. I think we set a record. We're up to almost 200 and 500 amendments. Nobody's ever done that. We're going to get them approved by Congress, so they're memorialized. And we look forward to doing that. It's very important. And Congress is going to start working on it as soon as we get the big, beautiful deal done. The big, beautiful deal is important. The biggest tax cuts in the history of our country, that's important. Okay. Okay, is that okay? Good. It's a 10.
You take a good shower.
We rate the signatures. That was a 10, that's why I should.
This is another executive order relating to deregulation, sir. There are a lot of regulations on the books that either promote monopoly directly or prevent new market entrants from entering into a given market. The net effect of that is very negative for consumers. So what this executive order is going to do is direct your departments and agencies to work with the FTC, with the Attorney General, with the Department of Justice, to ensure that the regulations we have on the books don't function as anti-competitive barriers to new market entrants. The net effect of all of that is going to hopefully be market forces that redound to the benefit of consumers and ordinary Americans as opposed to monopolistic businesses.
I said yesterday he was a great, great student at Harvard before it went bad. It's gone really bad. Now they're teaching their students mathematics, basic mathematics. Can you believe it? So what does that mean? They're allowing people in that can't add 2 and 2? What's going on at Harvard?
I went to law school there, sir, and it was pretty liberal when I was there, but it's gone way off the deep end in recent years.
I don't know if you read that. They're teaching them basic mathematics, people that got accepted to Harvard. How come they got accepted if they don't have mathematics? And we're holding back $8 billion. Can we believe? We give Harvard $8 billion. And we're holding back Columbia. We're holding back a lot of the schools because they were woke. And they've hurt a lot of people. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
There are a large number of regulations on the books. These are regulations that are currently in effect that we believe blatantly violate the law, blatantly violate Supreme Court precedent, that otherwise are just blatantly illegal. So what this presidential memorandum does basically just directs the heads of your departments and agencies to follow the law and to cease enforcing regulations that are blatantly illegal or unconstitutional.
It's a big deal. It's really very important that we get these memorialized in Congress. Very important for the long haul, right?
Yes, sir. This is the last of our deregulatory EOs for the day. This is zero-based regulatory budgeting. The idea here is that over time, regulations accumulate on the books and in the Federal Register, and people aren't taking a close, detailed look at what's on the books and clearing them out as times change or as regulations become dated or ineffective. What this executive order is going to require is each of your departments and agencies to scrutinize on a continuing rolling basis all of the regulations they actually have on the books and sunset those that either no longer serve a purpose or the departments and agencies can't identify a specific reason for keeping them active.
Okay. Okay.
Thank you, sir. Sir, you've taken action against a number of law firms that have in one way or another been involved in the weaponization of government or actions of lawfare. One of those law firms is Sussman Godfrey, similar to what we've done previously with other law firms. This is an executive order that takes certain measures against Sussman Godfrey to ensure that they can't access government resources, government buildings, scrutinizing certain aspects of their practices as a law firm, given their previous activities.
And we've signed with many law firms, the ones that we thought were inappropriate, and they've all agreed to pay $1 million. They went for some pretty big numbers. I guess we have a total. What do we have? What's the total about? What's the total right now, Steve? About, would you say?
Getting close to probably 600-700 million now, I would think. We've multiple at 100 million, some at 125 million. So the numbers are adding up. We're going to be close to $1 billion soon.
One at $40 million. Millions of dollars an hour. But they don't admit guilt. Remember that, they don't admit guilt. But and we have another 5 to go, I think, 5 of them. And this one is we're just starting a process with this one.
Yes, sir.
All right, because there were some very bad things that happened with these law firms.
And this firm is very involved in the election misconduct.
Weren't they all involved in the election misconduct? I think they were all involved.
Yes.
Anyway, so they went from $40 million to $125 million, and most of them are at about $100 million, right? All right. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. The next presidential memorandum we have for you relates to Miles Taylor. You may recall that Miles Taylor served in the Department of Homeland Security during your previous administration. In his capacity with the Department of Homeland Security, he leaked classified information. He wrote a book under the pseudonym Anonymous, making outrageous claims both about your administration and about others in it. What this presidential memorandum is going to do, one, it's going to strip any active clearance that he has in light of his past activities involving classified information. It's also going to order the Department of Justice to investigate his activities to see what else might come up in that context, given his egregious behavior during your previous administration.
And I had no idea who this guy was. I had no idea. I saw him on CNN, or one of them, I guess CNN, a lot. He'd be on all the time saying that the president is the president. I had no idea. It's like, in this office you have a lot of young people, and they're here. I'll see him for 2 minutes, and I assume he was in the office, but I barely remember him. It was somebody that went out and wrote a book and said all sorts of terrible things that were all lies, and it was like he was this gentleman or that gentleman, like I dealt with him all the time. I had no idea who this guy. I said, who the hell is Miles Taylor? And he made a living on going on CNN talking about the president. And I think what he did, he wrote a book, Anonymous, said all sorts of lies, bad things. And I think it's like a traitor. It's like spying. He walks into the office. He's supposed to be sitting here. A lot of people, I'll be here, and there'll be 20 people standing in the room. There'll be oftentimes young people in the office. I assume he was one of them at least. But I didn't know anything about him. And he wrote a book, Anonymous, and I always thought it was terrible. And now we have a chance to find out whether or not it was terrible. But it was a work of fiction. Had a lot of publicity, got himself a nice job with CNN, or one of them. And I think we have to do something about it. You can't have that happen. If that happens to other presidents, it wouldn't be sustainable for other presidents. I seem to be able to sustain, but if that happened to other presidents, it's just unfair. And if it was a Democrat president, I'd say that's a terrible thing. A thing like that can happen. That's a terrible thing. And it's time to find out whether or not somebody can do that. Can they write a book about very confidential meetings and you know, because they happen to be one of a lot of people in a room, and they go out and write a book, and worse than that, call it anonymous, like it's a big deal. And everybody's saying, who is it, who is it, who is it? Then it was found out who he was a long time later, and he got a lot of publicity off that one. He's like a promoter. But we're going to find out whether or not somebody's allowed to do that. I think it's a very important case, and I think he's guilty of treason, if you want to know the truth. But we'll find out. And I assume we're recommending this to the Department of Justice.
Yes, sir.
Okay, good. Terrible guy.
Similarly, sir, Christopher Krebs, the former head of CISA. This is a man who weaponized his position against free speech in the election context, in the context of COVID-19. This is it's a similar presidential memorandum to the one you just signed. It addresses his access to government, existing clearances he might have, and further instructs your Department of Justice, other aspects of your government, to investigate some of the malign acts that he participated in while he was still head of CISA.
This is another one. I don't know that I met him. I'm sure I met him, but I didn't know him. And he came out right after the election, which was a rigged election, a badly rigged election. We did phenomenally in that election. Look what happened to our country because of it. Open borders, millions of people coming into our country. Russia and Ukraine, that would have never happened. October 7th would have never happened. Afghanistan, the way they withdrew with 13 dead, but so many killed, actually. I mean, so many killed outside of the 13 soldiers, hundreds of people killed. And maybe, I don't know, never mentioned, but I mentioned it, 42 or 43 people so badly injured, the legs, the arms, blown off, the face. And this is all because of an incompetent group of people that preceded us, and that would have never happened. And this guy Krebs was saying, oh, the election was great, it was great. Well, it's been proven that it was not only not great. When you look at all these lawyers and law firms that are signing, giving us hundreds of millions of dollars, it was proven by so many different ways in so many different forms, from the legislatures not approving to the 51 intelligence agents that worked from all of the different scamming operations. It was a very corrupt election. They used COVID to cheat. And we're going to find out about this guy, too, because this guy's a wise guy. He said, we've been proved this is the most secure election in the history of our country. Now, this was a disaster. And frankly, we should go to paper ballots, same-day voting, voter ID, and one other thing, you should get a little certificate that says you're a citizen of our country. You get a citizen piece of paper that says you're a citizen before you can vote. But you want voter ID and you want paper ballots, and you really want same-day voting. If you don't have same-day voting, they decide to change the air conditioner. Oh, we're fixing the air conditioner. Let's move all these boxes. We'll bring them back in a few days, and then they don't bring back those boxes. We got to have safe elections. We have to have borders. Ideally, we have to have a free press, which we don't have. We don't have a free press. We have a very dishonest press. This is an honor. We're going to find out whether or not he was right. This was a disgraceful election, and this guy sat back saying, well, I'm a member, or like he's a Republican or something, and almost right from the beginning. And he's tried to make the case that this election was a safe election. I think he said, this is the safest election we've ever had. And yet, every day you read in the papers about more and more fraud that's discovered. He's the fraud. He's a disgrace. So we'll find out whether or not it was a safe election. And if it wasn't, he's got a big price to pay. And he's a bad guy. There's another one. I have no idea who he is. Krebs. I have no idea who he is. I'm sure he was in the room at some point, just like you're all in the room, but I have no idea who he was. So thank you very much. Those last two are very important, I think, for the country.
Thank you, sir. And lastly, we just have 3 proclamations. These are the sorts of things that most presidents use an auto pen for. You obviously don't like using the auto pen much, if at all. The first of these is National Former Prisoner of War Recognition Day. This is one that you did in each of, I believe, each of the previous the years of your previous administration. Recognizes former prisoners of war. More generally, this proclamation is written to acknowledge the great steps you've made both in this administration and your previous administration on behalf of veterans, homeless veterans, others who have suffered in that way, and basically stating that it's a priority of your administration to ensure that veterans and homeless veterans are cared for properly.
Good. And you know what? They ought to find out who was using that auto pen, because whoever that person was, he or she was like the President of the United States, and I'm against auto pens. I think auto pens are not a good thing, especially when you're talking about documents like we're signing today. Yep. If he can't sign, then he can't be president. It's pretty simple. Let's see whether or not he could sign. But I think that should be tested. I really think that should be tested. It's another one. And you may think about it, because how can a man that, did he really know that when they gave all false information on the council, I mean, the whole unselect committee of political lunatics, they destroyed all the information. You can't get any information. They went for like a year and a half, almost 2 years, screaming and ranting and raving. Democrats plus two worse than Democrats. You had Cheney, Liz Cheney, and crying Adam Kinzinger. Crying Adam. Every time I looked at him, he was crying. The guy was a crier. But you can't do that. You just can't do that. So we're going to find out a lot. I think we're going to find out a lot. These last 3 or 4 have been they've been very, very interesting. We'll see what happens.
Sir.
But I don't think a president should be allowed to use an auto pen when they're signing very, important legislation. I think a president should sign it, not use an auto pen. And we're going to find out whether or not he knew what the hell he was doing. I'm sure at this point he'll say, I signed it. They'll tell him what to say. But to give pardons to people that destroyed all the information. If you destroyed information on a civil case, just a civil case, not a criminal case, a civil case, they put you in jail for that. And they found out that Pelosi was the one that was in charge of the security of the Capitol, and she knew all about it, and she admitted her guilt to her daughter, who was a movie documentary person. I'm sure her daughter's not too happy about that. I'm sure Crazy Nancy's not too happy. But we found out all the things, everything, and we go for the information. Sir, we've destroyed all of that information. If I haven't destroyed it, I wouldn't be sitting here right now. I guarantee you that. I'd be sitting someplace else. So I think it's something that we should really look at, because that's so important. The whole concept of an auto pen, because whoever's, auto pens are run by somebody. Whoever ran the auto pen was president of the United States. And I would be willing to bet that Biden didn't know, probably didn't know anything about any of it. Very dangerous, very dangerous. So you're going to check that out, right?
Yes, sir. I'm working on it right now, sir. This is just another proclamation, sir, declaring National Crime Victims' Rights Week. You've obviously made it a major priority of your administration to track down and at times deport criminals who have committed violence on our streets, who have victimized so many people. This is an annual proclamation that hopefully gets Americans to remember that when crimes occur, there are real victims, there are real people who are affected, and there are people who suffer as a result.
Okay, it's very important. Thank you. I just want to add, so we're working very hard with Democrats, the governor, with Matt Hall, with a lot of transportation, Sean, and all of the people trying to keep Selfridge Air Force Base open, strong, thriving, and I think we're going to be successful, Governor. I think we'll be very successful at that. We're getting some good feedback from Pete Hegseth and Department of Defense, and they're talking about F-16s, they're talking about F-35s, et cetera. It's a great piece of property, it's a great location, and it's a great state. So I think we're going to come back with a very good answer. We're also working on a certain fish that's taken over a beautiful lake called Michigan, right? And that's a tough one. That's a tough one. It's very, do you want to just talk about that?
Sure, Mr. President. Yeah. First of all, I want to thank you for caring so much about Michigan. We've been working a long time. We couldn't get Joe Biden to do anything about either one of these issues, particularly Selfridge Air Force Base. It'll be critical to Michigan's economy and our security when you're able to deliver us another mission there. But on the Asian carp, for years, when Obama was there, we could never get anyone to do anything about this invasive species that's going to destroy our Great Lakes. You know how important recreational fishing and so much of that is to our state. Because of your work, we're hopeful that we'll get a solution there and we'll get that barrier built so we can protect our Great Lakes. So thank you, Mr. President.
And they're very powerful fish. I mean, I see them, they jump out of the water, they jump at the fishermen. I mean, I've never seen anything like it. And has this gotten into any of the other lakes yet? Because you would think it would be pretty easy because they're all sort of connected. Governor?
It's why we're working so hard to make sure that, we work with the Army Corps and erect a barrier so that the Asian carp can't get into Lake Michigan. It'll devastate the ecosystem, the economy, tourism, and it's 20% of the world's fresh waters in the Great Lakes, Mr. President, which is why it's so important that as a nation we protect the pristine waters. Yep.
And, all of a sudden, I assume the lakes, they're all interconnected, right? Yeah. So at some point they're going to be in the other lakes. And so we're going to work hard on that. I spoke with the Army Corps of Engineers, and they have a method. It's a pretty gruesome method, but it's a method. And I think they know what to do. So we're going to work on that very hard. And thank you, Governor, very much. Sort of a bipartisan thing when you get right down to it. Yep. It's a very expensive thing, actually. It costs a lot. I looked at the numbers. I said, well, but we have to save Lake Michigan because these fish, they eat everything in the way, including the other fish. They eat everything. Are people endangered by the fish?
I think they're going to eat all the fish there. We won't be able to fish anymore. And that's a big deal in Lake Michigan. There's a lot of fishing, recreation. Yeah. So it's going to be a problem there. But you're right, it's bipartisan, sir. But you're the one taking action on these issues. We couldn't get Biden to do it on Selfridge. This thing has been delayed for 15 years where we were trying to do it. It started under Obama where we were trying to do it. He wouldn't do anything about it. So we appreciate you paying so much attention to this and taking action.
Well, I would. And the governor, in all fairness, called me about it. I had seen it, and she called me, and John James called me. And, we spoke with your office, and it's, I want to put that down. Really is bipartisan. It's great to see it, actually. It's great to see that. And that includes Selfridge, too. Mm-hmm. And we're going to get it done, and we'll all stand there together and cut a ribbon. Okay, Gretchen? Good. That's good. Thank you very much. I'm glad you brought it up, and I'm glad you brought it up, Matt. Appreciate it. And I know you two get along pretty well, right?
Yeah. About 70% of the time, which is pretty good.
I think you do. All right, good. We'll have something to celebrate pretty soon. So pretty sure about that. Okay. Thank you, Gretchen, very much. Okay, do you have any questions?
Mr. President, where does the TikTok deal stand, given what we've seen, the tariffs to China?
Moving along, but obviously I would say right now China's not exactly thrilled about signing it. We have a deal with some very good people, some very rich companies that would do a great job with it, but we're going to have to wait to see what's going to happen with China. So
Mr. President, still on the table?
No, it's on the table very much. I think China's going to want to do it, actually.
Mr. President, can you explain more of what you believe is the end game with China? Are you waiting for President Xi to blink? How do you think this is all going to be resolved?
Look, for years we've been ripped off and taken advantage of by China and others, in all fairness, but by China, that's the big one. And it's just one of those things. We're making $2 billion a day right now, this country. $2 billion a day with tariffs. And they were making $2 billion a day. We'll be making more. And now when you see what happened today, I don't know if it's still there. I looked an hour ago, but we were up like close to 3,000 points. Nobody's ever seen a day like that. I think that's a record, isn't it, fellas?
Definitely.
Is that a record?
It's a big
Who would have thought we were going to have a record like that after watching? But because the geniuses of the world, they get it. Our country is very strong. We were left a very, very weakened country, both economically, financially, because of all of the tariffs and all of the other companies just raiding us and ripping us off. And also at the border where 21 million people were allowed to come in. Many of those people were criminals. And but the people that do this for a living, some of them are very smart and some of them aren't smart at all. But these guys are very smart, and my group is very smart. My whole group is smart. And you've done so amazing on the border. I read the other day that there were 9 people and hundreds of thousands 2 years ago with Biden, and we had 9. We had it down to 9, and they were all let in for medical reasons. They were in bad shape. We let them in for medical reasons, not even for anything else. So you've been amazing. But that's a big thing. I think it's one of the greatest problems that I've never seen anything like it. Open borders. The whole world was emptied out. Prisons from all over the world, from the Congo in Africa, from Africa to Asia, a lot in South America, but it wasn't just South America. Prisons emptied out. And I said it outside with the drivers before, but El Salvador has been amazing, a job that the president's done. He's coming to see me next week, and we look forward to that. But that's really been amazing. Yes.
Mr. President, the EU also announced increases in tariffs today. Why not treat...
Bad timing for them. That's bad timing.
Why not?
They
didn't put them in. No, they threatened them, but they picked a later date, which our expectation is it's going to be later still.
Okay, I'm glad that they held back.
You were watching the market.
If this was the strategy all along to bring them to the table, why did you instruct or advise, or maybe they did it on their own, some of your top aides to say this is not a negotiation, to hold the line, that they were going to hold the line, that you were not going to change your mind?
A lot of times it's not a negotiation until it is, and that happens. And, I said outside that you have to have flexibility to do it right, and that's what we have. We brought everybody to the table, and it may not be a negotiation. It may not last. I mean, things may be asked that I think are not fair to us. Look, we've been ripped off by essentially everybody for 35 years. This is not just a new thing. And Roger Penske just left. He's a great gentleman, great man, actually. And he said no other president would have had the guts to do this. And I believe that's right. They wouldn't have done it. They should have done this a long time ago. Long time ago they should have done it. I started it with China. I took in hundreds of billions of dollars in tariffs and taxes from China in my first term. And we had the greatest economy. We were up 88% on the stock market. That was the greatest ever in the history of our country. But it had to be done. It's something that had to be done.
Mr. President, thank you so much. Which countries will be negotiating first? Do you have any criteria? Because, for example, Brazil and the UK, they do not have deficits with the US. They have a surplus. They do not have a surplus. They have deficits with the US. So what is the criteria? And also, would you consider talking or meeting with Xi Jinping?
No, sure. He's a friend of mine. I like him. President Xi, I like him. I respect him. But they haven't treated our country right. Sure, I'd meet with him. On the other countries, we have Japan is here, and South Korea is here, and others are here, and we're trying to see them. It's from what I hear, it's much more than 75. I said 75 plus.
So many.
It's everybody wants to make a deal, actually, and we want to do what's right for our country. We also want to do what's right for the world. The world is important. I mean, it's the world, right? And I think we're going to make a lot of people very happy. And I think investing in the United States of America will be the greatest investment that anybody's ever made.
Mr. President, we should expect to see the sectoral tariffs, so the pharmaceuticals, steel. Is that something you're still considering moving forward?
Yeah,
with?
well, I will be, because we want them coming back. We realized during COVID that we don't make our drugs and our pharmaceuticals in this country. So I realized that. And it was a big realization. We had to go to China to get drugs. We had to go to other places. I won't even mention the names, but we had to go to other places. We don't make it. And that's because we let them leave. And now if they want to come back, we're going to put tariffs on the pharmaceutical companies, and they're going to all want to come back. They're going to come back. I'm not going to pay them any money like Biden with the chip deal. That chip deal was horrible. They give billions and billions of dollars to chip companies. All they have is money. They have so much money. and they give billions of dollars, and they're just going to keep the money. They're not going to spend it. The only thing that's going to bring them back is you say, we have a barrier. You have to pay 50% or 100% or 200%. And if they have to pay that, they're going to say, we're not going to pay that. We're going to build here. And that's what happened. We're the biggest, most prestigious chip company in the world, spending $200 to $300 billion. Think of that, $1 billion to build essentially one massive plant. It'll be one of the largest plants in the world. And we're going to get them very quickly. We're going to get them energy. We're going to get them the electricity they need and the energy that they need. And it'll be approved by Lee Zeldin, a total professional. And it'll be approved very quickly. And they'll get their zoning very quickly. They'll have everything done in a matter of months.
Thank you, sir. You've procured a record amount of private sector investments since your election, $7 trillion. You talked about the importance of all that. Can you talk about how these investments will have a positive impact on families who felt like the previous economy left them behind, and why your executive orders on coal yesterday is so important given the amount of manufacturing that you're ushering back in?
Good, thank you. And which is correct. We have, I would say, more than $7 trillion now, right, of investment coming in. Apple is coming in for $500 billion alone. We have other companies coming in with massive numbers. We have car companies that are coming in. No, we've never seen anything like it. Maybe in the 1940s or 50s or something, but we've never seen anything like it. They had 3 plants canceled in Mexico. Not that we want to hurt Mexico, but we're for us. And that's what my job is. It's not to take care of other countries, but I want to help other countries as much as I can, but we have to take care of America first, and it's about America first. So we have many, many companies coming in that would have never come in if we didn't win the election and then put the tariffs on. And they're coming in because when they build in the United States, there are no tariffs. You don't have to pay any tariffs. So instead of paying 30, 40, 50% or 25%, but it could go a lot higher in some of the industries. So we have steel mills right now that are raging. The steel industry was gone. If I didn't put the tariffs on steel, because China was dumping massive amounts of steel in my first term, and I put tariffs on it, I saved the steel industry, but now it's going to thrive, maybe like never before. I mean, if you go back to U.S. Steel from 90 years ago, it was incredible. It was the #1 company in the world for a long time. That's why we don't want to see it go to Japan. And we love Japan, but U.S. Steel is a very special company. We don't want it to go to Japan or any other place. So we're working with them, and I don't know if they need any money now. I'll be honest with you, they hit gold. They hit gold because if you look at it, they have such orders for steel now. It's incredible. What's going on in our country is incredible with respect to plants. So we lost 90,000 plants and factories from the beginning of NAFTA, the worst trade deal ever made in the history of this world, but certainly in the history of trade. There's never been a worse trade deal. We were able to cancel that. We had to get approval from Congress. It was like a disastrous curse because you had to go to Congress to get it terminated. You couldn't just terminate it because it was a bad deal. And you had people in Congress that didn't want to do it because they had other reasons, maybe bad reasons. They're mostly not there anymore, those people. But it's amazing what's happened. I appreciate that question because it's incredible. I don't think we've ever seen anything like it. $7 trillion, and it's much more than that because, these are places that we know. $7 trillion is unheard of. I'd never looked at the Biden numbers, but you could go a whole year and it was peanuts. Everybody was leaving. They weren't coming in, they were leaving. And that means jobs are leaving. And so we're not playing games. We're going to make this country greater than ever before. Thank you for that question.
Mr. President, it seems that China's made some... Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Thanks. For the past few days, we've heard from this administration no pause. Was this idea of doing a pause, did that just come about this morning? Can you tell us exactly what came into consideration for you and your advisors?
For a period of time, I wouldn't say this morning. Over the last few days, I've been thinking about it. I've been dealing with Scott, with Howard, with some other people that are very professional. And I think it probably came together early this morning, fairly early this morning. Just wrote it up. We didn't have the use of we didn't have access to lawyers, or we just wrote it up from our hearts, right? It was written from the heart. And I think it was well written too, but it was written from the heart. It was written as something that I think was very positive for the world and for us. And we don't want to hurt countries that don't need to be hurt. And they all want to negotiate. The only problem is, you can only do so many at one time. It's like, we want to do it right. We want to get it right. We want to take care of them, but we have to take care of our country. So, but this was something certainly we've been talking about for a period of time. And we decided to pull the trigger, and we did it today, and we're happy about it. I didn't know it would have that kind of an impact, but it's, I think they have the biggest increase in the history of the stock market. That's pretty good. That's pretty. You're almost, if you keep going, you're going to be back to where it was 4 weeks ago. But it was a sick market 4 weeks ago, because the trade was sick. It was only a question of time. I don't blame the tariffs. I think the tariffs just sort of magnified what was happening. It was sick. Biden allowed these people to get away with murder. Biden allowed China to just take advantage of us. We had like $1 trillion deficit with China, $1 trillion deficit. So that was going to only be a matter of time. I think the tariffs brought it out faster and they magnified the problem. But I think this was a problem that existed far beyond tariffs. This was a systemic problem, and we're going to cure that problem. And maybe to a large extent we have, because we've revealed it, and we've revealed it very strongly. Yes, sir, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. So it seems China's made some serious missteps here in these negotiations, and Secretary Bessent said earlier you may have goaded them into a tough position here. I'm wondering, are you in a way putting together a coalition against China in terms of trade here?
No. Well, China, look, they're very capable. And I don't blame China for what happened. I blame the people sitting right at this desk, right behind this desk, or another desk. You get your choice of 7. I happen to pick the Resolute. But I blame the people sitting behind in this chair, behind this desk, for being stupid, incompetent, or not having courage. This should have been done years ago. This should have been done before Obama, in all fairness. Not only Biden, Obama. This should have been done many years ago. This started with the World Trade Organization, which was owned by China. It was owned and paid for by China. They didn't even have to do things. They considered them a nation that was undeveloped. They said they were a developing nation. Well, we're a developing nation too, if you think about it. Look at our inner cities. Look at what's happened. I think we're starting from ground zero there, right? So we're a developing nation too. No, I know it's a lot of people take heat for saying that, but I blame the people sitting at this desk more than I blame China. If China can get away with what they got away with taking hundreds of billions and trillions of dollars right out of our pocket because our people here were stupid, they were stupid people. Maybe corrupt, I don't know. I don't know how you can be that stupid. How do you get to be president and you're stupid? But they certainly weren't courageous, and they allowed this to happen. And with Japan and with many other countries that took advantage of us. I mean, we had deficits with almost every country. I used to read these things. First term, I'd read them. I'd actually read the agreements. I'd say, how could anybody agree to this stuff? So certainly they were rough, and they were tough, and they were smart. And you can blame them, but I really blame the people that allowed them to do it. Because, if you could read first grade and you could read these agreements, you'd say, these are terrible deals. I actually used to say, who would allow deals like this to be made for our country? And maybe it's people that didn't care. Maybe it's people that weren't courageous. Maybe it's people that were corrupt. I don't know. But I blame those people more than I blame anybody else.
Mr. President, you've been very specific in saying that you would like the EU to purchase U.S. energy. Is there something specific that you would like China to do?
Well, you'll be hearing about that. Yeah, there are a lot of things I'd like China to do.
Are there some examples?
There are a lot of things that I want China to do, and I'll be telling China what that is. Not you, but I'll be telling China.
Mr. President, Iran, you said the other day that if they do not agree to a potential nuclear deal, that it would be very dangerous for them. What specifically?
Well, they can't have a nuclear weapon.
Did you mean military action, though, if they don't agree?
Oh, if necessary? Absolutely. Yeah.
And do you have a
deadline for these talks?
Yeah, I do.
And
You're talking about with Iran?
Yes.
Yeah,
You're
I
saying
do.
it's not
Do you have something
negotiable.
definitive this weekend, or do you see this as the start of a process?
It's a start.
Do you have a timeline?
We have a little time, but we don't have much time
Who is starting the
because we're not going to let them have a nuclear weapon.
Is
Can't
it
let them have a
awkward to
nuclear
be
weapon.
there, Mr. President?
And we're going to let them thrive. I want them to thrive. I want Iran to be great. The only thing they can't have is a nuclear weapon. They understand that. You know, the people are so incredible in Iran, and they're so smart. They're very smart people. But, you know, they're in a rough situation, rough regime. But they understand, and the leaders understand. And I'm not asking for much. I don't, they can't have a nuclear weapon, and I've said that. And I was a little bit surprised because when the election was rigged, I figured they'd get the weapon because with me they were broke. They were broke. They had no money because of the sanctions. Nobody could buy oil. We did that to Venezuela just recently, and we'll do it to other countries if we have to. I want to see Russia and Ukraine make a deal. They got to make a deal. When schools get blown up and bad things happen, like I'm hearing about, it's no good. I hope we're going to make a deal with Russia and Ukraine. But with Iran, if it requires military, we're going to have military. Israel will obviously be very much involved in that. He'll be the leader of that. But nobody leads us. We do what we want to do.
When would the talks run out on the talks? When would the talks need to conclude before you might do military?
I can't really be specific, but you know, when you start talks, you know if they're going along well or not. And I would say the conclusion would be when I think they're not going along well. So that's just a feeling.
Mr. President, on the subject of U.S. troops stationed in Europe, do you have any plans to reduce the number of U.S. troops in Europe or in other NATO countries?
Well, good. I mean, it depends. We pay for military over in Europe. You know, we don't get reimbursed by much. South Korea too. So it would be one of the things we discuss. That's unrelated to trade, but I think we'll make it part of it because it makes sense. Be nice to wrap it all up in one package for each country. You know, it's nice and clean, and we have plenty of law firms. These are great law firms that we signed with, the best. And I think part of the way I'll spend some of the money that we're getting from the law firms, you know, in terms of their legal time, will be, if we can do it, I think we can do it, using these great law firms to represent us with regard to the many, many countries that we'll be dealing with. We'll have good lawyers representing us, but we want to have good lawyers, and these are the best, considered the best lawyers in the world, right? I mean, considered the best in the world. I don't know. They just went off a little bit.
Mr. President, two questions. On Iran, do you have an update on who will be participating or conducting these conversations? We with COF be there on Saturday for these direct talks. And on China, some economists are saying that right now is technically embargo on China with 125% tariffs. Are you concerned of escalation beyond the trade war with China?
No, I'm not concerned. I think President Xi is a very smart guy, and I think we'll end up making a very good deal for both. But, you know, we've been treated so badly for so many years. Again, we allowed that to happen. We've been treated so badly for so many years. But, no, I don't expect that. I think President Xi is one of the very smart people of the world, and I don't think he'd allow that to happen. And we're very powerful. This country is very powerful. Let me tell you, it's far more powerful than people understand. We have weaponry that nobody has any idea what it is, and it is the most powerful weapons in the world that we have. More powerful than anybody, not even close. So nobody's going to do that, but I think that if that's what you're referring to, maybe it's not. But just in terms of basic escalation, which is what you said, no, I think that President Xi is a man who knows exactly what has to be done. He's a very smart man. He loves his country. I know that for a fact. I know him very well. And I think he's going to want to get to a deal. I think that's going to happen. We'll get a phone call at some point, and it'll be off to the races. It'll be a great thing for them. It'll be a great thing for us. It's going to be a great thing for the world and for humanity.
Do you have plans to meet with Putin in Saudi Arabia?
At some point, I will. At some point. We'll have to see. I mean, we have to get there right now. You know, we got to get there. In the meantime, They're losing 2,500 on average young people every single week. Think of that. 2,500 people a week. It's not even conceivable. We got to get there fast. Say a couple of more. Yes.
Do you have to increase tariffs on China even more before they come to the table or give you a phone
I
call?
can't imagine it. No, I can't imagine. I don't think so. I don't think I'll have to do it. I don't think we'll have to do it more. We calculated it very carefully. By the way, when you hear 100, a lot of people charge much more than that. Canada charges much more than that to our farmers, our dairy farmers. Many people charge much more than 100 or 125 in this case. But I don't, it's still a significant number. I don't see that again.
On the investigations.
Yeah, Mr. President. So do you think some of your tariff critics would prefer, to see the United States go through turmoil than to actually see it succeed just because they are your policies?
You mean just leave the tariffs the way they are now and just relax, right? Some people have said that. Look, again, we're making, it'll be soon, much more than $2 billion a day. That's not the worst thing that I've ever heard. So, yeah, some people say that. But, we look at the other side, too. I think as the United States, we have an obligation to look also at the other side. We want what's good for everyone. I mean, it's America first, but we also want to make sure there's a world that can live and live happily and all of that. And so, this is the way I look. No, but there are people that say, look, where we are now, I've been in worse positions in my life than making $2 billion a day plus, right? It's really plus. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you, Press. Thank you, Press. Head it out.
Thank you.
Cut it out. Or the markets are what really changed your mind when it came to
The markets right now are extremely good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Press. Thank you. Head it out. Thanks, guys. Here, this way. Right this way. Thank you. Keep going.
All right, President Trump just asked a bunch of questions, spoke on a bunch of things. He said he had been thinking about the tariff pause for several days. That's what he said in that appearance. He said he had been thinking about the tariff. Oops, hold on. Gee whiz. Hold on. Hang on. President Trump said he was thinking about the tariff pause for several days, and it came together this morning. In case you missed it, I'll just go over what happened. So President Trump announced tariff pause today. As I understand it, from everything I'm hearing, basically the countries that had tariffs on them, that President Trump had recently put tariffs on, now they all have 10%, except for China, which still has 125%. And Canada and Mexico have the same tariff thing going on as before. They hadn't gotten new tariffs from Trump last week. Was it last week? Anyways, so there's basically a 10%, the countries that had, a lot of countries had tariffs as of 12:01 a.m. that were more than 10%. Some 20-something, 30-something, 40-something percent. That has all been reduced to 10% for everybody for 90 days. China is still 125%. President Trump bumped that up this morning from 104 to 125. And remember, there are still tariffs on certain products like steel and aluminum that President Trump has put on recently. Those are still on. He has said that there's going to be a new pharmaceuticals tariff. He just said that right now. I will say this. If when President Trump did his big announcement about tariffs in the Rose Garden, if he had just said 10% on everyone and 125% on China and had kept it until now, I think there'd be a lot of worry. And, it would be the exact same situation as now, but I think there's a lot of positivity in the markets because it's not as bad as it was before. If he had just said what actually is happening right now, which is the 10% and the 125% on China. That alone would have been big news. So it's interesting that that's where we're at now, but the markets went way up today because they had been responding to the even bigger tariff numbers. But there's still significant tariffs out there, 10% on all these different countries and 125% on China. Now, I don't know how long these will last because President Trump has said we're negotiating deals. So maybe in the coming weeks, days and weeks, the 10% will go away on various countries as deals are announced. I have no idea. But remember, there are still 125% tariffs right now on China and 10% on lots of countries that didn't have those 10% tariffs before. I would also love for a second to play what he said when he talked about, he said people were, what was the word he used? People got something. Yippee afraid. Yes, Trump said that he had pulled back on tariffs because people were getting yippee and afraid. I'll play that before we end. By the way, I want to say a quick thanks for your support. I didn't get a chance because Trump was talking, so I want to say it now. Thank you to Dennis Kennedy. Thank you so much, Dennis, for your support, and Lee Elmore, and Sevenfold, and Benny Hill. Thank you, Benny Hill. Huang Vincent, who thinks it's friend or foe test and China was exposed. Thank you, the Car Czar. The Car Czar says that the 10% tariffs will still bring in a lot of money. That's what the Car Czar says. Again, I don't know how long those 10% tariffs are going to be in effect for. Thank you, the Car Czar. I really appreciate all your support. Thank you to also Mom of 457 Rose, our member Dewey. Thank you, Boomer Wow. Thank you, Jeff Galeese, who thinks the pause is likely due to too many countries trying to negotiate at the same time. I mean, President Trump has cited several reasons for the pause today. He's talked about he said that people were getting yippee and afraid. He said that countries wanted to negotiate, so he wanted to be able to negotiate with them. And that takes a lot of time. So there's been some different reasons cited today for, the Treasury Secretary today said this was Trump's plan all along, but Trump also said at one point, he said he'd been thinking about it for several days, and then it came together this morning, and he also said that it was a reaction to people getting yippee and afraid. So some different reasons given. Thanks also to PZ Papa Zulu, and also thank you to Hokies alum for subscribing over there on Twitch. Shout out to our moderators as well. We have Bastion Girl, Good Luck Duck, Matthew Kohai 3, Sarah, and Surly Dev over there on Twitch moderating. Linda Bell, Clary, Misha on X on YouTube. Thanks to our mods over there. People like Ruth Krafasi, thank you, Ruth. Beth Mythical, all of our other YouTube moderators who've been there, thank you for being there. Kayla Ribati, Margaret Riley on Facebook, and any other moderators I might be missing. I'll take some comments from you, but first, you know what I want to do really quick? I would love to show you, I got the video from him, his appearance with the racing people, where he said the thing about yippee. So let me pull that up here and show that to you. Because he talked about his thinking about why he decided on the tariffs. Let me pull it up here. I just got to find out where he talks about it, and then I'm going to show it to you right now. If this works. If this works. Why am I not hearing it? Let's see. Where is the volume here? Where is the volume? Should be right here. That's weird. Does this have no volume on it? I may have to refresh something here. I have the video in front of me. I'm not hearing anything. Why am I not hearing anything? Oh, I think I know. Well, hold on a second here. Let me put it up on the screen and see if we hear anything. If not, I may have to refresh something here. That's silly. Oopsie. All right, here's the video. Where is this? Get rid of that. Here is this. Fine. And then let's go to here. Okay, so I'm going to put this on the screen now, but I have a feeling I might have to reset something because I am not hearing sound. This right here. Why aren't you seeing something? We're not hearing sound from this right now. There should be sound on this video. All right, let me refresh. Let me try one other thing here. This'll tell me for sure. It's the video itself. It's not that. All right. Well, I have to write to them about that. It's an issue with that particular video. I'm sorry. Well, I have the quote here, actually. The quote was, I have it right here from the White House press pool. It says, one of the quotes was, I thought that people were jumping a little out of line and getting yippy, he said. I'd like to give you the whole quote. It's annoying that video is not working. What if I try it one more other way? All right, sorry about that. I'll have to look into this after. I don't know why the video that was downloaded had no sound on it, so it's weird. It's very odd. You can see here from AP, Trump says he pulled back on many global tariffs, but not on China because people were getting yippee afraid. Trump was asked about volatile markets and his decision to back off on many tariffs after previously suggesting he wouldn't do so. Trump says he pulled back on many tariffs on U.S. trading partners, but not on China because people were getting yippee and afraid. That's just one thing he said today. He offered another reason, or one or more other reasons at different points. Just so you know, the markets today, here are the figures on the markets. Dow finished up 7.87%. S&P 500 finished up about 9.5%. NASDAQ was up over 12%. Russell 2000 up about 8.7%. And Bitcoin is at about 83,000, whereas when he made the announcement, I believe it was around 77,000. Let me read a few comments here. Chris N. says he listened to Elon. Mandelbrot said thinks Trump just admitted he had no clue what he is doing with tariffs. He said that it is all emotional. Leo says, did the bond market rebound because there was a massive sell-off overnight? Yes. Like for the 10-year bond, the prices went back up some and the yield went back down some. For example, the yield had gotten up to about, on the 10-year bond, I'm looking at it here, 4.515, and now it's down to 4.328. Cowboy Cool says they're running the biggest pump and dump scheme. Harvinius said didn't expect this pause this quickly. Dehydrated Water says Democrats hate Trump's achievements so much they'd rather be anti-Americans. Tim Ado says, I bought the dip and was highly rewarded. All right, I'll see if I have any other updates to give you. But again, it's interesting because again, the tariffs have been paused, but there are still 10% tariffs on basically all the countries he announced tariffs on like a week ago or so. They still have 10% tariffs, except for China, which has 125% tariffs. So that's significantly higher than it was several weeks ago. But it's lower than it was yesterday, as of a few hours ago, because, starting at 12:01 a.m., you had tariffs like, just to name a few, you had Japan was going to have 24% tariffs, Vietnam 46, Sri Lanka 44, Philippines 17. Cambodia 49. Also, I think a lot of people are assuming that it's a pause, but that eventually the 10% is going to go away. That's my guess. Is that there's assumption that this will just go away eventually. But we don't know. Judy thinks 10% is lower than expected before the announcement on Liberation Day. I don't remember the exact expectations. I believe that if he had said 10% across the board on Liberation Day, some people were thinking more than that, but that wouldn't have been seen as nothing. That would have been seen as significant. And again, we still have the 125% on China, which is huge. Maybe he'll announce a pause on that soon. If there had been no tariff announcement whatsoever, and then all of a sudden it came out one day that the U.S. was announcing 125% tariffs on China, and China was announcing 84% tariffs on the U.S., that would have been an enormous story. That's still happening. Cogito thinks he has a lot of pressure from some in Congress. Krista Torres thinks he planned this. Steve Jackson says America is back. Sorry, I'm still in Lima, Peru, so you may be hearing like random noise outside where I'm showing this, where I'm doing this broadcast. But remember, just keep in mind, it's not that there's no tariffs right now. There's still 10% tariffs on lots of countries. And the biggest U.S. trading partners, I believe, at least most of them. And there's some other tariffs on Canada and the U.S. and Mexico, and there's 125% on China. So just keep that in mind. And Trump says more tariffs are coming, because he says there's going to be, for example, a big pharmaceuticals tariff coming up. Here. Let's see here. Treasury Secretary says Trump will keep 10% import tariff, raise import tariff on China. Treasury Secretary Bessent said the pause was not a result of brutal sell-offs in the financial markets. That's what he said. But again, he will keep the 10% baseline import tariff for now. Agent X says 2 months, folks, start stocking up your supplies. You ain't seen nothing yet. All right, guys, well, look, I think, who knows what's going to happen next, but market way up today, most of the big tariffs down to 10% now. Anything above 10% is now down to 10%, except for China, which is 125%. So there's still a lot going on. And, you know, that 125% from China will have huge impacts on prices of many goods if nothing happens with that. But President Trump is hoping a deal can be worked out. He had actually said today, when talking about this, he said, at some point, hopefully in the near future, China will realize the days of ripping off the USA and other countries is no longer sustainable or acceptable. He has said, you know, he's open to negotiation with them. So we'll have to see what happens. All right, I think right now it is time for us to maybe start wrapping up this live stream. But I really appreciate you guys being here for our breaking news coverage of the Trump tariff pause and reduction. I say reduction because those above 10% tariffs were moved down to 10% for various countries. Who knows what will happen next? David Gray.
However, they are making some assessments on an issue that is still being worked out. I believe this is still the anomaly connected to the liquid hydrogen system, which is why they stopped topping off on that now some time ago. Now, a hold, again, for those who are just joining us, a hold for an Atlas V launch, or for that matter, for a Vulcan rocket, does not mean that we are in a scrub scenario. An Atlas rocket and a Vulcan rocket have the ability to hold their countdown for an extended period of time, as the launch window extends out to 9 p.m. Eastern, or 2300 UTC, or excuse me, 0100 UTC is at the end of the window there. So just as a quick recap, ULA entered into the planned 15-minute hold as expected. Shortly after that hold was activated, then they conferred and determined that they needed to extend this planned hold beyond the planned time. And so we're going to dip beyond the 15 minutes that was initially determined, not because of the weather explicitly right now, but they're extending the T0 because of an issue that is being worked on the rocket. We believe this is connected to the liquid hydrogen issue that was mentioned in Mission Control audio here about, at this point, 10-15 minutes ago. Standing by for further information, and we'll, of course, keep you updated as we learn more. You're watching live coverage from Spaceflight Now of Amazon's Kuiper 1 mission. You may also see this referred to as KA-01 or Kuiper Atlas 1. That's how Amazon is referring to it, because Amazon has booked more than 80 missions on various launch providers' rockets. It initially booked 9 flights of the Atlas V. That was followed a couple of years after that by a purchase of 38 launches on a ULA Vulcan rocket. You had 18 flights on an Ariane 6 from Arianespace. 12 flights with a Blue Origin New Glenn rocket with an option to add 15 additional flights if needed or wanted. And then the most recent acquisition was for 3 launches on a SpaceX Falcon 9 rocket after some pressure from shareholders to book the Falcon 9 to fly some of these Kuiper missions. In total, the Project Kuiper satellite internet constellation, which is designed to rival other satellite internet mega constellations like SpaceX's Starlink and Eutelsat's OneWeb constellation. Amazon is planning for a total of 3,232 satellites, which will be in low Earth orbit, and they'll be deployed across dozens of planes at altitudes of, start with miles and convert that to kilometers for our global audience. So in miles, it's 367, 379, and 391 miles in altitude, or 590, 610, and 630 kilometers. In a media roundtable at the beginning of the Space Symposium earlier this week, ULA President and CEO Tory Bruno noted that in addition to this Atlas launch that we are tracking right now, again, still in, I guess you could say we're still technically in the planned part of the planned hold, but we know that this is going to extend beyond 4 minutes out from 7 o'clock Eastern. A new T0 has not yet been announced. When one is, we'll adjust our L- clock in the upper right-hand corner of your screen. But in addition to this mission, Tory Bruno noted that they may be able to launch another Atlas V rocket with Kuiper satellites on board. And that would happen in the time frame before they get ready to launch their first national security mission with Vulcan. Those national security missions are set to launch sometime over the summer, although the U.S. Space Force's Space Systems Command has not named a particular launch date for that just yet. Of course, you can always head over to our website, spaceflightnow.com, click on the Launch Schedule tab, and you can see when upcoming launches from here in Florida and elsewhere around the world are coming up. As we're coming up to the top of the hour here, I want to thank first off the 8,400 plus of you who are watching with us live. If you haven't already, be sure to click that like button, share the stream, allows more folks to find their way into this live launch coverage. And for those of you who are just joining now, thinking that we were 11 minutes away from the launch of this Kuiper 1 mission, and then you see the hold sign, we are currently monitoring and we do have a new T0 to report. ULA is currently targeting 7:40 p.m. Eastern, 2340 UTC. We're adjusting our countdown clock to reflect the new L- time. Stand by. As you can see, we're now back to L- 50 minutes and some change.
A large storm is coming to the United States over the next few days, and this will bring some big problems, including the return of severe weather, which includes damaging winds, large hail, and a few tornadoes across parts of the Ohio Valley, Tennessee Valley, and even back through the East Coast. This will also bring some heavy rainfall that could lead to some localized flooding, and as we go into this weekend, we are about to see much warmer weather return to much of the country after big freezes over the last few days, including areas like Alabama and Mississippi. So in today's forecast, we are going to break down exactly what you need to know about the weather that'll be impacting the United States over the next 7 days. We'll begin with what's happening across the country today, and the East Coast is finally clearing out from all of the severe weather and all the rain that we've had over the last few days, but unfortunately for a lot of these areas, this is not going to last very long. We got another storm system that is currently beginning to form back over in the Midwest, and this will bring some showers and isolated thunderstorms today, but as we go into tomorrow, it is going to bring a very interesting severe weather event to parts of the Ohio Valley, Valley and Tennessee Valley, which is an area that just does not need more rainfall or severe weather. And unfortunately, more of that is coming over the next few days. And before we talk more in detail about this big storm system, I do want to talk more about our general weather pattern. And we're going to begin with our jet stream. So right now we have a high pressure system in the upper levels back over in the southwest. This, for the most part, is blocking any sort of major severe weather outbreaks from entering the United States. However, there's a weird little storm system here that's coming out of Canada that's beginning to form. And this right here is a shortwave trough. And this is going to bring the threat of severe weather as we go into tomorrow to parts of the Ohio Valley. So look at this as we go into Thursday. We get this big dip in the jet stream. Also, the ridge is going to intensify back over on the west coast. So a couple different things are going to be happening Thursday and Friday. We're going to get a lot of cold air coming out of Canada, which is going to bring a little bit more of a chilly feel to those in the Midwest and the Ohio Valley. On the other hand, warm weather is going to be building back over in the Rockies and along the west coast on Thursday. Eventually, by Friday and Saturday, this low pressure system is going to be very slowly moving. Notice how large of a dip we have back over on the east coast. This is going to bring the threat for some very heavy rainfall, I think, both Friday and Saturday to many areas along the east coast and a little bit of severe weather as well. And then eventually, as we go into the weekend and early next week, that ridge is going to be building across the Great Plains, which is going to bring some warmer weather back. And this is going to bring a little bit of a spring heat wave, I think, for many areas in the Great Plains in the Midwest. And eventually by next week, we are likely going to start to see the return of at least some significant severe weather events. Exactly when that happens, we don't really know, but we are probably going to start to see some troughs form back over in the Pacific that move over the Rockies. And those are the ones that usually bring significant severe weather. And we are obviously in April, so this should come as no surprise. We are going to see the return of severe weather, I think, very soon. Exactly to what degree and where it happens all does remain still up in the air. Now let's talk more about the severe weather potential for the next few days. And our biggest threat will be tomorrow, which is tossing trampolines on tall trees Thursday. We do have a slight risk of severe weather in place for parts of Tennessee, right along the Mississippi River Valley near Memphis, back into central Alabama and Mississippi, where the main concern will be damaging winds, large hail, and also the potential for a couple of tornadoes. We also have a marginal threat that goes back up towards Cincinnati, Evansville, Indiana, and also into central southern parts of Alabama and even near Atlanta, Georgia. So overall, again, the main concern will be damaging winds and large hail. Large hail is really going to be the main concern. And honestly, tomorrow looks very interesting when it comes to hail, because we could legitimately have hail that coats the ground in some areas because of how cold aloft the temperatures are going to be. Essentially, our lapse rates are very steep, which means as we go up in height, our temperature is rapidly decreasing. This is going to promote a much more elevated risk for hail. And even if it's not large in your area, which it could be, but even if it wasn't, we could legitimately have a ton of hail on the ground, which could literally look like snow out there tomorrow in some areas. So definitely a very interesting setup. There is a low chance that we actually go live tomorrow, so make sure you are subscribed to the channel and click the bell icon so you're notified if and when we do go live. Additionally, there is a low-end tornado risk. With tomorrow's threat of severe weather, our storms are going to be moving to the southeast, which is not very favorable for severe weather in terms of tornadoes during the month of April, but it is definitely still something to keep a close eye on, as we will have some wind shear that'll be able to spin some of these storms a little bit. But generally speaking, if we were to see a tornado, Memphis, Nashville, and back into northern Alabama are the main areas I'd be watching for an isolated brief tornado or two. Though we have an environment tomorrow that is favorable for tornadoes, our storms moving to the southeast will kind of prevent at least some of this tornado risk taking place. But there will be enough wind shear across the Ohio Valley and Tennessee Valley where we could see an isolated tornado or two. Most of our significant tornado parameter values are right around 1 to 2 in most spots, right around and just after lunchtime. So we might see a couple of tornadoes. Generally speaking, though, the threat is pretty low, and overall the tornado risk is pretty much done no later than about 9 to 10 o'clock tomorrow. I think our peak for this, if we were to see tornadoes, right around 1 up until about 7 or so is really the main time frame for a couple of tornadoes. So definitely make sure that you have a tornado action plan ready to go. So here's the timing for the next couple of days. Beginning with today, we'll have some scattered showers and isolated thunderstorms out there today. Severe weather not anticipated, but we could see a couple of strong thunderstorms this evening that could produce some small hail from around St. Louis back into central Indiana. By tomorrow, we'll start to see a little bit more of an uptick in terms of our storm activity a little after lunchtime. A couple areas I'd be watching for, one of which is going to be southeast Missouri, right around St. Louis Louis and southern Illinois, and then also back over in northern Alabama and northern Georgia. Primarily, the main concern here will be large to very large hail and also some damaging winds with these storms. But as we get closer to 3, 4, 5 o'clock, notice how storms continue to fire up. Very warm weather will lead to the potential for multiple thunderstorms out there. Another key thing I want to point out is that at the surface, our dew points are only forecasted to be in like the mid to upper 50s in most of these areas. So basically that means our cloud heights will likely be a bit more elevated, which should limit, again, our tornado risk in general. But I think if we were to see a tornado, these would be the storms to really watch for. And keep in mind that these storms could fire up a little bit earlier than this, but generally speaking, sometime in the early to mid-afternoon hours is when I'd expect storms to fire up. Notice how they're mostly discrete, so this will also promote more of a threat for large hail in this particular environment. By around 8 to 9 o'clock, these storms continue to move southeast. They'll start to cluster more together right after sunset across the Dixie Alley, where damaging winds and isolated hail will continue to be a possibility. And then as we go into late Friday night, our severe weather threat is dying down. So this storm system will bring some severe weather, but even as we go into Friday, this storm is going to continue to bring some problems. A little bit more severe weather is possible, mainly in eastern North Carolina as we go into Friday afternoon. Plenty of rain falling in the mid-Atlantic and also across the southeast. Eventually, by Friday night and Saturday morning, the storm will be slowly drifting into the Atlantic Ocean, and as it does that, there will be a threat for a little bit of a mix of rain and snow in parts of New England. But generally speaking, this is not some sort of nor'easter at all. This is definitely not anything more than just a little bit of snow, some snow flurries. Really not expecting any sort of snow accumulation up there on Friday or Saturday. Eventually, by Sunday and Monday, this storm is still just spinning offshore, so we'll continue to at least see some showers and some gusty winds back over near Cape Cod and southern New England. By Monday, another significant storm system will make a close approach to the United States, but with its current pathing, this will likely not bring much of any severe weather, a little bit of snowfall maybe to the upper Midwest. By the middle and end of next week, we're going to have high pressure building once again along the East Coast, and again, our next big severe weather maker might not be until at least around April 18th to April 25th. That's the current time frame I'm looking for, so definitely make sure that you're still staying weather aware as we get closer to the middle and end of April. We should see a lot more significant severe weather events take place, especially as we're getting closer to the peak of severe weather season. In terms of our temperatures over the next few days, we've had a big freeze ongoing back over in the Midwest and the Northeast, really below average temperatures even in New England as we go later into today. But eventually by tomorrow, warm air is building across the Great Plains and as well as along the West Coast, where we could have some record-breaking high temperatures on Thursday and Friday. Cold air continues to sit down across the Ohio Valley and Southeast on Friday and Saturday. By Sunday and Monday, though, that warm air should start to make a return as that low-pressure system slowly moves offshore. We'll have another shot of cold air back over in the northern and central plains. But before that happens, warm air will build across the Ohio Valley and as well as the southern plains, where a small little heat wave will build here as we go into next week. And eventually by the middle and end of next week, just notice again, we're going to continue to see multiple shots of cold air. Once again, it is April. This is very typical where we do see multiple different troughs that move through. So we should have multiple shots of both cold and warm air over the next couple of weeks, basically making it a temperature roller coaster across the United States. And then in terms of rainfall over the next 7 days, not really expecting much if you're in the Great Plains or along the West Coast, but if you're back over the Mid-Atlantic, Ohio Valley, or Northeast, good chance that you'll at least see a few showers, maybe even a couple thunderstorms. Greatest amount of rainfall will be around Maryland, where we could see as much as 1 to 3 inches of rainfall, which could lead to some localized flooding. Our temperature trends for the next several days, going into Monday of next week all the way through Friday, we are expecting above average temperatures across the Great Plains and the West Coast and below average temperatures near the Great Lakes. And then in terms of rainfall as we go into next week, the bulk of this will be falling anywhere from Texas all the way back through the Northeast. But again, this is not really going to increase in intensity until at least the end of next week. I think generally speaking, at least from about Saturday and Sunday all the way through about Wednesday or Thursday, things will stay relatively dry, but things will start to increase, I think, in activity once we start to see some of those more big storm systems move over the Rockies by the end of next week. And as always, thank you all so much for watching today's forecast. If you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe down below. In a shocking turn of events, we actually made a video today. I had no intention of making a video until at least Friday, so definitely kind of a surprise here, but again, it did warrant at least a video here for today for that severe weather potential tomorrow. There's a chance that we go live, so make sure you are subscribed to the channel and click the bell icon so you're notified if we do go live. And don't forget, our Supercell merch is now out at shopmaxvelocity.net. It is the top link in the description below. Amazing design, all hand-drawn, no AI involved with this at all, so if you want to check this out, again, top link in the description below or at shopmaxvelocity.net.
game plan that is all part of the art of the deal. He wrote the book, The Art of the Deal. Apparently the mainstream media didn't read it. But what President Trump did to the world is show that he is serious about putting America first and no longer being the piggy bank for the world. So the world freaked out now, and now they are all coming to the table. Let me play cut one from the Trump inside the Oval Office. Maybe this may have not been at the Oval Office, but cut one from President Trump.
Well, I thought that people were jumping a little bit out of line. They were getting yippy, you know? They were getting a little bit yippy, a little bit afraid, unlike these champions, because we have a big job to do. No other president would have done what I did. No other president. I know the presidents. They wouldn't have done it. And it had to be done. What was happening to us on trade.
So, great news. He's got the Daytona 500 winners there, and he makes a change. Now, he makes a change because you've got to have flexibility. President Trump doesn't want to see everybody lose hundreds of thousands of dollars. Something like, I think I heard a number, $16 trillion in market cap lost in the stock market. A lot of that came back today. President Trump cut two.
Yeah, it's not a question of that. You have to have flexibility. I could say, here's a wall, and I'm going to go through that wall. I'm going to go through it no matter what. And keep going, and you can't go through the wall. Sometimes you have to be able to go under the wall, around the wall, or over the wall. These guys know that better than anybody, right?
So one of the great things that President Trump did is he's not backing down from China, and this is so important. He continues to take the fight to China. Literally, as Caroline Levitt says, you know, if you're going to punch America, President Trump's going to punch back twice as hard. And that's what he's doing with China. Now, he raised the tariffs on China to 124%. But this is what makes me so happy. And I need you to listen to me very carefully here. This, all of you should take solace from. The markets reacted, soaring, not on fixing our problems with China, but on really the potential of fixing our problems with the rest of the world. It discounted China. Apparently the markets didn't care that we don't have a deal with China. Everybody was freaking out. We get everything from China. Everything comes in. But the market still soared, even without a deal with China. Xi Jinping needs to be very concerned about that, because what's discounted here now is China. So China sees this. They're not happy. We know, I know, I think traders today know, that of everything we import into this country, only 14% comes from China. They're not going to have as big an effect on this economy as China thinks. Now, the other way around, China's gross domestic product, most of it is all exports. They export everything. And if they can't export to the United States of America, they're going to have some real problems on their hands. So what happened today? With all of these nations coming to the table, what President Trump did was isolate China from the world. From from South Korea, from Japan, from the European Union. China's now isolated. This is the Treasury Secretary.
And this was his strategy all along. And that, you know, you might even say that he goaded China into a bad position. They responded. They have shown themselves to the world to be the bad actors. And we are willing to cooperate with our allies and with our trading partners who did not retaliate. It wasn't a hard message. Don't retaliate. Things will turn out well.
And that's the message the world got. And I think the stock market saw that as well and took off on it. Now, when it comes to China, China's lucky they're not listening to Kevin O'Leary, Mr. Wonderful from Shark Tank, because Mr. Wonderful from Shark Tank has a different idea. This is a guy that I really respect. Why? He's calm, he's cool, he's collected, he's very, very smart. And when he says something, I actually trust what he's saying here. Listen to his idea for China.
104% tariffs on China are not enough. I'm advocating 400%. I do business in China.
They don't play by the rules. They've been in the WTO for decades. They have never abided by any of the rules they agreed to when they came in for decades. They cheat, they steal IP. I can't litigate in their courts. They take product, technology, they steal it, they manufacture it and sell it back here.
He went on to say, we need to take China's heads and squeeze them into the wall. I'm telling you, if I would have said something like that, I would have been, they'd be writing about it for days. But what he's talking about is putting the squeeze on China. Now, if the markets don't react negatively to President Trump increasing tariffs on China and basically doing away with them on the rest of the world for this 90-day pause, would markets react if we put a 400% tariff on China? Maybe not. And would, as Kevin O'Leary says, would Xi Jinping then come crawling to the Oval Office to make a deal? Maybe, just maybe. Here's the Treasury Secretary, cut 5 for the guys behind the glass, talking about why this hurts China more than us.
But what I'm certain of is that what China is doing will affect their economy much more than it will ours, because they have an export-driven, flood the world with cheap export models, and the rest of the world now understands, because when we put up our tariff wall, those exports were already flowing to the rest of the G7 and to the global south.
All right, so here's what we have to be most concerned about. Will China lash out? What China does right now is going to tell a lot. And what China could do is go to war with someone. Now, if they wanted to go to war with someone, it's not going to be the United States. It's going to be Taiwan. Why would Xi Jinping go to war with Taiwan right now when all the pressures are on him? The reason Xi Jinping would go to war with Taiwan right now is because he needs to make sure somebody inside the CCP doesn't try to take Xi Jinping out, doesn't try to oust him from power. And if his country is at war, he would feel insulated, even if, as Gordon Chang, who was on this program last night, a great expert on China, says Xi Jinping would be willing to take his country over the edge on all of this. One more time, Mr. Producer. Okay, nothing from Mr. Producer. Okay. I want to move on now to here's who we should not be taking advice from. This ding-dong, okay? This is Representative Hosford. He's a Democrat. And he's grilling the U.S. Trade Representative under President Trump as news comes out that President Trump is making a 90-day pause. He basically has a meltdown. Watch this.
What are the details of the pause?
Well, my understanding is that because so many countries have decided not to retaliate, we're going to have about 90 days.
No, excuse me? China increased their tariffs on the United States. Trump blinked.
What's the blink, sir?
Blinked? President Trump didn't blink. See, he's so dumb he doesn't even understand what really happened. What happened was he lifted the tariffs on every other country and increased them on China, you big dope. But this is what we're up against. So I want to turn now to the spending resolution that is getting a vote as we speak, okay? And we're going to keep an eye on that. I don't think Speaker Johnson would bring it to the floor unless it can win, but you never know. So what is this spending resolution? This basically, and this is how Washington operates, folks, the spending resolution basically allows Congress to then move to the next step of these budget negotiations to actually get that big, beautiful bill that President Trump wants. The problem is Republicans sent $1.5 trillion in cuts to the Senate. The Senate, in their reconciliation process, comes back with, you ready for this? $4 billion in cuts. $4 billion in cuts in Washington, D.C. I can sneeze $4 billion in cuts. Elon Musk finds $4 billion while he's unwrapping his roast beef sandwich in Washington, D.C. $4 billion? This is the kind of outrage that I'm talking about here. So now you've got Senator Kennedy, who is a guy I like, offering up a recommendation to Republicans. You've got conservatives who I would think their heart is going to say don't vote for this, But President Trump wants them to vote for this phase, even without the cuts. President Trump has promised he'll find the cuts. He'll back us on the cuts so we can fight the bigger battle down the road. But again, we're having faith in President Trump here. All our eggs in President Trump's basket. Not fair to a man who really is carrying this country on his shoulders right now, and we're counting on President Trump for everything because Congress can't do its job. This is Senator Kennedy with his advice to Republican members of the House.
Here's what I predict will happen after the House passes the resolution, and I think it will. If I were Thune and Johnson, I would give each House about no more than 90 days and preferably 60 days to come up with a consensus about what ought to be in the final bill. Neither side will achieve that.
Oh, and he says something else that's very important. Neither side will achieve it, and you got to bring it back to President Trump, let him go sell it. Again, who's your daddy? You need President Trump for everything? Look, I love President Trump, but give the man a break. Do your job, Congress. Now, if you can't do it in 90 days and you can't do it in 60 days, then why are we even talking about doing it at all? Why don't you just bring it to President Trump, let him figure out the budget, and then let him go sell it? Now, Congress needs all of this time to negotiate this giant, big, beautiful bill. We've been talking about this for months. Now we know what we need from it. This should take no longer than a week. We could negotiate billion-dollar takeovers of publicly traded companies in less time than the House and the Senate can negotiate a budget bill. To me, it's quite maddening. This is Chip Roy. Now, he gums the gears up a little bit, but I think he's a principled man. He gets in the way sometimes. I get it. But here he is.
I think you've got a couple of competing things going on. You have sort of an old guard legacy Republican view that still influences the overall population, that no matter what anybody says, we must continue to keep cutting taxes. I subscribe to that view if you limit government. I subscribe to that view if it can be done the way it was sold, which is starve the beast, stops, giving tax revenue to a large government to expand itself. Well, guess what? Republicans failed on the second part of this, which is shrinking government.
So what is he going to do? Is he going to be a no vote on this because he wants to cut spending in order to make up for the tax cuts? In a perfect world, I'm all for that. But look, you got Elon Musk. By May 30th, he says he'll find $1 trillion in tax cuts. House of Representatives offered up $1 million to $1.5 million in tax cuts. The Senate comes back with $4 billion. Next battle around, I'd vote for the bill. I'd hold my nose and say, you know what? Once again, I'm going to follow President Trump's lead, and we can go through it. Okay? But the big battle, we better get real meaningful cuts. Otherwise, I'd be in the Oval Office telling President Trump, I've done it enough. I can't do it anymore. I need the help to get real cuts. America needs real cuts. Now, how bad is it out there? There was a DOJ hearing today. And this DOJ hearing focused on real estate. Get ready for cut 22, guys behind the glass. As they're focusing on real estate, Marjorie Taylor Greene opened it up like this.
The federal government owns a massive real estate portfolio of more than 250,000 buildings. No one knows how much of this real estate is actually being put to use or what it's worth on the open market. Here's what we do know. Taxpayers spend about $10 billion annually just to operate and maintain all of it.
It's an insane number. Now, you want to know the most egregious thing to come out of this hearing? This idea that you have members of Congress's wives, maybe husbands, that own buildings, that are landlords, and guess what they do? They lease back to the federal government. So it may not be technically corruption, but I believe it's a full-on abuse of power. It is exploiting your position. You're the landlord for the federal government while your husband or wife goes to work. Congressman Tim Burchett laid it out. Listen to this.
Mr. Hart, do any members of Congress, their spouses, or their immediate family have any property ownership rights to this property or any federal land?
Congressman, I don't know the answer to that question off the top of my head.
Okay, do spouses of members of Congress own real property and lease it to the federal government? And how would we find that out? Because I think I know what you're going to say.
I believe the answer to that question is yes.
You do?
I do believe that.
Is there any way we could verify that information?
Well, you go to USA Spending and search. You open the books, our website, and you can look up members' names. You can look up any person's name and find that information.
All right. I suspect that's being done as I speak. How much would the federal government save by allowing unneeded leases to expire?
The federal government spends about $6 billion on leased office space, so depending on how many you let expire, you get substantial savings.
It's craziness what's happening in Washington. Well, I want to bring in with me now one of the men who was questioned in that clip, the new CEO of Open the Books, John Hart, is with us. John, welcome to the program.
Thanks, Grant. It's great to be on.
All right, so you still stand by that? You think it's probably true? Spouses own federal properties being leased back to the federal government?
Yeah, Grant, look, there's been all kinds of inside dealing in Congress for decades. You've had members use their positions to earmark actually federal money to property that they own. And that we documented that over 20 years ago when I worked for then Representative and then later Senator Tom Coburn. So it's a pretty well-known established fact that members have engaged in this self-dealing using taxpayer money to direct money to entities that they own. So there's so much grotesque corruption. And one of the interesting things about this hearing that we were able to focus on is one of the symptoms of the massive growth of the administrative state is the high cost of decorating and redecorating all of these agencies and buildings, many of which we don't need. So we found that over the past 5 years, we've spent $4.6 billion just on furniture. Now, this is literally a kitchen table issue for taxpayers. Everyone in America can relate to the cost of furniture. So for that amount, that $4.6 billion, you could provide 9.2 million American families with a modest $500 kitchen table. So people feel this cost. They understand the scope of the problem. And when the federal government is spending $230,000 on solar-powered picnic tables at the CDC, during the COVID emergency, by the way, those picnic tables violated the CDC's own social distancing guidelines. You have, the State Department spending $120,000 on recliners in embassies overseas. You've got conference rooms at the SEC that cost $700,000 to upgrade, $38,000 for a conference table with the Nancy Pelosi building in San Francisco. So
real quick, while we're looking at those recliners, those are Ethan Allen recliners. They're not like they went to the local Rooms to Go or whatever and got their recliners. Those are Ethan Allen. Ethan Allen is a very expensive brand. What is the federal government paying for that for? I saw in one of your things that they spent $700,000 on a conference room at the SEC.
Yeah, that's the SEC. Yeah, it's incredible. I mean, and look, a lot of these buildings, the issue that we also touched on in this hearing is the occupancy rate for federal buildings is way down, and it hasn't gone back up to the numbers it was before COVID. So according to some figures, it's between 6% occupancy. That's the lowest, I think, at USDA. And then 25% is probably the norm. But Grant, like in any private business, there's always room for companies can set their own, policies on remote work and different guidelines. But if you have the federal government, you can't have it both ways. You can't pay for an office to keep it open and then let people work from home and then spend taxpayer money redecorating the offices that no one's using. It's insane. And so taxpayers are incensed at just the gratuitous waste of money. And we need someone who got to get their arms wrapped around this to make some hard decisions. And thankfully, DOJ is doing the best they can with it.
Your testimony today. $1.4 million in artwork for the State Department, $370 billion needed in repairs for some of these buildings. Now, if we're only occupying 25% of the buildings, I would seem to reason that we only need 25% of the real estate that we have. That's right. That number to repair would drop by 3/4. Exactly. I mean, you start adding all this stuff up, this is real money.
Right, and the longer, and like think about your own property. Like if you own a house or a rental and it's in disrepair, you know that you're hurting yourself by not making a decision on it. You either need to spend the money to upgrade it so you can sell it, or you need to sell it as quick as you can, because you're only going to be sinking cost into it. And that's what the federal government's doing all over the country with this massive amount of buildings that they have that either are not in use or they're in disrepair. But Grant, if you really, again, you back up and you think about the real issue, the reason we focus on this furniture problem, which is humorous in the best possible sense, is that it's a symptom of a big problem, which is that we've grown the administrative state, the federal agencies, way beyond what the founders intended. So we have 441 agencies according to the Federal Register. I think we ought to have about 4, the Department of Defense, State, Treasury, Justice, maybe throw in one more, the Department of Interstate Commerce, to catch all the other agency functions, and maybe massively downsize and improve the quality of services and shift money back to taxpayers.
That's what needs to be done. And look, the mission of Open the Books, exposing all this waste, fraud, and abuse is great. You mentioned Tom Coburn, man. He was the original Doge. And if you were working for him, that had to be pretty cool. So, John Hart, it's great having you on the program. Thank you. I always appreciate the work you guys do at Open the Books. It's eye-popping. It's maddening at the same time, but it's something everybody needs to know. So thank you.
Thank you, Grant. Appreciate the time.
Absolutely. All right, folks, it is no secret that America's healthcare system is broken and its future is uncertain. Don't rely on chance. Prepare for medical emergencies now with the Wellness Company. Their doctors are medical professionals that you can trust, and their line of prescription medical kits are the gold standard when it comes to keeping you safe and healthy. I've got one of them here. I keep one with me all the time. From the flu to COVID and a trip to the beach or a trip overseas, the Wellness Company has a prescription kit designed just for you. This is great for the house. 8 prescription medications in here. Go to twc.health/voice, including ivermectin in here, and use the promo code VOICE to save 10%. All right. President Trump's squeeze on China goes beyond tariffs. In fact, Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth is in Panama exerting American dominance over, let's call it, our canal. a big part of this program tonight, of course, is national security. In many respects, that's what the tariffs are about. We also have to look to Panama and the Panama Canal. We built that canal, okay? America did, with American hands, sweat, and blood, by the way. China has virtually taken it over. America's in the process of taking it back. Pete Hegseth went down there and said this.
China did not build this canal. China does not operate this canal. And China will not weaponize this canal. Together, we will take back the Panama Canal from China's influence. And we will do this along with other capable, like-minded allies and partners.
Look, so what does that mean? It means making deals. And Panama knows if you're going to make a deal with anybody, you better make a deal with President Trump and his surrogate, Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth. So Pete Hegseth goes down there, and in true form of anybody that's worth the salt working for President Trump, he cut a pretty darn good deal. Listen to this.
That is why the United States and Panama have just signed a memorandum of understanding on cooperative security activities. And will be signing, just moments after this press conference, a joint declaration with the Minister of Canal Affairs on the security and operation of the Panama Canal, which is a framework for U.S. warship and auxiliary ships to sail first and free through the Panama Canal.
So, what's amazing to me is, how did we not demand this a long time ago? It's amazing. But this is most certainly about national security, and I want to bring in now 32-year U.S. Air Force combat veteran, Colonel Rob Maness is back with us. Colonel, it's great to have you back.
Hey, Grant, it's good to be back.
Colonel, I think this story probably gets overshadowed by the stock market and the tariff talk, but this is a very important story, isn't it?
Oh, absolutely. And it's part of the tariff story and the stock market story. Look, the Chinese are the biggest offenders in the global market. You know, they use predatory practices. They've stolen intellectual property over and over again, primarily from Americans right here in the United States of America. And they've tried to bully every country they've come in contact with on their Belt and Road Initiative through these nefarious contracts they set up in exchange for building infrastructure that eventually they cause the countries to break the contract, and then they get to take over the infrastructure. And that's the way the Chinese communists have been operating for decades now. And it's time to put them back in their box. I like this. This is a reinvigorated Monroe Doctrine. Secretary Hegseth said, we want a Western Hemisphere of free and sovereign nations. And control of the Panama Canal is key to that. And it's time for folks like the Chinese to get out and behave.
All right, so we're pushing hard at China, and I'm glad we are. President Trump pushed hard at China the last time around when he was in office, not this hard. I actually believe they unleashed a virus on us because of how hard he was pushing. I'm worried about what they'll do now. Let me play you one of China's top officials responding to what's happening in Panama. This Belt and Road Initiative, you described it perfectly. The other way to describe it is a loan shark problem. That's what it is. They act like a mob boss. They give you a loan, you can't pay it back, and then they take it from you. So here's this Chinese official.
China firmly opposes the U.S. smear and sabotage of the Belt and Road Corporation through the means of pressuring and coercion, and deeply regrets Panama's decision to not renew the Memorandum of Understanding on the Belt and Road Initiative.
Well, Colonel John Gotti didn't like Rudy Giuliani going after him either, right? So I mean, in the end, I don't care. But what will China do? I guess that's the big question. How far do they go to push back against us?
Well, that is the big question. Obviously, they're not backing off on the tariff issue. So the president set ours at 125% today and paused everybody else's for at least 90 days and reduced them in the meantime. And that is going to have a huge effect on what? The Chinese economy. Look, their Chinese economy was in trouble in the first place, but they're an export nation. They know they're an exporting nation, and that they thrive on what? the biggest market that they export to, and that's to the United States of America. So they're desperate right now, and that's why you may see some other activity. And I agree with you. I think they unleashed the COVID-19 virus on us because President Trump was being so tough on them. And don't forget, and this is top of my mind right now because of this issue, is there are some estimates that put the number of Chinese military-age males that came into this country illegally during the Biden administration at over 100,000. And that many people don't leave China without either permission or escaping. And that number of people escaping is just not logical. So they had permission and they're here for a reason. What is the reason? And are we doing anything to protect ourselves from it?
Yeah. It's frightening. Joe Biden and his cast of characters really put us behind the 8 ball when it comes to national security with those open borders. And we see this president now getting things under control. But you raise a great point, as always. Colonel Rob Maness, I appreciate you coming on today and weighing in. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Grant.
Absolutely. You want to know this Panama Canal thing? You know how far it goes back? Ronald Reagan, okay? Watch this clip from Ronald Reagan.
If these reports are true, it means that the American people have been deceived by a State Department preoccupied with secrecy. The Panama Canal Zone is sovereign United States territory, just as much as Alaska is, as well as the states carved from the Louisiana Purchase. We bought it, we paid for it, and General Torrijos should be told we're going to keep it.
Ronald Reagan. Well, it takes President Trump, Lord knows how many years later, to say, you know what, President Reagan, you were right. We're taking it back. All right. Tariffs are causing economic chaos and inflation, but there's good news. President Trump exempted gold and silver from tariffs so you could still protect your savings with precious metals. To learn more, simply text America to the number 989898 for a free Birch Gold info kit on holding precious metals today in a tax-sheltered IRA. You can convert your IRA or 401k into a gold IRA with no money out of pocket. I trust Birch Gold, and with an A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau, it's time you did too. Text America to the number 989898. There's no obligation, only information. All right, coming up next, it is going to be our great pleasure to welcome in Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton, who I hope will be the next senator from Texas, replacing Rhino Senator John Cornyn. And I'm not happy with John Cornyn today. I'll show you why next. John, one of the great points of this show, for me anyway, is that it's an opinion show. So I can give you my opinion. You know I do it. Well, I have never been a fan of John Cornyn, my senator from Texas, the senior senator here. I think he's a rhino. I think he's a deep stater. And quite honestly, I think he's been in office too long, and I think he's a grifter, grifting the American taxpayer. But I've never liked him more than today. What this man did today was so despicable and so low. I will fight so hard to make sure that this man loses. And you don't hear a lot of conservative talk show hosts talk about candidates in Republican primaries like that. But I mean it. After this weasel candidate talking about Attorney General Ken Paxton, who's a man who has fought harder against the Biden administration than any attorney general in this country, okay? This is what he has to say about Attorney General when the Attorney General says, you know what, we're going to run against you in a Republican primary. It's his right to do it. It's politics. Put your big boy pants on, Cornyn. Listen to this.
Mr. Paxton has a checkered background. He is a con man and a fraud, and I think the people of Texas know that.
No, sir. First off, Attorney General Paxton has been cleared of anything against him. I'm not going to bring it up. But the real con man is Cornyn. He votes for gun control in Texas, for crying out loud, as our senator. He told you President Trump couldn't win. Guess who's in the Oval Office today? President Trump. He even criticized President Trump of his handling of the classified documents. This man has to go. And it is my great pleasure to bring in now Republican Attorney General for the great state of Texas, and now Senate candidate in Texas, my friend Ken Paxton. General, it's great to have you on the program.
Hey, it's a good day. Thanks for having me back, Grant.
Well, it is a great day. Before I get into Cornyn, because this is more important, why are you running? What do you bring to the people of Texas, the people of America, that would make you better than anybody else in the United States Senate?
Look, I think I've proven this. I'm a proven conservative, but I want the opportunity to help Donald Trump deliver on his promises to the American people. He's moving fast on cutting spending. He's moving fast on tax increases. He's moving fast on fixing the border. He's moving fast on all kinds of important issues in this country. I've never seen anybody do more so fast. I'd love to be a part of doing that with him.
All right, let me ask you now about Senator Cornyn's comments today. There were more. He went further. I really don't want to give him the pleasure of playing any of them, but, you know, you're running a Republican primary. It's not like you're running against Nancy Pelosi here. Where does he get off with these comments?
So I think his problem was, and this is going to be an ongoing problem for him. He has nothing to talk about as far as what he's done over the last 23 years. It's a long time to have nothing to talk about. And if he did talk about something, it would be some of the things you brought about. It was gun restrictions. His biggest bill ever was a gun restriction bill that Joe Biden was pleased with, that congratulated him, and Donald Trump was critical. So these are the types of things, whether it's his comments on the border wall, amnesty, his comments on Trump, these are the types of things he didn't want to talk about either. And so he's got to turn the campaign. He's got nothing going for him. He's down 25 points. He's an incumbent senator. The only thing he can talk about is me. And it's got to be personal, because he's not going to be able to attack my record. It's unassailable as far as he's concerned.
Well, the Texas Republican Convention, he got booed when he went in there. Now, if you're a senator from Texas, I don't understand. You have free reign to basically do whatever conservative, freedom-loving thing you would want to do. You're going to have no ramifications for it. And yet you think that he's a senator from Maryland or something.
Yeah, so that was an interesting time for me, because he had just criticized me. I was running against George P. Bush, or George P. was running against me. And he had come out a week before our runoff and said I was an embarrassment to Texas, obviously being prompted by Karl Rove and the Bushes. And I ended up winning by 38 points. A month later, we're at the state convention with 10 to 12,000 Republican delegates. And he happens to be speaking right before me. He goes up on stage with his wife for 10 straight minutes. He got booed. She walks off. He speaks for another 20 minutes. He gets booed the entire time. I'm not talking like slight booing. I'm talking about like loud boos. It was embarrassing. I let him walk off stage. I did not say a word to him. I walked on stage and got a standing ovation. I knew then that John Cornyn, that the people of Texas, the voters of Texas, got John Cornyn, and they didn't like him.
All right. So they don't. And I'm really in touch with grassroots people in Texas especially. Nobody likes John Cornyn. I think you're going to be welcomed in with open arms from the grassroots community in this state. Let me ask you this. I mentioned that you sued Joe Biden, his administration, I think more than any other attorney general. What did you learn from that experience that then you can then bring to the United States Senate?
Look, I mean, I learned that if you want a chance at winning, you got to go fight. And sometimes you got to be creative in that fight. You got to be persistent in that fight. And if you continue that fight, you have a really good chance. If you do it smartly, you have a really good chance of being successful. We were successful like 78% of the time against the Biden administration when we came up with creative, good, well-founded lawsuits based on the Constitution and based on federal and state law. That same type of attitude applies when you're in the U.S. Senate. If you're consistently conservative, you're looking for creative ways to be effective, and you're persistent in doing that, I think you can bring that same mentality to the U.S. Senate, and they need a little more of that.
Yeah, they sure do. They need more real good conservative fighters up there, which you are one of them. I've known you personally for many years now, which brings me to another question. One of the keys to this is going to be President Trump's endorsement. I've mentioned you to President Trump before in the past. I know for a fact that he likes you. We can see all the video with you and him. He brings up your name all the time. John Cornyn is now lobbying for Trump's endorsement. You never know what Trump's going to do here. Have you talked to the president about your run, and how do you think this will shape out?
I've talked to some of his family members and others. I don't want to say in detail what I've said or haven't said, but look, I was there at Mar-a-Lago with one other elected official, Troy Nehls, when he announced for president. There were no other elected officials. Why was I there? Back then, there was a lot of questions about whether he could win, and Ron DeSantis was, had a lot of momentum. But I truly believe that, one, Trump was going to win. Two, that he was going to be successful and that he was the best candidate. I've stuck with him. I think the president's very loyal, and I do. I'm encouraged. I think that in the end, the president's going to do the right thing. I would find it shocking that John Cornyn would be his guy, considering John Cornyn's criticism of him over the years, including both times when he ran for president. So, look, the president can do what he wants to do, but I have a lot of respect for him, and I know in the end he's going to do the right thing.
Well, I would think he would be well served to endorse you in this race. I think you got a real shot of winning. It's going to take a lot of money. I take it, look, you've run statewide in this state before. You know how to win races, clearly. But now you're going up against an incumbent senator. Money's an issue. I'll give you the last word here. What's the pitch to voters out there here, especially if they're in Texas, but really across the country?
Look, it's time for a change in Texas. We're not in New Hampshire. We're not in Vermont. We need a conservative in Texas, somebody like Ted Cruz. And we all know that John Cornyn is not Ted Cruz, and he's nothing like Ted Cruz. He's sold us out. He's not done what he should have done. He's had 23 years, going on 24, to accomplish good for Texas, and he can't point to anything other than turning it around and attacking me personally. And so it's just time for a change. And I think that change should be me. I think I've got the best chance of beating him statewide. And I want the opportunity to go serve Texans in a way that's much more similar to Ted Cruz than it is John Cornyn.
Well, you've got my support. Anything I can do to help you, you call. You're always welcome on this program. You can call me up 2 minutes before, and I'm always going to get you on. So we wish you the best of luck. I hope everybody out there not only votes for you, throw some money in the tip jar, as my friend Larry Elder used to say when he was running for governor in California. But we wish you the best of luck. Texas needs you. Thank you. Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton. Good to see you, General.
Well, hey, thank you for having me on. And KenPaxton.com, if you want to go donate, it's the best place to go.
Absolutely. That's super easy. KenPaxton.com, KenPaxton.com. All right. I'll tell you, honestly, folks, I had never been more angry at an incumbent Republican for his comments about a fellow Republican than I was today listening to John Cornyn. It was out of line. It was below the belt. It was, quite frankly, it was classless. And you know what? So now he's got a fight on his hands. And I think the grassroots Stinchfield's Army will be there for Ken Paxton. All right, did you know that the AARP, the group claiming to support seniors, promoted Drag Queen Story Hour and Obamacare while opposing Trump tax cuts? They push a radical left agenda daily, but there's AMAC, the conservative alternative fighting for America First values like Social Security, election integrity, and freedom from big government. Here's the best part. You don't even need to be a senior to join. Right now, get a 5-year membership for just $31. That's 47% off. So hurry. This offer ends April 30th. Stop funding the woke mob. Visit amac.us/grant. That's amac.us/grant to join the fight today and save. All right, Kash Patel and Pam Bondi's DOJ announced a huge drug bust. We'll talk about that next. Welcome back. The Coast Guard and the Department of Justice getting it done. I don't think the Coast Guard was ever chasing after J6ers. Lord knows the Department of Justice was. Finally, we're going after drug traffickers now. That is a good thing. This is our buddy Kash Patel, the new director of the FBI, announcing this bust.
This is what it looks like when the United States whole-of-government approach brings every resource to bear, from the Department of Defense and the United States Coast Guard, from HSI, from FBI, from DEA, and so many others. They are going to get all the drugs off the streets, off the markets, and as Attorney General Bondi said, we are going to lock them up.
$500 million worth of drugs. Fentanyl was included in this bust. So is this just a one-off cash?
Because this is not a one-off for General Bondi. She has made this a mission priority, and the FBI will follow in every corner of this country and every square centimeter of this planet to eradicate the foreign terrorist organization that are killing American citizens. They will be held accountable. We will take preventive measures, and we will scour the ends of the earth to find every single one of them.
So he mentioned Pam Bondi, the Attorney General. She was also at this press conference, and she explained just how far they will go to find these traffickers and stop them before they get to the United States.
This team, with all the agencies I just mentioned, used drones, aircraft, and ships to interdict the traffickers off the coast of Peru, Ecuador, and the Galapagos Islands. What they did saved countless American lives.
So apparently, this was two separate cartels that were running these drugs. This is a monster bust. And again, I think you're going to see more of this, because finally we got Kash Patel and Pam Bondi. Kash running what soon will be the greatest law enforcement agency in the world again. It will soon be that way. I have no doubt that Kash will turn it around. They're finally going to go after crooks and thieves and thugs and bruisers and drug traffickers and human traffickers and all the rest of them. Congratulations to those two and everyone involved in that bust. Big day for America. We didn't see much of that the last 4 years. We will now. All right, up next, Jasmine Crockett nearly makes a case for slavery. How did she get elected again?
They tried to shut them up.
There's no guarantee to free speech.
They tried to cancel them.
Deplatforming works.
They even threw them in jail.
Peter Navarro.
Steve Bannon.
Now in prison.
But they couldn't stop them.
It's not a prison bill that will ever shut me up.
They call them rebels.
Basket of deplorables.
They call them rogues.
They claim to guns or religion.
And they say they're outlaws.
These are the kind of guys you like to smack in the ass.
War Room presents Rebels, Rogues, and Outlaws.
You set out to take Vienna. Take Vienna.
The national bestseller by longtime Bannon producer Dan Fluette. Take a journey through the pictorial history of War Room in a culture that celebrates the weak. Show your support by standing with the rebels. Go to doitfluette.com or scan the QR code on your screen. Use the code RAV20 for 20% off your order. Stand with the rebels and never back down.
Democrat Jasmine Crockett, the congresswoman from Texas, not far from where we broadcast from, you have to wonder how she got elected. Apparently, she's really worried that we close down the border, black folks will have to go back to picking cotton.
The fact is, ain't none of y'all trying to go and farm right now. Okay, so I'm lying. Raise your hands. You're not. We done picking cotton. We are. You can't pay us enough to find a plantation.
So, first off, machines pick cotton now. People don't. So you don't have to worry about that, Jasmine Crockett. But what are you saying? Are you so racist? So you're saying only the Hispanic folks should be what? Picking vegetables or that kind of thing? What about any American? White, black, Hispanic, Asian that wants a job in the fields? Farming, picking. Seems like good work to me if you don't have any other work. But that's Jasmine Crockett. She's a racist. She really is. It's going to do it for us. Stin Shields Army.
Live from Studio 6B on a Wednesday night, April 9th, Real America's Voice. And across the airways of 103.9 LI News Radio, it's live from Studio 6B. Glad you're in on a Wednesday, everybody. Slick Rick's going to have some sports. Rick Delgado's here. He's going to have some news. Paul Nolan in the house. He's going to have some news as well. Aaron and Fran holding it down as always. Slick Rick's a little late, coming from a big meeting, so he'll be here in a little bit to do some sports. Mrs. Delgado, how are you?
I am good.
How was your day?
Not as good as you'd like it to be, because
Why?
I'm still walking around with a cardboard box for my new laptop.
I say to Delgado, he got this new laptop, and he walks in every day with the box that it came in,
right,
like under his arm, like this. Yeah. And I said, "When's your birthday, Delgado?" He says, "Not till December." I said, "Well, Christmas isn't until December." And he looks at me and says, "Why?" I said, "Well, because I'm just looking for any excuse when I can buy you a computer bag."
I don't need you to buy me. I've looked. I went to the store yesterday. I looked. I didn't find one I liked, so I moved on. Today I forgot to do it, so I didn't get
you
one.
Kim Kardashian? Just pick a bag and move on. What are you doing?
Exactly.
I want
Black
to make
bag
sure,
with handles. Done.
I want to make sure I like the bag, and then if I see it and I'm like, "Ooh, you know what? This one might work," and then I might go to Amazon and be like, "Ooh, maybe I can find it on Amazon cheaper. I'll get it that way." But at least I get to touch it and feel it and know that I like it. Then
he
I'll move
walks
on.
into the studio with the HP box with the shipping label
You're
still
not
on the side
adopting
under
a
his arm.
kid. What are we doing here? Just get a.
You know what? Some things I'm very particular about.
On Monday it was pouring out, everybody, and you should know the box was like getting doughy. Cardboard box with his computer in it. It's like falling out the bottom. Somebody here send him a bag.
I just don't know. I've never seen anybody carry around something new in the original box for a week.
Well, it's not been a week. It's only been since Monday, so it's 3 days. 3 days. 3 days. 3 days already. You're losing it.
Over here.
You can't take it anymore.
Over there.
It's driving you nuts.
Forget about
It's
it.
crazy to me. Yeah. As a matter of fact, it is driving me nuts. So I'm going to get you a bag. So whether you use it or not, it's up to you. I'm going to get you something nice bag. Nice. I'm going to get what even is that on put on the side.
Oh, there you go. See, now if you had something like that on the website, I could purchase. I might do that.
Well, I'm going to.
Did you ever launch that day? Nope.
Go.
Sitting there. I think I was toning it. That says 32 minutes now. They're gonna, or 36. They're gonna do that one where they keep pushing it forward until the next day. Like that one time we watch it and they just put it off for like 3 or 4 days.
They probably waited for that.
Very likely. Yeah, you can see they've got the radar up there. It's always raining this time of year, and well, yeah, not necessarily always, but it's starting to get to the rainy season. 36 minutes, huh? I just saw Jimmy Johnson came up with something. It's kind of interesting that all these different people are launching rockets all of a sudden.
Well, the name of those satellites is kind of interesting.
Yeah, it is. Very.
Kuiper, but spelt with a K.
I think the Kuiper Belt might be what they're. I don't know. The Kuiper Belt, isn't that a constellation? The Kuiper Belt?
The Kuiper, yeah, that is, but Kuiper, that was a spy ring during the Revolutionary War, but it was spelled with a C.
Oh, okay. Here's some old video, it looks like.
And
one of their former
liftoff of the first United Launch Alliance Vulcan rocket, launching a new era in spaceflight to the moon and beyond.
Good, watch this. Oh, it's like a month ago. It took it a long time to get off the pad. It's like, man, that thing must be heavy.
And the vehicle has cleared the power.
Look at that, just like a big old pig, it doesn't want to go. God's got to reach down to pull it up, it's so slow. Oh my goodness.
Separation of both SRBs. We have Vulcan Center separation. Everything looking good. Ignition, full thrust. Both engines are up and running. Cut off.
We have engine ignition. And liftoff of the United Launch Alliance Vulcan rocket, carrying ULA's legacy of reliability, orbital accuracy, and high energy performance.
Vehicles clear the tower, and both.
You know what I don't like about this? They're trying to make it appeal to young people and make it awesome and cool. Because what they're going to do with it in the future is not going to be good. Us old timers would recognize it, but the younger kids wouldn't have a clue, especially if they don't read the Bible. Good picture of the cowling coming off. They don't usually show that with X stuff. I guess that was the commercial. Yeah, you can see how big that is because here's the stairway going up. I think that's the stairway. Goes through here, and then they get on through here. $13,068 watching. The inaugural launch of Amazon's Project Kuiper. Kuiper 1.
Are they at T-minus anything?
They were at 36 about 5 minutes ago. I don't know where they're at now. They keep pushing it back. Yeah, it was supposed to launch at 3:06, 2 hours ago. It's going to deliver the first satellites of the constellation into low Earth orbit. Project Kuiper is an Amazon 2 low Earth orbit satellite broadband network. Oh, everybody's putting up internet stuff up in the sky where you can't reach it to take it down. That's what all the security cameras are going to be run on when surveillance cameras when we're gone, I think. Provide fast, reliable internet to customers around the world. They're going to put up 3,200 satellites. Jeez. It's so funny to this bunch is so different than Elon's. Elon's kind of shoot up there. These ones are like they're as pretty when they launch out. Oh, look at that.
Yes, it is. Ow. In a few minutes, I gotta go make Mom mad again. I'm gonna wake her up. Wake her up from a nap. Mom, you ready to eat supper?
It's like living in the hospital. Wake you up to take
Yeah.
your medicine. Take your sleeping medicine. Oh, there we go. What does it say? New time will be 8:39 p.m. Eastern, so in about half an hour. 35 minutes.
Okay. That's not too bad.
No, I will believe it when I see it. They're showing us something rather than a dead screen like they do with that.
Those were some old pictures.
Yeah, they were. I think the reason that thing is going so slow when it launches it is heavy. They have a different fuel that they're using, and it's they have to have extra fuel tanks because it takes more to get the launch.
Well, I made Mama her favorite pasta salad, and I was trying to eat some, well, fruit. It was tomatoes to go with it. She likes that ranch and bacon suddenly salad, and she likes to have a drain now and rinsed ranch style beans in it.
Oh, I like ranch beans. I haven't seen those around too much, so. Texas
Yeah.
ranch.
Well, they have three different flavors: regular, jalapeno, and sweet onion.
Huh.
Yeah.
Yeah, I haven't eaten them for a long time because of the keto thing. I did like them though.
Yeah, I see legumes are definitely not keto, and I'm going, well, darn.
No, they're not, unfortunately. Starts.
I'll be back in a minute.
Okay.
Yeah.
Rocket. I saw them putting one of those together when I was there at Cape Canaveral. Oh, when was I there? Probably 2008. It was fun. I'd go there again. Pretty cool, actually. Hard to believe that flame is enough to launch that. I didn't realize so many rockets would come out of there. Now they're saying 6 o'clock Eastern. 45 minutes. They keep pushing it forward. They might do that all night.
I hope you know you still have YouTube on.
Do I really?
Yeah, you do. We're watching the. I can watch the launching from there.
I guess I thought I turned it off. Didn't I turn it off earlier? I'm sure I did.
Thought you did too.
I did. I know I did. Because I remembered it and I got it right away. What the heck? Let me see. That's really weird. I know I turned it off.
Yeah. Well, I can put.